Mr. Impossible, Carsington Family Series, written by Loretta Chase. Chapter 12. She was vastly pleased with herself, flushed and smiling, her green eyes sparkling. For a not beautiful woman, she was amazingly handsome at times, Rupert thought. She'd been pale, at first, frightened, no doubt, as people unused to firearms so often were, but she wouldn't let fear master her. He'd noticed this about her the first time they met. She must have been frightened in the dungeon. It was dark, and it stank of death and decay, and those were the more agreeable odours, yet she'd beaten back fear for her brother's sake. Since then, Rupert had seen daily examples of her pluck. They all made him want to get her naked, naturally, but he had other feelings, too. He wasn't sure what they were. A sort of fondness, a kind of affection, something oddly like what he felt for his brothers. He hadn't thought over much about it, though, and didn't do so now. At present he was vastly entertained watching her. The fierce frown of concentration while she loaded the pistol, the grimly determined stance as she held the weapon with both hands, and the reasonably straight shots she got off in spite of a not quite steady grip. It was great fun teaching her, too, especially the parts where it was necessary to stand quite close, touching a little now and then. He looked down at the rifle he'd brought and smiled. This would be more entertaining than the pistol. "I can learn that too," she said, misinterpreting the smile. "It must operate according to the same basic principles." He nodded. She gave him the pistol and picked up the rifle. While he carefully put away the pistol, she tried the rifle's weight and studied the mechanism, quite as gravely and intently as she studied hatted falcons. She had no trouble loading it, though at 45 inches long it was a good deal more awkward to handle. It was also a good deal more weapon to manage. She'd soon find out how much more. That would be interesting. When all was ready, he made his face very serious and drew closer. "You rest the butt against your shoulder, so," he said. He explained about recoil, placed her hands, straightened the rifle, showed her how to sight, and so on. Then he moved behind her, made some final adjustments, and said, "Fire when you're ready." She gave a little twitch of her backside as she sought a comfortable position. Then she fully cocked the weapon, shifted her stance slightly, and pulled the trigger. There was a metallic snap, a puff of smoke, a brief delay, then the explosion and the recoil, driving her backward. Though he'd warned her she was not prepared for the recoil's force. The rifle fell from her hands, and she stumbled back into him. He was fully prepared, though, and caught her, his arms closing over her bosom, his crossed hands firmly upon her breasts. He might have regained his balance, but didn't try. He simply gave way and fell backward onto the sandy ground, taking her with him. It was unnecessary and thoroughly improper. Her breasts were in no danger of becoming dislodged, but he didn't care. She would probably plant him a facer in the next second or drive an elbow into him, but he didn't care. Smiling happily, he lay under her, his arms upon her splendid bosom, while he waited for the explosion. A long moment passed. Then she pushed his hands away, twisted sharply about, and raised herself up to glare at him. He grinned at her. She gazed at him for a time, green eyes fierce. Finally she opened her mouth, and he thought, "Here comes the tongue-lashing." She let out a huff of vexation, and her soft mouth came down on his. She tasted like gunpowder. Rupert grasped her waist and held on. It was like being shot from a cannon or thrown from a precipice. She had only to bring her mouth to his and the world flew apart, and he rocketed to places he didn't recognize. She pushed her fingers into his hair and held him, as though he was imbecile enough to try to get away, and dragged her mouth over his. The teasing hint of incense was everywhere, mingling with the taste and scent of gunpowder, and the taste and scent and feel of her, the ripe peach of a mouth and silk velvet skin, the feathery tickle of her hair, the curving body shaped exactly for his hands. He'd waited so very long. He'd been so patient for him and careful for him, but she was so different. He'd never known a woman like her. He'd never had so many feelings. He might as well be a raw schoolboy. He became heated in an instant like a boy. Not that he cared who he was or how old he felt. Only her mouth mattered, and the lure of her wicked tongue drawing him deeper, and the strange champagne taste of her, sweet and tangy in his mouth, and swirling through him to make a smoky haze in his brain. Only her body counted, moving sinuously over him, the delicious friction of her breasts against his chest. The Egyptian sun beat down, but it was night-time to him. The gritty sand under his head and back was silken sheets. He forgot where he was and why. Her mouth left his, and she rubbed her cheek against his jaw, and the touch was a jab to the heart. She pressed her lips to his neck and trailed kisses to the base of his throat, little lightning strikes to the skin. Everywhere her mouth touched caught fire and set off thunderbolts in his heart. If he could have thought, he would have let her have her way, going at her own pace. There were all the obstacles, after all. He'd kept a distance, sure that time and proximity would wear down her resistance. He had known all this, what to do and what not to do, and above all, don't hurry her. But that was before she destroyed his mind. Now all he could do was feel, and the feelings all added up to I want. He was hot, and his mind was a black nothing, and she was close at hand, in his hands, and he had to have her, now. He dragged his hand down over her backside and pressed her hard against his throbbing cock. It felt good, but it could be better, much better. He dragged up her skirt and slid his hand over stocking and garter and up onto the bunched-up skirts and petticoats, over the back of her thigh. She jerked away as though he'd shot her. "Good God!" she cried. She rolled off him, tugging down her clothing. "Are you mad?" He blinked and dragged in air. "Well, yes," he said thickly. "Lust does that to a man." "You thought you would do that? In public?" "I wasn't thinking about where we were," he said. Her eyes widened. "I'm a man," he said, with what he was sure must be, in the circumstances, saintly patience. "I can do one or the other. Love-making or thinking, but not both at the same time." She stared at him for a moment. Then she drew up her knees and folded her arms upon them and buried her face in her folded arms. She did not pick up the rifle and knock him on the head with it. Perhaps all was not lost. "Somewhere else, then?" he said hopefully. Daphne lifted her head and stared at him in blank wonder. "Somewhere more private?" he said. "No," she said. "Not here, not anywhere." "But we like each other," he said. "It is completely physical," she said. "Isn't that the point?" She stood and brushed sand from her clothes and tried to straighten her petticoats discreetly. She could still feel his hand on the back of her naked thigh. Within she was still a tremble, still felt excitement and need, along with other sensations she couldn't name and didn't trust, shivering through her. They had come so close, too close, and in public. In public! "The point is finding my brother," she said, keeping her voice low and calm. It wasn't easy. "This is not a pleasure cruise. The Isis is not a seraglio. I am not your mistress, and I don't intend to become your mistress. I'm sorry I gave you reason to think so. I'm sorry I behaved badly." Oh, but how was the wild girl inside her to resist? If, like a proper woman, she'd scrambled away from him the instant they fell, she would have had a chance. But she wasn't proper, and it wasn't possible. A proper woman would have been outraged, but she was improper, and she'd wanted to laugh, at the way he'd so boldly clasped her breasts, at the way it felt, so good and pleasurable and right. She'd relished the pressure of his hands. She'd gloried in the feel of the long, powerful body under her. And most horribly improper of all, the feel of his arousal against her backside had thrilled her to the core. How on earth was she to behave properly when primitive urges so easily conquered her moral principles? She was not sure where or how she'd found the willpower to push his hands away. She'd wanted to stay there, trapped in his arms, sinfully aware of his desire for her. Somehow, though, she found the strength to break away and make herself turn and face him. Then what was she to do when he lay there grinning at her, quite unrepentant, a mischievous boy? Devilment danced in his dark eyes. It should have warned her off, but it called to the devil in her instead, and down she went to him, to claim his wicked mouth and make it hers. She'd no sooner touched her mouth to his, felt the smile against her lips, than she caught his scent, the diabolical woman-trap that sapped her reason, will, and morals. Nonetheless, it was not his fault. She couldn't blame him. He was a man, after all. It wasn't his fault that she was so sadly lacking in moral fibre or willpower or whatever normal women used in such situations. "You have a remarkable animal magnetism," she went on into the taut silence. "I've had no practice with that sort of thing. I'm sorry for misleading you. I was taught moral principles. I ought to be capable of adhering to them. I shall do so in future, I promise you." He walked a few steps away and came back. He kicked a pebble. He said something under his breath. He picked up the rifle and brushed off sand. "This will want a thorough cleaning," he said. His voice was dry, detached. "Where the devil are the servants?" He whistled, and Udile Tom came running. Minutes later, Daphne found out what had kept the party engaged for so long after she'd stopped shooting. One of the guards had them enthralled with a story about a white-haired ghost who'd caused a boat to collide with a sandbank and sink near Minya a week ago. The ghost, the guards said, had a very small beard, even though it appeared as a full-grown male. It was tall, almost as tall as the English sir, and dressed like a foreigner. It was very pale and wearing chains. Several people had seen it, the guards said. Some on shore had seen the apparition on the boat as it was sinking. They saw two men jump into the water and swim away in terror. The ghost appeared again upriver later the same night, floating toward the tombs, then again a few nights later going to the river. Everyone avoided the tombs beyond the Red Hill now because of him. Ordinarily, Daphne would have simply smiled at the tale. Egyptians' lives were thickly populated with supernatural beings, but the white hair and small beard gave her pause, and she asked for a fuller account. As she translated for Mr. Carsington, she saw the stiff, distant expression fade from his countenance, and an arrested look come into his dark eyes. He, too, had guessed the ghost's identity. Like her, though, he was careful to show no more than a mild interest in the tale. But when the guard was done and had rejoined the others, Mr. Carsington said in a low voice, "Your brother, I collect." Her heart thrummed, with hope, anticipation, and fear, too. She composed herself, met his gaze, and nodded. "The guard says the boat broke apart when it struck on a sandbank. Several corpses have turned up, but no survivors, apparently. He must have escaped." "He played a ghost to keep people away," Mr. Carsington said. "Very wise of him." "Miles has a vivid imagination," she said. "When it comes to solving practical problems, he can be amazingly sharp and quick, often ingenious." "That's good," Mr. Carsington said. "From all I've heard, Minya isn't a safe place for a solitary European." In truth, even with a large armed escort and Mr. Carsington towering over everybody, Daphne had been glad to leave the town behind. Lena hadn't exaggerated about the people. Daphne had never before seen in one place so many one-eyed individuals, or so many sickly and stunted children. She knew the eye disease, ophthalmia, was one of Egypt's perils, and she'd brought sulfate of copper and citron ointment, the medicines recommended to treat it. The Egyptians had no medicines and took no precautions against disease. Magic and superstition ruled. She'd seen too many small children, even helpless babies, with flies clustered upon their eyes. She'd seen a mother prevent a child from brushing them away. She'd also heard that some boys were deliberately mutilated to make them ineligible for conscription into Muhammad Ali's army. The flies and scarred faces were reason enough to pass through the town quickly, even had it been friendly. It was not friendly. The people were sullen and evasive. Miles, who'd been in charge of planning their journey, had told her about the 200 miles of marauders. No wonder he'd done what he could to keep people away. The Egyptians believe in an immense variety of jinn, good and bad, she told Mr. Carsington. Ghosts, ghouls, and afrits, demons, are species of jinn. They frequent graveyards and tombs. Well, he's not haunting the burial ground at the moment, Mr. Carsington said. I dare say he only comes out at night. There are tombs a short distance southward, she said, pointing. Near the Red Mound, the Kom el Ahmar. Then we'd better have a look, he said. It was dangerously close to sunset before they found any sign of Archdale, and then it was clear they'd come too late. As the day waned, their Egyptian entourage had grown increasingly reluctant to continue the search. At present, the guards waited outside the tomb. Most of the crew ventured only a few feet inside the entrance. Only Tom and another young servant, Yusuf, carrying the torches, had bravely followed Rupert and Mrs. Pembroke into the interior. Deep within the tomb they found the remains of a cooking fire and other signs of habitation. This was not unusual, Rupert knew. Foreign explorers often took up residence in tombs and temples, as did some natives. But this tomb held pieces of chain, as well as the remnants of English clothing of high quality. While dirty and torn, it was royal raiment compared to what the average Egyptian peasant wore. No native tomb dweller would have left such riches behind, in plain sight. At the moment, Tom and Yusuf stood in a corner, talking in subdued tones. Mrs. Pembroke had the ragged garments and pieces of chain in her hands. She was staring at them, her torch-lit countenance bleak. The heartbroken look only added to the nasty stew of emotion Rupert was experiencing. He'd rather not think about how he felt or she felt. He wanted to get out of here and on to the next thing, but he had to do something, say something. She'd started the search so eagerly and hopefully, and she was so bitterly disappointed. Not to mention that Rupert was still disturbed about what had happened earlier. While he wasn't a saint, he did have rules, simple sporting rules regarding what a gentleman did and did not do. A gentleman didn't bed an unmarried lady, for instance. He did bed unwed women who weren't ladies, actresses, ballet dancers, courtesans, and such. He might bed a married lady, but Rupert had always shied away from such liaisons, deeming them far too complicated. Widows, though, weren't complicated. Virginity breached, husbands permanently out of the picture, they were supposed to be fair game. He was desperately in lust with this widow. She'd shown clear signs that she wasn't indifferent to him. She wasn't easy to seduce, and the challenge made her even more attractive. Besides, she had the face and figure of a goddess and a gigantic brain. Everyone knew goddesses were more difficult and dangerous than the common run of females. Look at what happened in the Greek myths. You couldn't expect an extraordinary woman to behave like an ordinary one. If she'd hit him with the rifle butt or bloodied his nose, or at the very least given him a blistering scold earlier, he would have accepted the punishment cheerfully. He'd misbehaved, after all, using a minor accident as an excuse to take an outrageous liberty. Instead, the baffling creature blamed herself and apologized to him of all things. She was vexed with herself instead of with him. This made no sense. Worse, it made him feel all wrong inside. He was experiencing the ghastly sensation he remembered from boyhood. Conscience. It hadn't troubled him in years. Now it yowled at him and tied his innards in knots. Because of a bit of a grope with a widow who'd said in plain English that she liked him physically. "Well, we're a few days late, it seems," he said finally. "Still, looking on the bright side, we know we're on the right track. He isn't being held captive in Cairo. He's less than a week ahead of us." "Or behind us," she said. "He might be trying to return to Cairo. Or he might be dead. Or he might have moved on to another hiding place. The cliffs were riddled with tombs. It was a miracle they'd found any sign of Archdale after only half a day's search." But she knew this as well as Rupert did, and if he didn't say something to rouse her spirits, she'd lose heart. Her face would get the dead-white taut look that upset him almost as much as actual weeping. "You'd think Noxious would have found him by now, then," Rupert said. "You'd think he'd be looking diligently. Everyone stops at Minya. Surely he'd have heard about the boat mishap and put two and two together. It hardly takes a genius. After all, I worked it out." She looked up, and he saw her come out of whatever dark place of her immense brain she'd gone into. Her countenance brightened. Even in the wavering torchlight, Rupert could see her remarkable eyes shifting back and forth. "Good grief! I'd forgotten about him," she said. "But there's been nothing to remind me. No one's mentioned him. Isn't that odd? His boat is distinctive, you said. He's been up and down the Nile several times. People would recognize his boat. The Kashef would know him." "Not so strange," Rupert said. "The locals aren't the most forthcoming lot of Egyptians we've ever encountered." "Then we'll have to make them talk," she said. Clutching her brother's effects to her bosom, she hurried out. As they were returning to the landing place, Daphne was calculating her stores, debating whether she ought to sacrifice another set of the pistols, or perhaps some of Miles's instruments as bribery. She was glad to have a plan of sorts, something productive to think about. She had not realized how deeply, painfully so, she'd hoped, until the hope was dashed. She had not realized truly how much she missed Miles, until she held his filthy shirt in her hands. Then to see the broken pieces of chain, and imagine what he'd endured, and feel so helpless. She told herself not to succumb to despair, to be grateful she had not found his body. She told herself not to weep. It would avail nothing. But never had she wanted so much to sink to her knees and cry until she had no tears left. She was recovered now, though, thanks to Mr. Carsington's mentioning Lord Noxley. His lordship had pointed out how quickly news travelled here. It was odd that no one in Minya had said a word about him. His boat must have stopped there for supplies. Otherwise they must wait until they reached Asyut, nearly 100 miles away. Calculating bribes and speculating about his lordship kept her mind occupied all the way back to the landing place. As they neared the water, a young woman pushed past the men and thrust a baby wrapped in dirty rags in Daphne's face. "Help my child!" the woman cried in anguished Arabic. "Give the babe your magic, English lady!" Some of the men tried to push the woman away. Mr. Carsington's arm went around Daphne's shoulders. "Her baby's sick," Daphne said. "I can see that," he said, "but they're all sick and I don't trust anybody. Tom, get a coin from my coat and give it to her." He drew Daphne closer. "Come away." Daphne started to go with him, but glanced back. The woman was young, little more than a girl. She shook her head at Udail Tom, who was holding out a coin. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "My baby!" she cried. "Please, English lady!" Daphne glanced up at Mr. Carsington. He wore a pained expression. Then to the woman she said, "Come with us." Rupert could see that the mother was young, poor, and desperate. He didn't want to turn his back on her, but it might be a trap, or it might lead to trouble. If the babe died, and it looked very near to drawing its last feeble breath, any of a number of things might happen, none of them good. Tom and Lena had agreed that blood feud was popular in the countryside. Rupert had enough to do, protecting Mrs. Pembroke and her entourage from villains. What the ISIS did not need was a lot of vengeful villagers in pursuit as well. The sensible thing to do was give the girl a generous baksheesh and get away as quickly as possible. He would have been sensible, would have carried away Mrs. Pembroke bodily if necessary, if the confounded Egyptian female had not commenced weeping. As the first tears trickled down, he knew he hadn't a prayer. He got everyone safely aboard and kept vigilant watch as they crossed to the ISIS. There he spent his time on deck with the men. Occasionally Lena would emerge from the middle cabin, which had been quickly transformed into the ISIS's infirmary. Her reports on the infant's progress were invariably pessimistic. The child suffered from a bilious fever, perhaps the typhus fever, or something even worse. Fevers killed strong, healthy adults. They'd brought the Consul General to death's door more than once, she'd heard, and he had proper doctors, not shamans and village hags. What hope was there for a weak, ill-fed baby who'd been treated with nothing but charms and magic spells for days? Now they would all catch the fever and die in one of the filthiest and ugliest places in all the world, and when they were all dead, the peasants would come and pillage the boat and throw their bodies in the river for the fish and the crocodiles to eat. After Lena returned to her mistress, and certain death by the sounds of it, Rupert could spend the next several hours cursing himself for once again falling victim to feminine tears. He was an idiot. No, worse, he was a cliché. Women wept, easily and often. An adult male ought to be able to remain sane while they did so. Had he remained sane, Mrs. Pembroke would be in no danger, or no more than the usual danger, of contracting some unspeakable foreign disease. They were miles from civilization and anything remotely resembling medical care. All she had was her medicine case, whose contents were shrinking, thanks to the crew members' frequent accidents. She'd treated with success someone's bruised foot, someone else's swollen thumb, and one case of sunstroke. Rupert had no idea how much she knew about treating fever. More than he did, beyond question. If she fell ill, he wouldn't have the first idea what to do. From sunset until the last streak of light faded from the sky, and the stars arranged themselves in the familiar constellations, Rupert paced the deck, growled when spoken to, and repeatedly waved away Tom's attempts to lure him into the front cabin to take some supper. When he heard the footsteps behind him, he assumed it was Tom again, come to plague him.
"No, I don't want any supper," Rupert said. "No. Is that not clear? I thought you had mastered the English term. Clearly I was wrong. What is the Egyptian word for no? How about bokra? Not today."
"No is la," came an amused feminine voice. The polite refusal would be la shokran. He turned quickly, and his heart slammed into his rib cage. He managed to keep from reaching for her and pulling her into his arms, but he couldn't suppress the moronic smile or the laugh of pleasure that it turned into. All this at the sound of her voice. But she sounded happy. He was relieved. Naturally, the child wasn't dead. The prognosis must be hopeful, else he'd have heard the disappointment and sorrow in her voice.
"The babe," he said, "it's well?"
"It's a she, amazingly enough," she said. "Girls are not very important and normally wouldn't be worth the trouble. But Saba's mother deems her exceedingly valuable. The name means morning, you know. We got some liquids into her which seemed to help. We gave her a cool bath and she bore it well, unlike her mamma, who was terrified. Then I tried a decoction of Peruvian bark. The fever seems to be declining, quite rapidly, in fact." Rupert let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding.
"I'm glad to hear it," he said.
"You can have no idea how relieved I am," she said.
"Not nearly as relieved as he'd wager."
"I have no experience of children," she went on. "Still, I did care for my parents and Virgil, and must have absorbed some doctoring wisdom. It is little enough, but these people have none. A compress, a bath, a poultice. The simplest remedies are great miracles and magic to them. Good grief! What a world this is!" Her voice caught.
"You've had a long and trying day," he said quickly. "Come inside and help me eat the supper Tom's so frantic about."
He paused and added,
"Dr. Pembroke."
She laughed at that, but he heard the strain in her voice.
"Come, I'm starved," he said.
And then it was simple instinct to put a protective arm about her shoulders and lead her inside. They had a quiet, companionable meal, and Rupert was reaching for his third helping of sweet pastry, when Lena screamed. Chapter 13. Everyone erupted into the passage at once. Daphne, Mr. Carsington with a piece of pastry in his hand, the mother, Nafisa, with the baby clutched to her bosom, and Lena, who slammed the door to Daphne's cabin shut behind her. She ended the barrage of questions with the grim announcement, "Mongoose."
"Is that all?"
said Mr. Carsington. He made his way through the gantlet of females and grasped the door handle.
I thought someone was cutting your throat.
He showed his teeth at me, Lena said. Mr. Carsington opened the door and smiled.
Gad, it's only a baby. Well, not fully grown at any rate.
The smile faded.
But he's got... Or is it a she? I think it's a she, actually.
What's it got? Daphne said. She edged round Nafisa and baby and past Lena, and on tiptoe looked over Mr. Carsington's shoulder. Oh, it's Miles's shirt. The creature had a clump of sleeve in her teeth. She gazed balefully at the humans in the doorway.
They're good with rats, Mr. Carsington said. And snakes. She could come in handy, Mrs. Pembroke, when you're dismantling temples and pyramids.
As he spoke, he turned to meet her gaze, his as black as midnight. His mouth was mere inches away, a smile teasing at the very corners. She wanted to bring her lips to that hint of a smile and kiss it away from him and into her. She needed the smile, the secret joke, the humour that was so much a part of his fierce aliveness. She inched back and told herself to calm down. We have 2 cats, she said.
Killing venomous snakes is not their specialty, Mr. Carsington said. Recollect, you do like to poke about places where short-tempered vipers like to sleep.
I'm not at all sure the cats will be happy about her, Daphne said. Besides, she might be wild, or rabid. I cannot think why any rational mongoose would wish to eat a dirty shirt. It is not as though there is any shortage of rats hereabouts.
Yes, it's very interesting, said Mr. Carsington. Such interesting things happen in your vicinity.
His amused expression faded. He looked puzzled, lost. But of course he could not be lost. The indecent embrace yesterday must have disarranged her mind as well as her morals. The unusual expression quickly vanished, though, and his gaze returned to the mongoose.
I suppose you want me to take the shirt away from her?
The creature still watched them, garment in her teeth. Her fur bristled. I'm not sure that's wise, Daphne said. She looks ready to fight about it. By this time, Lena having apprised Nafisa of the situation, the young mother approached and asked if she might look. Daphne and Mr. Carsington moved out of the way. Nafisa looked in. The baby pointed and said something in baby gibberish. I think this is my neighbour's mongoose, Nafisa said. She is tame, but lately she has become troublesome. One night I catch her near my chickens. I chase her away with a stick. In a little while my neighbour comes, and he is angry with me. He says I hurt her foot. Now she limps, he says, and she is worthless to kill snakes because she is too slow. I think he was the one who hurt her. She came to steal my eggs because it is easier than killing snakes. But my husband is dead, and I have no one here to stand up to this man. This makes him bold. See if she is lame, she urged. He put her down to show me, and she ran away from him. I could see her foot pained her, and I felt sorry for her. Later I went out again to look for her, but I saw the ghost, and I was afraid. See if she is lame, she repeated. The art of brevity was not highly prized in Egypt. Daphne was able to condense the tale to a few English sentences. When she was done, Mr. Carsington crouched down, held out his bit of pastry, and called to the animal.
Come, my dear, wouldn't you rather a bit of sweet than that dirty old shirt?
The creature stared at the pastry without moving. She's Egyptian, Daphne said. She crouched down beside him. Ta'alla henne, she crooned. Come here. The creature looked up at her and sniffed. Ta'alla henne, Daphne repeated. The mongoose advanced a few steps, dragging the shirt along. Then she stopped, chittered at them, and sat down on the garment, her teeth still firmly clamped on the sleeve. Those few steps showed her favouring the front left paw.
That's the way Alistair walks, said Mr. Carsington.
Your brother, she said. The one who was injured at Waterloo.
He nodded. Such a melting effect the limp had on women. They sighed, they swooned, they threw themselves at him. Maybe what I need is a limp." He shot her a glinting, sidelong glance. It was not merely a glance. It was purposeful and intimate. It conjured the taste of his mouth and the feel of his hands and his hard body and the rush of mad joy she'd experienced when she fired the pistol for the first time and when she'd kissed him. Her knees softened first, then her muscles, then her head. While Daphne struggled to reclaim what used to be her brain, Nafisa said, "This is my neighbour's mongoose. I am sure of it." Daphne's intellect sorted itself into order and her attention reverted to the girl and the crucial words she'd uttered moments ago. "You saw her the night you saw the ghost, Nafisa," she said. "Tell me about the ghost." Daphne translated for Mr. Carsington later, when they returned to the front cabin. He'd already got the gist of it from Lena, though. Nafisa had seen the ghost last Thursday night. The next morning she reported the sighting to her neighbour's wife. Before long, some of the Kashef's men came to her house and questioned her for a long time about the ghost. She described what she'd seen and where. They gave her money and went away. Later she saw a group of men go out to the tombs. They were strangers and foreigners. They weren't from her village or from Minya, but most of the villagers seemed to know who they were, and they were afraid of these men. "Shall we return to the Kashef?" Daphne asked. "A large enough bribe will probably elicit the information we want." "I'll deal with him first thing tomorrow," Mr. Carsington said. "I'll take Tom."
"Tom's grasp of English is haphazard at best, and his vocabulary is exceedingly limited," Daphne said.
"That's all right," Mr. Carsington said. "I don't mean to do much talking." "But you're not coming with me," he said. "I need you to take charge of the boat while I'm gone."
"Take charge?"
"I need someone here I can rely upon," he said. "You must persuade Nafisa to travel with us. It isn't safe for her to go back to her village. Her neighbour is one of the Kashef's spies, I don't doubt, and they all seem to be in league with our villains." "But you—" "If anyone attempts to board, shoot them," he said. "You're the only one I can count on to keep a cool head if there's trouble."
"But I don't shoot straight," she cried.
"Hardly anyone does," he said. "However, men are struck cold with terror at the sight of you cocking a pistol. Just start shooting, and tell Raiz Rashad to make sail."
"But you—"
"If Tom and I run into difficulties, we'll catch up with you later," he said. They would catch up if they survived the encounter with the Kashef, that is. Rupert expected trouble. He was looking forward to it, actually, but he kept his expectations to himself. The next morning, when he visited the fat liar, Rupert simply offered to teach him to fly. Then Rupert demonstrated his teaching method by picking up the largest of the guards and throwing him against a wall. Several other guards started for Rupert then. He told Tom to run, then stood, arms open in welcome, and grinned at the oncoming guards. A fight was exactly what Rupert was hoping for. He was not in a good mood. He'd had a disturbing experience the previous evening, when his gaze had turned from the demented mongoose to the woman beside him. He'd looked into Mrs. Pembroke's remarkable green eyes and realized he hadn't endured a dull moment since the moment she'd entered the dungeon in Cairo. He couldn't say why, but this made him uneasy. He was never uneasy, and didn't like the feeling. Meanwhile, he was still horny and hadn't spied a single attractive female in this provoking town. So he'd settle for the next best thing, a fight. Daphne paced the deck, rifle in hand. Lena and Nafisa, the latter with naked baby astride her shoulder, Egyptian style, paced alongside her. "He will return safely," Nafisa assured Daphne. "The mongoose is a good omen. Everyone recognizes this." "The boy will say the wrong thing," Lena said. "The Kashef will take offense and cut off his tongue, maybe his head. You should not have let your Englishman go this morning, mistress. You should have gone to his bed and taken off your clothes. If you had kept him happy in this way, he would not notice or care if the boat set sail. We might have departed this accursed place when the sun came up. What shall we do if the town turns against us and the wind fails? All the men will be killed and we will be sold in the slave market, or else they will rape us and leave us in the desert for the vultures and jackals to eat."
The wind showed no signs of failing. If anything, it had grown stronger in the course of the morning. If the town turned hostile, the Isis could be off at a moment's notice. Daphne and Mr. Carsington had consulted with Rais Rashad at daybreak. All was in readiness for a quick departure, if the wind held. "Be of good heart, lady," Nafisa told Daphne. "This boat is magical. You have healing magic, and the English master has power over snakes." "No one fears snake charmers," Lena said scornfully. "But in Saqqara he commanded a wild viper, not a tame snake with no fangs like those in the snake charmers' baskets," Nafisa said. "Everyone here has heard of his magic at the Pyramid of Steps in Saqqara. Everyone has heard of his strength like a genie. Why do you think only one man came to rob your boat the other night? The others feared the magic." Daphne paused in her pacing. Really? How disappointing for Mr. Carsington. He was so looking forward to fighting bandits. "He is looking for a fight," Lena said grimly. "Anyone can see this." Lowering her voice, she added, in a still audible aside to Nafisa, "They desire each other. But they are English, you see, and the English people have strange—" A shout cut her off. Daphne's attention swung back landward. The man they spoke of was sauntering down toward the landing place, Tom behind him. Yusuf, who'd gone ashore, was running to meet them. Daphne was tempted to do the same. The sun glinted on hair as black as a raven's wing. The wind whipped the camise's billowing shirt-sleeves against Mr. Carsington's powerful arms, and his loose Turkish trousers against his long legs. Her heart felt wind-whipped too, beating with a mad happiness against her ribs. He was alive. He looked toward Udial Tom, who was talking, then laughed at whatever it was the boy said. Then Mr. Carsington's gaze came to her, and he grinned and waved, and she thought, "I'm lost." The Isis got underway the instant Mr. Carsington and his youthful devotees came aboard. By this time, Daphne had herself under control. "You are alive," she said with wonderful composure. "In one piece, no visible bruises."
"That's Tom's fault," Mr. Carsington said. "Just as things were about to get interesting, he started jabbering. It went on forever. Something about jinn and afrits, I think. At any rate, the kashef turned pale and sent everyone away except his interpreter. Then suddenly his honour began remembering things."
A sound near their feet made him look down. The mongoose stood on her hind legs, peering up at him. The creature still held the shirt in its sharp little teeth. The animal had had a dispute with the cats last night, but that was all. The cook, who had reason to fear for his chickens, had actually fed her, and the crew seemed to accept her. Everyone aboard, except the cats, seemed to view the mongoose as a good omen, as Nafisa said.
"Ah, still with us, I see," Mr. Carsington said.
Far more important, he was still with them, alive, in one piece. Only when she saw him strolling so casually to the landing place did Daphne realize how much anxiety she'd suppressed. "It seems she means to stay," she said a little breathlessly. "Nafisa, too. No difficulty there. She wasn't at all eager to return to her late husband's village. Negotiations had begun, you see, to add her to her neighbour's collection of wives. The neighbour whose mongoose this was."
"She's ours now," Mr. Carsington said. "What shall we call her?"
"Nafisa," Daphne said. "Surely you can pronounce that."
"I meant the mongoose," he said.
"Oh." Daphne regarded the creature, who was still transfixed by Mr. Carsington. Could anybody resist him? The cats, Gog and Magog. They were as majestically indifferent to him as they were to everyone else aboard. If only I were a cat, Daphne thought.
"Marigold," he said. "What do you think of the name Marigold?"
"I think it's silly," Daphne said, "which fits her perfectly. She's the silliest mongoose I've ever heard of." He crouched down.
"Marigold?" he said.
The mongoose chewed on the bit of shirt in its mouth. He rose.
"She's thinking it over.
While she does so, perhaps you would be so good as to tell me what the Kashef remembered, Daphne said.
Oh, that. He frowned. Come inside. I'm perishing for coffee.
The coffee came, and food, too. The tray, crammed with dishes, none of them remotely English, reminded Rupert he'd eaten nothing since his quick breakfast at daybreak. Between mouthfuls he began giving Mrs. Pembroke a fuller account of his meeting with the Kashef of Minya. When Rupert described his initial diplomatic efforts, the flying demonstration, she stared at him, green eyes wide. Then the pale, stunned look reddened into anger. "How could you be so irresponsible?" she said. "They might have killed you, and Tom. Then where should we be? Did you forget we've several females aboard? One little more than a girl and another a baby?" She stood up quickly, in a flurry of muslin. "But why do I ask? Of course you are irresponsible. If you were not, you would not have been in that dungeon in Cairo. If you were a responsible, thinking individual, Mr. Salt would not have jumped at the chance to be rid of you." As you'd expect, her brain was in excellent working order. She was right on every count.
Come, don't be cross,
he said.
It was stupid, I admit, but I was in a foul temper and not thinking clearly.
"We cannot afford your indulging in ill humour," she said. "I cannot do this alone. I rely upon you, Mr. Carsington. I do not like to inhibit you. I know you are a man of action, who must find so much responsibility oppressive. But I must ask you—" Her voice wobbled.
"Oh, no," he said.
She held up her hand. "I am not going to weep," she said.
"Yes, you are," he said.
She came back to the divan and sat down. She bit her lip. He sighed.
"Go ahead."
She shook her head.
"It's all right," he said. "I'd rather you hit me, but this punishment is much more painful. Exactly what I deserve."
She smiled crookedly. "I'll show mercy this time," she said. "But you must not do it again." The crooked smile might as well have been a hook. It dug in sharply into some place deep inside, and he stared at her stupidly, like the fish he might as well be, caught on a crooked brink-of-tears smile.
"I will never, ever do it again," he said.
"Good." The smile smoothed out, and she settled back onto the divan, tucking her feet under her. "Tell me what you learnt from the Kashef."
"Noxious's famous boat did stop here, not quite a week ago."
Rupert focused on the story and the food, to keep from thinking about what she was doing to him.
"It was a short visit, to load supplies. He came with another man to call on the Kashef. The ghost was discussed. After Noxious left, the other fellow inquired in the area about the ghost. A day or so thereafter, he went with a group of men to the rock tombs to perform holy rituals to summon the ghost and make it vanish. And lo and behold, a genie came in a sandstorm and carried the ghost away into the desert. In other words, your brother is travelling across the desert at present in the company of unsavoury characters of various tribes and nations, and these men are known to be in Noxious's employ."
Her green eyes widened. "Good grief!"
"All the consuls in Egypt, including our own, employ disreputable persons on occasion," Rupert said. "Noxious is trying to recover your papyrus as well as your brother. The people who kidnapped your brother are cutthroats, literally. Much as I dislike defending him, I can well understand why his lordship should hire men of the same breed."
"Perhaps that's understandable," she said. "But leaving Miles in their care is not."
"Yes, well, matters are a bit more complicated than we thought," Rupert said. "There's a war in progress, apparently, and it isn't mere unfriendly competition for antiquities. This one seems to be personal between Noxious and Duval, and it's more violent than the usual disputes."
"In other words, Miles has been caught in the middle," she said.
"So it seems."
Rupert went on eating, occasionally glancing up now and again to watch her green eyes shift from side to side. He knew she was only thinking, and it wasn't about seduction. She was working out the implications of what he'd said. He wondered why he found it so fascinating, watching her think. "A war," she said finally. "And since Lord Noxley's men now have Miles, We can expect Duval's men to come after me."
"You'd be a valuable bargaining chip," Rupert said. He paused before adding, "If I understood correctly, they're all headed south. If you think it would be wise at this point, knowing what we do, to—"
"Absolutely not," she said sharply. "I'm not turning back. They can fight over the silly papyrus if they want, but I am not leaving Miles in the hands of brigands and assassins, no matter who employs them. I'm not going back to Cairo without my brother. I did not come this far only to run away at the first difficulty."
"It's hardly the first difficulty," he said. "Have you forgotten we were trapped in a pyramid? Have the various corpses we stumbled over slipped your mind? We were arrested, recollect. There was the intimate encounter with a viper, and we've been invaded by a lunatic mongoose."
She dismissed this with an airy wave of her hand. "We knew early on that Duval might come after me to use me against my brother. The threat did not deter me then, and it will not deter me now."
"I rather thought not."
Rupert grinned stupidly. He couldn't help it, any more than he could help feeling so stupidly pleased. He would have taken her back if she wished, though he wasn't at all ready to cut short their adventure. She rose. "We shall continue as planned. Lord Noxley's men must meet up with their employer sooner or later. We'll retrieve Miles and let them proceed with their war without us. For the present, however, I need to collect my thoughts, in solitude." She opened the door and the mongoose entered, shirt trailing. "Marigold will keep you company." The wind grew stronger with each passing mile. It subsided at sunset, only to return with increased force when the sun rose the next day. Fortunately, it was in their favour, and it did give Daphne an excuse to remain cloistered in her cabin. The wind-driven sand often kept the women inside, in cabins whose chinks were stuffed with rags. Lena spent a good deal of time with Nafisa and the baby, leaving Daphne to study her new cartouches in peace. Except that she wasn't peaceful. She couldn't concentrate. She wasn't at all easy in her mind about Miles, but that wasn't the whole trouble. She knew she'd crossed a line on the day they left Minya. The outburst itself wasn't unreasonable in the circumstances, but what she'd said wasn't half of what she'd felt. She'd become attached to him, which was the stupidest mistake, because he was not the sort of man who could become attached to anybody, and most especially not to a dull bookworm nearly 30 years old. She was glaring with helpless incomprehension at a set of cartouches in her notebook when she heard footsteps in the passage, then a tap at her door. She flung the notebook aside, went to the door, and opened it. And her heart opened up too, and had a little party, with dancing. Udile Tom stood in the passage, bearing the coffee tray. Behind him stood Mr. Carsington, in one of his Arabian Nights costumes. Deeply tanned, his black hair wind-blown, he looked more untamable than ever.
"Lena says you're cross," he said.
"I am not," Daphne lied. "I was working."
"No, you weren't," he said. "You haven't got ink all over you."
He looked over her shoulder into the cabin.
"Your papers and notebooks are not scattered about the divan."
"Arranged," she said. "My materials are carefully arranged. I told you there must be order."
"Your idea of order looks like a muddle of books and papers to me," he said. "But then I'm an idiot."
"Mr. Carsington."
"You need coffee and sweets to stimulate that immense brain of yours," he said.
He patted Udile on the shoulder, and the boy carried the coffee tray into her cabin and set it down on the low stool near the divan. Having completed his assignment, the boy departed. The aroma of freshly brewed Turkish coffee filled the small cabin. Daphne settled onto the divan once more. Mr. Carsington set one broad shoulder against the door-frame and lounged there. "Oh, come in," she said. "You know I cannot eat all this fatira by myself, not to mention how ridiculous it is to pretend you meant to go away directly when the tray is set for two."
"You're so clever," he said. "I did have an ulterior motive."
From the folds of his shirt he withdrew a roll of heavy paper.
"We need to look at the map and decide how many stops we ought to make before we come to Asyut, where we're obliged to stop."
While he spoke, he came in and sat on the divan, folding up his long legs as easily and naturally as though he were the Arabian prince he so closely resembled. "Asyut," she repeated, blank for a moment. Then, "Oh yes, the crew bakes bread there."
"We must give them the whole day," he said. He poured coffee for them both.
She would not let herself think about how intimate the gesture seemed, even with the door properly open. She would not let herself be stupid any more. "I can think of no reason to stop before then except for the night," she said. "It's most unlikely anyone will give us information. One of the two warring sides will have bribed or terrified the locals to hold their tongues, and you cannot go into every single village and knock people about to encourage them to talk." She took the map and turned a little away from him to unroll it and look for the place. "Ah, yes. Asyut will do very well. It is an important town. The caravans stop there. We can send the servants into the marketplace to collect gossip." She studied the map. "We have passed Beni Hassan, I don't doubt, at this rate."
"Long past," he said. "Reis Rashad expects to stop for the night at some place unpronounceable. Some famous ruins nearby."
"West or east bank?" "Antinopolis is to the east."
"West."
"El Ashmunain, then," she said. "The ruins of ancient Hermopolis are nearby. It was dedicated to Thoth, the Egyptian god of learning. He is the equivalent of the Greeks' Hermes and the Romans' Mercury. According to Plutarch, Thoth was represented by the ibis and had one arm shorter than the other."
"I read Plutarch," Mr. Carsington said. "That's all we read. Greeks and Romans. Romans and Greeks."
She looked away from the map toward him. He was reaching for another piece of fatira, the supply of which had noticeably dwindled in the last few minutes. "You had a sound classical education, in other words," she said. He ate his pastry, his black brows knit, as though she'd said something vastly puzzling. She set aside the map and sipped her coffee, wondering what on earth could cause him to deliberate about anything. After a rather long time, he spoke.
"I dare say my schooling was sound enough," he said, "but it was ghastly dull. The same authors and subjects are much more entertaining when you talk about them. I thought at first that was because you are so agreeable to look at."
It was nothing. A mere handful of words uttered in the most offhand way. He drank his coffee and scarcely looked at her. She didn't know where to look. The idiotish dancing had recommenced in her heart. She knew men liked her figure very well, even Virgil. That apparently was all he'd liked. She was aware that her face, while not pretty, was not repellent to men either. All the same, she was moved. Everything inside her seemed to open up, like fresh blossoms. "Oh," she said, aware of the blush simmering in her cheeks. "A compliment."
"It's a simple enough fact."
His voice dropped lower, to a rumble that vibrated deep within her.
"When I don't understand what you're talking about, I pretend I'm in a picture gallery, and you are all the pictures."
She thought she must burst with pleasure. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. It was more than a compliment. It was poetry, almost.
"But it isn't simply your looks," he went on, his gaze elsewhere, reflective. "It's the enthusiasm, the love of what you do. You make it interesting because you love it. You may talk of the driest stuff, yet I feel like what's-his-name, listening to Scheherazade."
His face changed then, darkened. If it had been any other man, she would have thought he blushed. But his dark gaze came back to her, and he shook his head, and laughed in his usual carefree way.
"I'm like a child, you see, easily entertained. Why do you think the fellow, the god, I mean, was misshapen?"
20 April. It was near daybreak. Lord Noxley's dahabiya, which had stopped at Girga overnight, set out well before the sun had cleared the horizon. A mile or two upriver, the Memnon approached a sandbank, where half a dozen crocodiles slept. They were the first to be seen on the journey thus far, for the creatures had over time retreated from their haunts farther south. Moments later, his lordship watched as the two men who'd run away from the ghost were bound and tossed into the water. At the first splash and scream, the reptiles woke and had breakfast. Most of the company, accustomed to the Golden Devil's methods, watched as he did, with no evident emotion. A few of the company who were not accustomed turned away. One of these was Ahmed. Until now, he'd thought Lord Noxley a good man. Like Ahmed's beloved master, this Englishman paid well, never shouted or abused those who served him, and did not permit beatings. Now Ahmed saw why the shouting and abuse were unnecessary, and why everyone aboard worked diligently. Now it dawned on him that he might have made a terrible mistake. But it dawned on him, too, that his master needed him now more than ever. Running away was out of the question. Chapter 14. Asyut, 21 April. The Isis sailed on, the wind continuing true and strong, dying away at sunset, only to return fresh at dawn. On the fourth day after leaving Minya, they reached Asyut. The bustling market town was the site of ancient Lycopolis, whose people worshipped the jackal, or wolf. The Description de l'Égypte contained cross-sections and other detailed illustrations of some of the more elaborate tombs carved into the nearby hills. It was nearly an hour's journey over one of the Nile's wider stretches of fertile land, then over a bridge to the mountain necropolis. The openings to the tombs and caves were plainly visible from a distance. A modern cemetery lay below. The famous rock tombs were not Rupert and Mrs. Pembroke's destination, however. They decided to venture into the hills and desert beyond, where people might feel freer to answer their questions. Accordingly, dressed in Arab-style garments that would not attract attention, Rupert and Mrs. Pembroke set out on donkeys with Tom, Yusuf, and a pair of guards from the town. Rupert noticed the change in the wind as they reached the hillside. It had come up less fierce this morning, though still favourable, and he'd regretted the loss of time almost as much as Mrs. Pembroke had. But in the course of this morning's journey it had died away altogether. Now, as they reached the edge of the desert plain, it was reviving. It had changed direction, though. After a few miles he was getting a bad feeling. The guards were dawdling far behind, and the lads looked uneasy. Rupert met Tom's gaze. "Simoom," the boy said. "Simoom comes, I think." Yusuf beside him nodded and went into a long spate of Arabic. The wind was picking up, whirling sand. Mrs. Pembroke said, "I think we'd better—" Tom gave a shout and pointed southward. Rupert turned that way. A great yellow fog bank welled up from the horizon. Another shout made him look behind him. The guards were galloping away. Yusuf cried, "Hadid ya Mashum!" "Allahu Akbar!" Tom shouted. Rupert knew that last one. God is most great. It was a charm to ward off evil. In Minya he'd found out that the Egyptians believed the jinn rode in the sandstorms. Running for cover was definitely the best idea. "Go," he told the boys. "Follow the guards." "Mrs. Pembroke," he called. He could hear the wind's roar drawing closer. "Yes, I—" The words slid into a shriek as her donkey reared and galloped away in the wrong direction. Rupert spurred his animal after her. The fog swelled into a wave of sand, billowing toward them. An instant before Rupert reached them, her donkey came to a sudden halt, turned abruptly, and fell. Rupert dismounted and hurried to the fallen rider and mount, but her donkey was already struggling up onto its feet. Before he could grab it, the beast, freed of its burdens, fled. Rupert grabbed the bridle of his mount before it could follow. Mrs. Pembroke struggled to rise too, but fell down again. "Just my foot," she gasped as Rupert knelt beside her. "Silly ass fell on it." The billowing sand was welling up, like a whirlpool upside down. It grew into a great swirling pillar of sand, and it was racing straight at them. He caught her round the waist with one arm and lifted her up from the ground, his other hand still holding his anxious donkey's bridle. He dragged them both toward the jagged, stony slopes of the mountain necropolis. The sand beat at his face, stung his eyes, filled his nose. The swirling pillar was nearly upon them. He hauled woman and beast into the nearest crevice. He pulled off his cloak and sank down to the ground, taking Mrs. Pembroke with him. He pulled her between his bent legs and wrapped the cloak about them both. The donkey pressed close to the humans. The sandstorm, shrieking and roaring, bore down on them. The men who were following the party abruptly reversed direction and raced back to Asyut. They waited out the Simoom in a coffee shop near the southwest gate at the back of the town, facing the tombs. At this shop, one could obtain white or black coffee, the former laced with forbidden brandy. The men drank white coffee. They were all mercenaries who worked for a Frenchman named Duval. They had orders to capture the red-headed Englishwoman they'd been following recently. Today offered the prime opportunity. The woman had left most of her people behind. She travelled to the tombs with only a few servants and a pair of guards who could be counted on to run at the first sign of trouble. The large Englishman who accompanied her didn't worry them. One man stood no chance against 10 experienced killers. After several cups of white coffee, though, they began arguing about the Englishman. They'd all heard he was the son of a great lord whose wealth far surpassed that of Muhammad Ali. Now some of them said he would be worth more alive than dead. With each succeeding cup of coffee, the debate grew louder. They woke from his nap the gatekeeper nearby, who left his post to demand silence. One of the men, Karif, apologized and escorted him out of the shop. The instant they were out of onlookers' view, Karif thrust a knife between the gatekeeper's ribs. He propped up the corpse in its usual place, where it remained undisturbed until the watch changed next morning, everyone who passed assuming the gatekeeper was sleeping as usual. Karif found this highly amusing, and laughed from time to time, thinking about it. Rupert couldn't guess how long the sandstorm went on. It seemed an eternity. The wind howled, and the sand lashed at them like an enraged monster. Small wonder the Arabs thought the jinn rode in the sandstorms. In the cloak's shelter it was hot and dark. It smelled of donkey, too. But the rocks sheltered them from the worst of the storm's brutality, and the tightly woven cloth blocked the worst of the biting sand. Mrs. Pembroke clung to him, mute and motionless. Oh, and soft. He felt her breath, the quick inhale-exhale of fear against his collarbone, where his shirt had fallen open. He was acutely aware of the hurried rise and fall of her bosom against his chest, and of the soft pressure of her bottom against his thigh and groin. He bent and pressed a reassuring kiss to the top of her head. Her hair was so soft and fell in waves, like the rippling desert sand. She'd lost her veil, he realized, the obnoxious veil he resented, while aware of the protection it afforded against the Egyptian sun, as well as prying male eyes. It wasn't black, he remembered, but he couldn't recall what colour it was. She hadn't worn black in days, he realized. Since Minya? "We'll be all right," he said. He could barely hear his own words over the whistle and wail of the sandstorm. He didn't know if she answered or not. He knew, though, that she held him tightly, her arms wrapped about his waist, as though she feared the storm would bear him away otherwise. At moments he thought it might. The wind was unlike anything he'd ever experienced on dry land. It was more like an ocean storm, like being caught in a tearing sea of sand. Twice he thought it would rip them out from their crevice to throw them miles into the air, then drop them in so many broken pieces upon the Libyan hills. But if so, it must take them both or none. He would not give her up, to man or to force of nature, however great. He wrapped his arms more tightly about her, his fingers clutching at the robe to keep it closed, while he prayed the storm would end soon, before they suffocated. He didn't waste any more breath on reassurances she couldn't hear over the storm. He only pressed his lips to her head, again and again, hoping she'd understand. He'd take care of her. She would not come to harm so long as he was alive. Some lifetimes later, the world began to quiet. The wind still blew strong, and the sand beat against them still, but not so ferociously. The juggernaut of whirling sand had moved on to sow destruction elsewhere. He lifted his head. Gingerly he loosened his hold on the robe and peered out. "I think it's safe to breathe," he said. She let out a whoosh of breath, then coughed. "Sorry," he said. He kissed her temple. "Sorry, I didn't mean to crush your ribs." Her arms slid from his waist. She lifted her head. She eased her rump a few inches away from his crotch. He wanted her back. He wanted her tucked into his arms, her soft hair tickling his chin. He wanted to feel her breathing against his collarbone and the soft pressure of her breasts and her backside. After a moment she crawled farther away and spat out sand. "Good grief," she said. "Good grief." "Are you all right?" he said. "Your foot?" She turned her foot experimentally. "It seems to be functioning," she said. "My boots are filled with sand. My trousers are filled with sand. I am a walking sandbag. No, not walking, not yet. Let me just catch my breath." She drew up her knees and folded her arms upon them and bowed her head upon her arms. He looked about them. The wind had heaped a large mound of sand into the opening they'd entered. He rose cautiously and looked to the southeast. A fresh yellow tidal wave was building. He said. "Yes, I'll be up in a minute." "I'm not sure we have a minute," he said, "and I don't fancy being buried here." He hauled her up and started pulling her and the donkey up the mountain. Being abruptly dragged to her feet and yanked up a mountainside knocked out of Daphne the half a breath she'd managed to collect. She'd none to spare for commentary. Not that he would have listened, or needed to. He'd summed up their situation accurately, she soon saw. A glance back showed her why he was so impatient to be moving. Sand had partly filled their shelter, and another sand funnel was hurtling toward them. Fortunately, paths had been worn or cut into the hillside for access to the tombs. With Mr. Carsington to lean on, Daphne could get along well enough. She was thankful for her Turkish trousers, which allowed for easier movement than the usual layers of petticoats under not very wide skirts. The donkey experienced no difficulty at all, and came along agreeably enough. Daphne wondered where her mount had got to, and whether the poor thing was alive. She looked for it without much hope. Visibility was uncertain at best. The sun was either a hellish red behind a veil of sand, or disappeared altogether. Not that one could look in any direction for long. Eyes, ears, nose, and mouth filled with grit. One could scarcely breathe for the sand. Simply trying to protect herself from it exhausted her. Yet what she experienced at present, she now knew, was hardly the worst of the punishment the hot wind could bestow. She made herself stop looking back at the deadly yellow thing racing toward them, and focused on her companion. She recalled her moment of panic when her donkey had fallen, and she'd seen the monstrous sand tide rolling toward her. For an instant, blinded by the blowing sand, she'd felt alone, abandoned. But it was only for an instant, because in the next, he was there. As long as he was by, she could face anything. She'd followed him through the absolute darkness of the pyramid, squeezing past corpses on the way. She'd been arrested and locked up in jail like a common felon. She'd burst into a room filled with cutthroats and attacked them. She'd knelt by the dying rug merchant and tried to comfort him as the last drops of blood trickled from his slit throat. She'd shot a pistol and a rifle, though firearms had always terrified her. Even now she wasn't sure how she'd done any of these things. Perhaps she didn't really know herself after all. Perhaps, somehow, Mr. Carsington knew her better. She'd survived this, she told herself. All she had to do was stick close, not let him get killed, and this difficulty, too, would soon be behind them. He hauled her into the first tomb they reached. The donkey balked. It pulled back abruptly, tearing the bridle from his hand. Then it stood stock still in the doorway, braying. "Hermione, get in here," he snapped. The donkey brayed and pawed at the ground. "Hermione, don't make me come after you," he said. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Daphne said. "This is an Egyptian donkey. "Ta'alla henne," she called sharply to the agitated animal. "Ta'alla." The donkey snorted and tossed its head. "Ta'alla," Mr. Carsington said. The donkey trotted inside and went directly to him and nuzzled his arm. Naturally.
"She's afraid,"
Mr. Carsington said, stroking the creature's muzzle.
"The smell, I dare say."
It was a smell Daphne was growing accustomed to. Death. Not ordinary death, but mummy death. The thousands of years shriveled and petrified smell distinctive to Egypt. "It's better than the sandstorm," Daphne said. "Can we move further inside?" Now that she was out of immediate danger, she was trembling. "I should like to sit down, but out of reach of the wind and sand." Without waiting for him, she started down the entrance passage. It was much wider than the typical pyramid entrance. She could make out figures on the walls, and what appeared to be a block of hieroglyphs further on. It quickly grew too dark to see, though, and she moved more slowly and cautiously, keeping close to one wall, testing the way ahead with her foot, to avoid tripping over or into something.
"This is far enough, Mrs. Pembroke,"
his deep voice came from behind her.
"We're well out of reach of the sand, and Hermione is shaking like a leaf. Let's wait out the storm in a quiet, restful manner, shall we?"
Rest? Yes. Rupert needed to catch his breath, collect his wits. He might have lost her in the sandstorm. He needed a moment to calm down, that was all. He never meant to fall asleep. He'd seen them all settled inside, the donkey's saddlebags, and, most important, the leather water bottles stowed safely, a space cleared in the rubble, and Mrs. Pembroke seated on a mat. Then Rupert simply leant against the wall to rest and collect himself. The next he knew, he was waking up to utter darkness. And to heat, of course. The heat that continued to surprise him, though by now he ought to be used to it. In England, deep inside a cave like this would be cold and damp. But not here. It was like the pyramids. One expected going down so deep under so many thousands of tons of rock, it would be cool. But in Egypt, the rocks and mountains stored thousands of years of hot desert sun, along with thousands of bodies. Whether it had been the long-dead Egyptians troubling Hermione, or some donkey superstition, she'd settled down. He could hear her steady breathing. If anyone else in the vicinity was breathing, Hermione drowned it out.
"Mrs. Pembroke,"
Rupert said. He reached toward where she'd been last time, on the mat he'd dug out from his saddlebag and laid on the ground for her. The mat was there. Her cloak was there. She wasn't there.
"Mrs. Pembroke,"
he said, a little louder. Nothing.
"Mrs. Pembroke!"
Hermione snorted, but no human voice responded. Confounded. Still groggy, Rupert stood. It took him a moment to recall which way was out and which way was in. He went toward the entrance first, recalling how she'd slowed there, captivated as you'd expect, by the pictures on the walls. The hot wind still blew, whirling sand and bits of rock within the passageway. A dull light penetrated, but not far. It was hard to guess what time of day it was. He could see, though, that she was nowhere in the outer passage of the tomb. He turned and made his way back.
"Mrs. Pembroke!"
he called. Not a trace of sleep clung to him now. He was acutely, painfully awake, his heart beating fast, heavy strokes.
"Mrs. Pembroke!"
Hermione said something in donkey talk as he went by, but that was the only sound he heard apart from his boots scraping along the tomb floor. Rupert knew he couldn't run blindly into the interior. He might easily collide with a wall or trip over something, get concussed, and then be no good to anybody. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face or the ground beneath him. The tomb floor abounded in obstacles and pitfalls, gaps and cracks, chunks of stone, animal skeletons, and other debris he preferred not to think about. He thought only of staying upright and finding her. Alone, in the dark, she might kill herself in 100 different ways. She might stumble into a burial shaft and fall 100 feet to end up unconscious or dead at the bottom.
"Mrs. Pembroke!" he roared.
A sound, a voice at last, distant, muffled.
"Mrs. Pembroke, where the devil are you?"
"Oh, the most wonderful place!" she called. "Do come see!" He stumbled on, groping along the tomb walls, endlessly it seemed. He walked into dead ends and had to grope his way back out. He felt his way along the sides of a room until he found the doorway. He edged through a long passageway. Then at last he saw the light flickering, and the outlines of a chamber. The back wall of the chamber had 3 recesses. She was in the central one. On the rear wall, an ancient Egyptian fellow followed 3 women carrying flowers. The man appeared again elsewhere, presiding over a lot of people and performing what looked like rituals. Rupert took all of this in without really seeing it. His attention was on her, alive and unhurt, occupied with her ancient men and women, and never thinking of him, while he'd been half mad with fear for her.
"Candles," he said tautly. "You didn't tell me you had candles."
"In my hazam, my girdle," she said, leaning in to study one of the figures. "That time when we were abandoned in Kefren's pyramid taught me to carry a tinderbox and some wax candles. Is it not beautiful?"
"You didn't tell me you were leaving," he said.
She must have heard the tension in his voice, because she dragged her gaze from the figure and looked at him. "You fell asleep," she said. "I was talking to you and you answered with a snore."
"I never snore."
She shrugged. "It must have been Hermione, then." Rupert wished he could deny he'd fallen asleep or blame that on the donkey too, but there was no getting out of it gracefully. He'd collapsed with fatigue. Well, when was the last time he'd had a proper night's sleep? And what of today, when he'd towed her and the donkey up a mountain, struggling against wind and sand and fighting to drag a morsel of air into his lungs? All the while he'd been terrified he'd lose his hold, and the monstrous wind would tear her away, and the sand would bury her so deeply that he'd never find her in time. Even Hercules had his limits, and Rupert was not a demigod. He was a mortal man who could endure only so much. He'd needed a moment at least of respite. Still, he couldn't believe he'd collapsed at her side like a weakling. Embarrassment did not improve his mood.
"You should have woken me," he said. "You should not have set out on your own. You might have fallen into a burial shaft."
"I had a candle," she said, in an I'm talking to an idiot tone that only fueled his temper. "Furthermore, the burial shafts are easy enough to distinguish. If you'd paid proper attention to the diagrams and cross-sections in the Description de l'Égypte, you would be aware that the shafts are located in the inmost depths of the tomb and do not appear willy-nilly underfoot. Burial is an elaborate matter, and burial places are laid out according to a careful system. A shaft would be marked with an entrance, actual or symbolic, like this recess. But of course you did not give the French illustrations your full attention. They were merely a means of attracting women to your side." He was in no mood for lectures about diagrams or his morals or anything else.
"The point is, you should have stayed with me, instead of making me fumble about this infernal place looking for you," he said.
"I was bored," she said less patiently. "Did you think I should be content merely to sit by your side in the dark, listening to you sleep?"
"I'd think you'd consider the possibility of snakes," he growled, "and scorpions, and pitfalls and booby traps. But you've no notion of caution. When there's a hieroglyph in the vicinity or a god with a beast's head, you take leave of your senses. You plunge headlong into danger."
"I?" she said indignantly. "Talk of the pot calling the kettle."
"What should I do if you were hurt?" he exploded. "What should I do if you were killed? Do you never think of me? No, why should you? I'm merely a great dumb ox. I have no feelings, so why should you consider them?"
"Feelings?" she cried. "What do you know of feelings?"
"This," he said.
In the same breath, he'd closed the space between them. In the next, he'd pulled her into his arms. She didn't come easily. She tried to wriggle away, but he held on, and once he'd caught her firmly, she beat at his chest. He pulled her hard against him and kissed her. She stopped beating his chest. Her mouth, taut with anger at first, yielded in the next instant, and then her hands were climbing up to his chest, pushing his shirt out of the way and sliding up, her bare palms against his skin to his shoulders. She held on tightly as he wanted her to, as though she needed him. She kissed him back, and he tasted hunger like his own, laced with desperation and anger. He didn't want to feel this way. He didn't know why he did, or when it had come upon him. A moment ago, he was aware mainly of a tumult of feelings, and they were dark to him, like snakes and scorpions lurking unseen in the shadows. She turned the world dark and bewildering, but now he didn't care. She was in his arms, and the taste of her was a strange champagne, and her curving body was made to rap with his. The alluring incense scent of her filled his nostrils, his consciousness. He forgot about his inner turmoil and about the deadly storm outside, and about the ancient dust and death inside, underfoot as well as in the air they breathed. Her hands moved over his skin, over his shoulders and down, pushing his shirt out of the way as she went. He longed to tear it off, but he didn't want to let go of her either. He dragged his hands down her back to her waist and down, but the girdle was in the way, a long wide scarf, folded and twisted and filled with who knew what. It was the work of an instant to untie it. Then down it slid, its contents making a muffled clatter when it hit the stony floor. He clasped her waist. So little it seemed in his big hands, with all that baggage gone, and no padded buckram corset to thicken it. In wonderful truth there was nothing in the way but the long, snug-fitting vest, and the thin crepe shirt underneath, and the waist of her trousers. He was aware of all this, of the construction of clothing, in that problem-solving place in his mind, the place where a man stored the logistics of undressing women. He was far more aware at present, though, of the supple curves under his hand, and the way she moved when his hands moved over her. She moved like a cat, lithe and sinuous, and unself-consciously demanding to be petted. Yes, here, ah, yes, there, more of this, that again, yes. Her mouth left his to make heat trails over his face and down his neck. Meanwhile, her hands stroked down over his chest under his skirt. There was no hesitation, no unsureness. He was hers for the taking, and she knew it. He fell back against the wall to brace himself, because she made him weak-kneed, and because he wanted everything at once. He had to have her then and there that instant, yet he didn't want to move, to do anything to interrupt the sensations coursing through him. He had no names for what he felt. He might be dying for all he knew. The pleasure was beyond anything. Let it kill him. She was welcome to kill him with heat and pleasure, or torture him. So long as she wanted him, she could take him any way she liked. He was strong. He could bear whatever she did to him, and happily, too. But he wanted her, too, and he couldn't wait forever. He caught the back of her head and tangled his fingers in her hair, and drew her head back and kissed her. Not gently. She didn't answer gently either. Her tongue twined about his, and her hands slid under his shirt, kneading the muscles of his back until he groaned against her mouth. He pushed the vest from her shoulders, shoved the tight sleeves down her arms, tugged and wrestled with it until it was off at last. He flung it down. He unfastened the ties at the top of the shirt's opening, and thrust the fabric back, exposing her beautiful breasts. Then he paused, in spite of heat and need and impatience to possess. Her bosom was golden in the candlelight, and he felt like an ancient tomb robber who'd come upon a pharaoh's treasure. He bent and kissed the silken skin, and heard her first startled gasp slide into a sigh. He brushed his thumb over one tautening nipple, then brought his mouth there. She gave a little cry. Then her fingers were dragging through his hair, holding him, pressing him to her, and the quiet pause ended. Heat and need flooded back, demolishing thought, and he was tearing off his shirt, then hers, and pulling her against him, skin to skin. It wasn't close enough. Not nearly. He grasped her buttocks, crushing her against his groin, against his swollen cock, but that would never be enough. In a moment he'd found the knot of her trouser string, and in the next it was undone, and the trousers were sliding over her hips, down her beautiful legs. He dragged his hands over her bottom and hips, over the swell of her thighs. Her skin was hot velvet. She trembled under his caress. He stroked upward to the feathery triangle between her legs. So soft here, so very delicate. Again the wild storm of need paused. He took his time, took care, caressing gently, so gently, drawing his fingers lightly over the place. "My God," she said. "My God!" He nuzzled her neck. Her mouth was soft against his ear, her voice a husky whisper. "Oh, yes. Oh, yes." He stroked more deeply, while his thumb caressed the sensitive nub. He knew what to do. He knew how to please women. But she was hot and wet, and "Yes," she said. A storm swirled into his mind, and he couldn't remember any more what ought to be done. Mindlessly he tore at his own trousers. The fabric fell away, and his rod sprang free. He caught her under the thigh, lifting her leg up. She wrapped her leg about his waist, and he thrust into her. She cried out, "Oh! Oh, my God!" He would have echoed her, but he was long past words. He was lost in her and in the need for her. Desire was a raging thing like the sandstorm. It was a juggernaut, unstoppable. He thrust again and again, and heard her cry out and felt her body shudder to climax. But it wasn't enough. More, hard, desperate strokes, as though he could get to the beginning and end of her, have all of her. She held nothing back, riding him with the same ferocity, vibrating with one climax after another. Finally she grasped his face and kissed him hard, and then it rushed through him, the flood of pleasure. And with it came a strange exaltation, like the pillar of light soaring up from the Egyptian horizon at sunset. It was only in the very last instant that awareness sparked, and he pulled from her. His seed spilled against her thigh, and release came, and the quiet darkness. Daphne sagged against him, her naked legs sliding down along his. She stayed there, waiting for her heart to stop pounding and her breathing to steady. She let her head rest upon his big chest and listened to his heart gradually slow. She held on to him, her arms circling his taut waist. She didn't want it to end quite yet, and her uncertain heart gave a flutter when she felt his chin rest upon her head. She remembered how he'd kissed the top of her head during the sandstorm, and the swell of feeling within her at those light caresses, so terribly like affection. She didn't want to think about the surge of feeling. It was more frightening than the sandstorm. She'd left his side a little while ago, because it was the only way to keep from tucking herself into his arms while he slept, and burrowing against him, and pretending he was hers, and she was his. She'd taken refuge in the scenes adorning the tomb walls. She'd wondered who the ladies were, and what their flowers signified, so there wouldn't be room in her head for thinking about him, and how attached she'd become to him. Though she'd known from the very beginning, perhaps from the moment she'd first heard his voice, that he was made to break women's hearts. She'd worked so hard to keep from being hurt again. Now look what she'd done. He stroked her head, his long fingers sliding down to her neck. "No weeping." Her head came up and she would have pulled away, but he held her there, his hand gentle but firm against the base of her neck. "I was not weeping," she said indignantly. "I am not a weepy sort of woman. I am not emotional. I am not—" To her dismay, a tear spilled from her eye. "I knew it," he said. "I am not weeping over you," she said, "or over what happened just now." She lifted her chin. "Apparently it was inevitable, the result of prolonged proximity and excessive emotional upheaval. I have heard of such things. Desperate acts after a close brush with death." "Ah," he said. "That was a desperate act." "Yes," she said. "Really?" "Yes." She brushed the tear away. "It means nothing. It is a kind of instinct, perhaps. A primitive reaction, quite irrational. He wrapped his arms about her and crushed her against him.
"Don't be daft," he said. "It was nothing of the kind."
It took her a moment to collect her wits. They wanted to wander, to the hard chest against which her breasts were squashed, and to the agreeable sensations accompanying being squashed in that way, and to the humid awareness of the contact further down. Oh, his body was magnificent, godlike. She oughtn't think such impious thoughts, but they flooded in, along with the recollections. He might as well be a god because he'd taken her to paradise and back 6 times. Those hands, those wicked, clever hands. And then, "It wasn't?" she said. She drew her head back to look at him. Shadows flickered over his handsome face, impossible as always to read, but laughter seemed to gleam in the black eyes.
"You've been in lust with me since the moment we met," he said.
"That is not at all—"
"And finally, after behaving in the most deranged manner for this last age, you did the logical, rational thing."
He slid his hand down her back and over her bottom. Her completely bare bottom. Daphne became aware then of her trousers, in a heap at her ankles. One trouser leg was still tied under her knee. She ought to be mortified. She wasn't in the least. On the contrary, she felt an almost overpowering urge to giggle.
"What happened was, you finally came to your senses," he said. "At long last, after deluding yourself with every sort of puritanical poppycock, you admitted the truth. I'm irresistibly attractive."
She was about to object to this conceited pronouncement when he clapped his hand over her mouth. "Move," she said.
"Hush. I hear something."
Chapter 15. What they heard was the donkey. She sounded agitated, though it was hard for Rupert to be sure. Sound carried oddly in here. Small wonder that Mrs. Pembroke, with her mind in ancient Egypt, hadn't heard him calling earlier.
"Something's frightened Hermione," he said.
He did not want to let go of the woman in his arms, so soft and yielding, but he could not risk the donkey breaking loose and bolting. She'd provide transport if either of them became injured or sick. She'd provide food if the situation grew desperate. Gently he set Mrs. Pembroke aside.
"I'd better see what the trouble is."
He bent and collected his trousers, pulled them up and started out, tying the waist string as he went. "Wait, wait," she said. He turned. She was stumbling after him, naked from the waist up, tugging up her trousers with one hand, holding the candle in the other. "Take the candle, I've another."
By Zeus, but she was a magnificent specimen of womanhood,
he thought regretfully, as he hurried out to the hysterical Hermione. Daphne was not far behind him. She had her camise on by the time she reached the first chamber where Hermione was making a fearful row.
"I thought it was a snake," Mr. Carsington called over the braying. "But there's nothing moving that I can make out. No snakes, scorpions, or other alarming beasties."
Daphne crouched down and moved her candle slowly to examine the floor of the chamber. "I see nothing alive either," she said. "Bits of rock and plaster, rusks or dried reeds or dried animal dung or—" "Oh!" Mr. Carsington was crooning to the donkey.
"Come now, my dear, it's all right. We're here now. You were afraid of the dark, I dare say, poor girl. We abandoned you, and you started imagining there were monsters."
"I think it's this," Daphne said. She picked up a long pear-shaped object, slightly mangled. It was composed of a familiar brown substance. Hermione raised loud objections and tried to back out of the tomb, dragging Mr. Carsington with her. While he struggled with the donkey, Daphne retreated to the opposite end of the chamber. Hermione quieted somewhat, though she was still restless, still complaining.
"What the devil is it?"
Mr. Carsington demanded. "I'm not sure," Daphne said. She dripped wax onto the stony floor and set her candle onto it. Then she squatted Egyptian style to study the object in the light. "An animal or bird of some kind. They mummified cats, you know. And hereabouts wolves and jackals."
"Mummy," he said. His voice was cold, distant. "I should have guessed. Are you sure it isn't human?"
"Reasonably so," she said. "It's still in the wrappings, but it's too small and the wrong shape for a human, even an infant. I collect Hermione stepped on it, or sniffed it, looking for food. She is remarkably squeamish, is she not? You'd think an Egyptian donkey would be accustomed—"
"Perhaps you could put it somewhere," Mr. Carsington said in the same cold voice. "At a distance, where she can't smell it."
Daphne's mind flashed a recollection. Mr. Carsington gazing at the detritus on the ground near the pyramid of steps at Saqqara, the grim expression, the rapid ascent of the sand slope. "Are you squeamish too?" she said.
"Certainly not," he said.
"Amazing," she said. "I thought you were utterly fearless."
"I'm not afraid of a lump of petrified matter," he said stiffly.
"Come here," she said.
"I'm trying to keep Hermione calm," he said.
"She's calm," Daphne said. "It's far enough away not to worry her. Don't you want to look? It's very interesting. I've never seen an animal mummy before, at least not in one piece, more or less. It's only a bit dented."
"Hermione is not as calm as she appears," he said. "We'd better not give her an excuse to bolt. If she runs away—"
"You're afraid," Daphne said.
"Don't be ridiculous," he said.
"Then come here," she said. He petted the donkey. "Come here," Daphne said. He muttered something to Hermione about silly females. "Mr. Carsington," Daphne said. "Come here." He stroked the donkey's head and began to whistle softly. "Rupert," Daphne said. At last he turned to look at her. "Ta'allahenne," she said.
Typical, Rupert thought. Make love to a woman and she thinks she owns you. Well, maybe she did.
"Rupert," she said, unprompted. She called him by his Christian name, and they were not even making love. Yet to his ears it sounded like love-making. The way she crooned his name, the way the foreign words sounded in her mouth. His mind conjured harems and concubines and dancing girls, and she was all of them, it seemed, all of the most alluring woman in the world in one. Oh, he was in a bad way, a sad, sad way. He went to her. Obediently he looked down at the thing in her hand. His mind revolted, and his gaze shifted away to her bosom. It was mostly exposed, since she'd neglected to fasten the neck of the crepe shirt. Except for the obnoxious veils, Egyptians did know the proper way to dress a woman. "It disgusts you?" she said.
"Certainly not," he said.
She glanced down at herself, at her barely veiled bosom shimmering gold in the candlelight. "I meant the mummy," she said. She did not attempt to cover the exposed flesh. This lack of modesty was perfectly agreeable to him. Still, it did not make it easier to think. He tried, though he wasn't sure why.
"Not disgusting, exactly," he said at last.
"The mummies trouble you," she said. "I remarked it before. They trouble me too, especially when I find them in pieces, after someone's torn them apart, looking for amulets and such. But they enchant me as well." With her index finger she lightly stroked the thing in her hand. "See how beautifully it is wrapped, how lovingly preserved." He tried to see the beauty she spoke of, but he couldn't. Looking at the thing was too upsetting. He turned away. There was a silence. He could feel her thinking, wondering.
"I saw a mummy unwrapped in London," he said harshly into the silence. "A great entertainment, with a lot of aristocrats gawking and a physician presiding over the proceedings. It was a woman, naked, the poor creature, once they'd removed her lovingly prepared wrappings. They pretended it was a scientific inquiry, but most of the audience was there for a sensation. It was all a show to them, as though she'd never been a living woman once, like their wives and sisters and mothers and daughters."
His throat tightened at the recollection. He could say no more. He'd choke. "I see." She set down the mummy and rose. He looked at her, and at the thing she'd set aside. He knew she wanted it. He'd seen the longing in her eyes, the same expression she wore when he found her studying the pictures on the walls. Yet she set the little mummy aside for his sake. His heart clenched and twisted.
"It's only a bird or a cat," he said. "Somebody's pet or sacred animal. You found it. You might as well keep it. The next person to come along will trample it accidentally or tear it apart on purpose looking for treasure. At least you will treat it kindly."
He bent and picked it up. The smell made him gag. He held his breath and offered the thing to her. Her eyebrows went up.
Yes, take it,"
he choked out, resisting the urge to throw it at her. "Are you sure?" She took it from him, though, the gods be thanked.
He retreated a pace. "Of course. Didn't I tell you I'm easy to manage? A lively bout of love-making makes me mere putty in your hands. I vow I am overflowing with kindness and generosity."
And with something else. Something different from the sense of well-being he usually experienced. There was an ache, a something not quite right and not quite wrong.
"But it also makes me devilish hungry," he added quickly. "As I recall, we've bread in the saddlebags."
It meant nothing to him, that was clear to Daphne. He'd spoken of feelings, but desire was all he meant. He'd satisfied a bodily appetite, no different from hunger. That was the way he saw it. He'd said so. She was in lust with him, and the logical response was love-making. For hunger, the logical response was eating. In other words, the passionate interlude held no more significance for him than did the simple meal of bread and water they ate a short time later in a corner of the first chamber, surrounded by images of the tomb's owner and his women, and long columns of hieroglyphs. Meanwhile, Daphne's world had come crashing down about her ears. She stared blindly at the hieroglyphs wobbling in the candlelight. She felt as though she'd spent her adulthood in a kind of darkness, translating at least one part of her life into the wrong language.
"Any idea what it says?" he said.
She dragged her gaze back to him. He had not put his shirt back on. The faint light glimmered on bronzed skin and traced the outlines of his muscled torso. His eyes were dark, unreadable. Not that she could have read them easily, even in better light. Rupert Carsington's eyes were not windows into his soul, as Virgil's eyes had been. But then Rupert Carsington seemed to keep very little hidden. His words and actions were plain and direct, his anger too. He didn't hide it behind a veneer of gentleness and saintly patience. He spoke his mind, instead of trying to dismantle hers. "You know I don't," she said. "I have explained the difficulties of decipherment to you time and again."
"Yes, but now that you've relieved the terrible lust oppressing your mind, I thought you might have a burst of insight or inspiration," he said.
"I had an insight," she said, "but not about hieroglyphs. As to the lust—"
"Ah, yes. Not quite relieved, I dare say."
"That was not what I—"
"The trick with lust is, you can only eradicate it with steady application," he said. "Steady, repeated application. So as soon as it begins to vex you again, be sure to let me know."
"That is not what I—" But it was part of what was on her mind, and so she said quickly to get it over with, "Do you find me womanly?"
"Did the sandstorm dry up your brain?" he said. "Do you think I mistook you for a man?"
"I mean, do you find me unwomanly?" He bent closer and peered at her face, scarlet now, she'd no doubt.
"Where?" he said.
"In what way?" "Not feminine. Indelicate. Too—" She recalled Virgil's gentle admonitions, his infuriating patience, and anger burnt away embarrassment. "Too boisterous," she said tightly, "in love-making."
"A woman too boisterous in love-making?" Mr. Carsington said incredulously. "There's no such thing. Where did you get that fool notion?" "Never mind. Don't tell me. I can guess. You shouldn't have married an elderly man."
"Virgil was 54 when we wed," she said. "That is not exactly Methuselah."
"How old were you?"
19.5, she said.
"You'd have done better with 2 husbands of 27, he said. As to the late lamented, he should have married a woman closer to his own age, whose animal spirits were of a similar strength. He might have lived longer. More important, he wouldn't have needed to cover up his lack of vigor by criticizing his handsome, passionate wife.
His lack of vigor, Daphne repeated.
Was that not that there's any excuse for him? Mr. Carsington went on indignantly. To tell such hurtful lies, and he a clergyman. I hope you made him do without for a long, long time, a fortnight at least, to teach him a lesson. By gad, that was ungentlemanly, and you shackled for life to the brute. He made you feel unwomanly, you of all women, when it was he who was unmanly. It makes my blood boil. Come here.
Ungentlemanly? She said. Unmanly?
He was a small man, he said, else he wouldn't have tried to cut you down to size.
She stared at him, trying to take it in. He said she wasn't unwomanly. He, a man of vast experience. I must have the truth, she said. You must not be tactful. This is important.
Tactful? He echoed. I cannot believe that a woman of your intelligence could not see what he was about. It must be obvious to the slowest of dimwits that he was jealous of your brain because he knew his wasn't as big. He was afraid you'd accomplish something and put him in the shade. That's why he forbade you to study ancient Egyptian writing. Obviously he was jealous of your passion and energy, too. You were too much woman for him.
Too much woman, she repeated, savouring the words. Not too little, not too much like a man. Hers wasn't a man's brain. It was simply her brain, that was all.
You may have noticed you are not too much for me. His black eyes gleamed.
You don't mind about my brain, she said.
I'm not afraid of your brain, he said. Come here. Ta'allahenne.
He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It was not polite or gentle. It was long and bold, sinfully deep and lascivious, and it melted her muscles, along with the remnants of her morals. She did not even pretend to struggle. She sank back in his arms and let her hands rove over the powerful contours of his chest and shoulders, his arms, his back. She was not sure she could ever get enough of touching him. She didn't know how she'd managed to keep her hands off him for as long as she had. He was warm and strong and fiercely alive. Oh, and he was beautifully made, on the grand scale and perfectly proportioned. Her hands slid down to cup his buttocks, so smooth and taut, and he groaned against her mouth, then drew away. She opened her eyes, dismayed. She'd been too bold, disgusted him. But no, he'd told her she couldn't be too bold.
I meant to please you before, he said, growled.
You did, she said. She'd never been so pleased in her life. She'd never guessed it was possible to be so pleased, and the word was grossly inadequate.
But I was in a hurry, he said, after waiting so confounded long for you to come to your senses.
I was perfectly satisfied, she said. She'd thought she'd die of pleasure and happiness. She'd thought she'd burst from it, from the feelings, so immense.
What do you know? He said. Your previous lover was an old man.
He kissed the special place behind her ear. He kissed her neck, the base of her throat. She didn't argue. What did she know? Nothing, apparently, when it came to love-making. This man did, though. He was writing mysterious messages in kisses upon her skin, along her collarbone and down across her breasts, and down. He eased her out of his arms and onto the mat. Her clothing slid away from her body, and his mouth was there instead, the lightest of brushes, writing kisses over her skin. His lips told a long and complicated tale upon her belly, and then the kisses moved lower, and his fingers were there too, tracing the contours of the most secret of her places. It made an ache in the pit of her belly to be explored and known so, a sweet, killing ache. She tangled her fingers in his hair because she must touch him, do something. The ache was everywhere, beating in her heart and making a strange current in her veins and thrumming over her skin. Oh, and there, The tiny flesh-bud wicked thing, his thumb teasing, and then he took her in his mouth. "Oh, no, you mustn't. It's indecent, lewd, wrong, surely. We'll be damned for all eternity. I don't care. Let me be damned. Don't stop. Don't ever stop." Pleasure almost unbearable swept through her, wave upon wave of a dark joy. Again and again she trembled on the brink of ecstasy. Again and again he carried her over, until she could bear no more, not alone. She curled up, grasped his shoulders. "In me," she gasped. "Be in me." He came up onto his knees. She dragged her hands over his chest, down over his taut belly and down to his virile member, immensely erect and hot to the touch. She stroked it, longingly, lovingly, and he gave a strangled laugh. "Ah, well then, don't be so shy," he said. He set his big hand on her chest and pushed her down and remained so for a moment, looking at her. She gazed up at him, and for that moment, in the darkness with its faint flickering candlelight, it seemed she'd entered the underworld, and this was no mere mortal who straddled her, but a demigod. He smiled and moved into her so slowly, so deliberately, but deep, deep where she needed him. "Like this," he said. "In you like this." "Yes," she said. She moved, taking him in deeper still, and like this. He moved inside her slowly this time, as though they had all eternity. Slowly she moved with him, relishing the heat and the rolling swell of pleasure. She was his, and he hers for this time. She was in no hurry to reach the ending and the separation that must follow. He bent and kissed the top of her cheekbone, so tenderly she thought her heart would break. But her heart beat on, harder and faster. The slow pleasure swelled into pulsing need, and then she was lost again in the storm. But now he was with her, and the tempest was rich and wild and wondrous. She plunged into it with him in the same way she'd plunged with him into pyramids, into danger. The world lit up in showers of gold, and it spilled through her and around her, a happiness like a glimpse of a perfect hereafter. He gave a low cry, and shuddered once, and a liquid heat filled her. The storm slid away, and he sank down upon her, and she sank, too, into a welcoming quiet and peace. The instant he returned to himself, Rupert knew what he'd done. This made twice he'd behaved like an adolescent with his first lover. The first time he'd made a great hurry of the business, as though it was the only and last chance he'd ever have, and death was coming in the next breath. The second time he'd managed the bare essentials of pleasuring her, only to forget himself at the crucial moment. He'd not only fallen on top of her, great clumsy oaf that he was, and she lying on a thin mat on a stony floor, but he'd spilled his seed inside her. Idiot! Idiot! Great dumb ox! What if... Never mind. Worrying accomplished nothing. He lifted himself off her and scooped her into his arms. He slid up to a sitting position and arranged her upon his lap. She laid her head upon his shoulder, and he felt her breath on his skin. He stroked her hair, glistening ruby and garnet in the candlelight. His gaze wandered lower, and he saw ruby and garnet there as well. He smiled, forgetting his grievance with himself for the moment. That part had surprised her. She was a woman of experience, yes, but not very much experience, and that little not very good. The thought restored his humour. It was like having all the benefits of a virgin without any of the drawbacks, he told himself. And as to his mistake, well, the damage was done and couldn't be undone. He could only take care of her. This he was well equipped to do. He relaxed, leant back against the wall, and promptly fell asleep. "Wake up! Wake up!" A frantic whisper in the darkness, someone shoving at him. Rupert quickly shook off sleep. "What?" he said. "What?" "Someone's out there and Hush!" Rupert listened. Voices. Men's voices. Their guards? He rose and started pulling on his clothes. "There are a number of them," she whispered. "I went out to check on Hermione because she was complaining again. I heard them outside. I don't know if they heard her, but I know they're looking for us."
"Well, it's about time somebody—"
Her hand clamped over his mouth. "I heard them because they were arguing about whether to kill you or hold you for ransom. We have to hide." Rupert pulled her hand away. He hurriedly wrapped the sash round his waist, found his pistol, and shoved it into the sash.
"We can't hide," he said.
"For one, don't talk. Just listen," she said. "That rumble you think is a whisper carries." She pushed him back, the inmost chamber. He didn't know where back was. Either the candle had burnt out or she'd wisely extinguished it. The darkness was impenetrable, but she grabbed his hand and led, and she seemed to know what she was about. It didn't take us long this time to get to the end. The dead end.
"We're going to be trapped," he muttered, "which is what I was trying to tell you, unless you've discovered a secret passage."
"Not exactly," she said.
"Then what?"
He felt the walls and found a recess. Then he remembered the French diagrams she'd lectured about earlier. A shaft would be marked with an entrance, actual or symbolic, like this recess. She tugged on his arm. "Not the center recess. This way."
"We're going to hide in a burial shaft," he said. "That's your cunning plan."
"There's no other way out," she said. "I explored the entire chamber earlier because I'd read that some of the Theban tombs are labyrinths. This isn't." While she spoke, she was pulling him to the left. "Hurry," she said. Rupert could hear the voices now, distorted, seemingly distant, but he knew they were not very far away. This was not like the interior of a pyramid. With torches or lanterns, the men would be here in minutes. He wanted to stand and fight, and he would have done if he'd had some idea of the odds. But there was no way of knowing how many men there were, or how dispersed. 3 might come inside while another 10 or 20 waited outside. And if they killed him, what would become of her?
"You'd better let me go first," he said, though reason rebelled at the prospect.
A narrow burial shaft, a small space at the bottom with room for a coffin and not much else, most likely. Anyone who wished them dead would have no difficulty arranging it. "No, let me," she said. "I know where it is. Oh, do hurry, I can hear them. Get down. It's safer to crawl. Someone's excavated. Ah, here it is. Can you feel it?" She caught his hand and curved it over the edge of an opening. "There," she said. "It's clear to the bottom. I checked earlier."
"I'm going first," he said.
The shaft was steeply angled. Rupert went down backward and half slid to the bottom. She followed closely, using the same method. The sepulchral chamber was surprisingly large, but the floor was covered with rubble, and a disagreeably familiar smell signalled ancient dead in the vicinity. He'd no time to dwell on the dead, though. Mrs. Pembroke had hardly reached the bottom when he heard the voices. He pulled her back, well out of range of the shaft. A light shone where they'd been standing a moment before, and voices called down in Arabic. Rupert loaded his pistol. A new voice spoke, in French, with a thick accent this time. There was nothing to fear, the voice said. He and his friends had come to rescue the English lady and gentleman. Since sunset, when the wind died down, everyone in Asyut had been looking for them. Rupert touched Mrs. Pembroke's lips, signalling silence, and by cautious inches drew her farther away from the shaft, until they came up against a corner of wall. Nowhere else to go. He moved to stand in front of her. No sound for the longest time but his breathing and hers. The others, above, were listening too, no doubt, for signs of life, but they must come a good deal closer to hear any. At last someone spoke, then someone else. They seemed to be arguing. Rupert caught the words. Inglisi, Jinn, and Afrit. Were they talking about him? Tom had used tall tales about Rupert's supposed magical powers to persuade Minya's Kashef to cooperate. The boy had greatly embellished various incidents that had occurred during the journey upriver, citing these as evidence of his master's close personal relationship with supernatural powers. Apparently, Rupert possessed as well a fearsome skill in administering the eye, the calling down of curses and calamities upon those who gave offence. On the other hand, the men might merely be continuing the argument about whether to shoot him or cut off his head, or debating whether to sell the English lady into slavery or rape and kill her. They'd mentioned demons only because such beings were known to haunt burial chambers. He turned and put his mouth close to Mrs. Pembroke's ear.
"What are they saying?"
"The tomb is haunted," she whispered. "Why climb down when the demons or hunger will soon drive us out, says one school of thought. The other fears we'll find a way out. They seem—" She broke off because the row above them had ceased. Rupert heard movement at the top of the shaft. Someone had decided to risk demons, evidently. He cocked his pistol. Even before he emerged into the chamber, the man was easy to see. He had a torch in his hand, as well as being lit by the torches or lanterns above, but he hadn't yet spotted Rupert and Mrs. Pembroke in the shadows. From the sounds of it, another fellow was close behind him. Rupert took aim. Then something flew past him, and the man crumpled to the floor. Mrs. Pembroke pressed a hard, irregular object against Rupert's side. A chunk of rubble. She said nothing, but Rupert understood. He bent and picked up several chunks of rubble from the floor. When the villain's associates started into the chamber, Rupert threw as hard as he could. The man fell. Someone called down. While those above called to their unconscious comrades, Rupert hurried to one of the bodies, grabbed the feet, and dragged him deeper into the tomb. Mrs. Pembroke did the same without being told. By gad, she was a wonderful female. Rocks instead of firearms, near silent destruction, much more effective than shooting pistols, balls ricocheting off stone walls, and very possibly bringing the entire crumbling structure down upon their heads. Those from above would hear at most the clatter of rocks, which could be falling rubble. They couldn't be sure what was below, their prey, or hungry ghouls. Now several voices called for AnAn and Omar. Under the noise, Rupert said, "If they come to—" "Help me get these two into the sarcophagus," she whispered. "The what?" "I can't kill a man in cold blood," she said. "We've nothing strong enough to tie them with. It's right here. The lid's broken." The men's torches lay where they'd dropped them, one still burning feebly. It illuminated very little. At first, Rupert couldn't discern the sarcophagus, but she'd already started dragging one of the inert men. Rupert did likewise, guided by the sound of her panting. Getting the men into the coffin was easy enough. Keeping them in was another matter. Rupert heaved a few pieces of the broken lid on top. That at least would slow them down. He doubted they'd be considerate enough to remain unconscious until their friends gave up and went away. He doubted the friends would give up and go away. Maybe it was wiser to simply kill this pair now and improve the odds. A knife would do it quietly enough. Rupert's entire being recoiled. He'd never yet killed anybody, and like her found the notion of doing so in cold blood abhorrent. Then she said, "I was wrong." He looked toward the sound of her voice. He could barely make out her shape against the surrounding darkness. "Behind the coffin," she said, "there's a hole." Chapter 16. The passage was smaller and more irregular than the shaft to the burial chamber. At some points Rupert had to crawl on his belly. It was also a great deal longer. At one point during the interminable journey he called a halt for rest. "Are you all right?" he said. "Don't waste breath being solicitous," she said crossly. "We haven't enough air as it is, and I don't need to rest. Can you not go faster?"
"Mrs. Dash it, I don't even know your given name."
"Daphne," she said.
"Daphne," he repeated. "That's lovely."
"Ye gods, what does it matter? Will you please move?"
"You need to rest," he said. "You sound short of breath."
"I want to get out," she said.
"Now!"
It was then he remembered her morbid aversion to closed spaces. He started crawling again, this time as fast as he could. She was probably near hysteria, with good reason. The tunnel was hot, and what air it held was stale and foul. He wanted to be out of it too. He crawled on, hoping for fresh air at the end, if not light. Above all, he hoped they hadn't leapt out of the pan into the fire. At the top of the burial shaft, Karif discovered that brandy did not always give men courage. None of the others was willing to follow Omar and Amin down the shaft. It was too quiet down there, they said. Something bad was down there. "This place is evil," said one coward. "The donkey is possessed." A distance behind them, near the mouth of the tomb, the foreigner's donkey continued its wild braying. "We made too much noise," said another. "The English heard us coming and ran away." "Where can they go?" Kharif said. "There is but one way in and one way out." "What about the thieves' hole?" another asked. Kharif laughed. "If they've found it, they won't get far. It's falling in. They'll have to turn back. Perhaps it will fall on their heads. Then they will die. Duval will not be pleased. The woman was not to be harmed." Kharif, like the others, was drunk. The mention of Duval sobered him. The woman was to be Duval's hostage. For what purpose, Kharif neither knew nor cared. He did know and care what would happen to him if he bungled this assignment. He grabbed a torch from one of the men and started down the shaft. The others squatted at the mouth of the shaft and waited. After a moment, Kharif's voice wafted up, filling the air with curses. "Come down, you cowards," he called. "Come down and help your brothers." One by one, the men began crawling down the shaft. They found Kharif bending over a stone coffin. "See what the swine of an Englishman has done," he said. It took 2 men to move the broken pieces of lid enough to get their battered and terrified friends out. "Why didn't you call for help?" Kharif demanded. "These old women thought a ghoul had eaten you." "Englishmen," Omar gasped. "Demon! Rocks!" He clutched his bloodied head. "The woman," Amin said. "Fearless and fierce like a lion." "She is only a woman," Kharif said scornfully. "She threw rocks at you as naughty boys do. The man is only a man, but you will all see when they come out of this hole." With his pistol he pointed at the thieves' tunnel. He leant against the sarcophagus and waited. Daphne was not fearless. She was in fact on the brink of babbling in terror. She'd not altogether willingly or happily traversed pyramid and tomb shafts. Those, however, were spacious promenades compared to this roughly hewn tunnel. She doubted it was part of a tomb complex. It was more likely the work of robbers. They'd certainly done a great deal of work, because it seemed longer than any of the endless passages in the Pyramid of Steps at Saqqara. But perhaps it seemed longer than it was. She had no idea how far they'd gone when Mr. Carsington stopped again abruptly. She had an unhappy suspicion why he'd stopped. In the course of the last few yards, bits of debris and dirt had been falling on her head. Now the floor of the tunnel was rough with rubble. "Is it bad?" she said. "It isn't good," he said. "The way is blocked." Judging by the sounds, he was shifting rocks. "Looking on the bright side, it's loose," he said. Bright side indeed. The thing could cave in, burying them alive. "On the other hand," he went on, "I can't tell how far the blockage extends." If she had to go back the whole long, suffocating way she'd come, she'd go mad. "The ancients dug into rock using primitive tools," she said. "Surely we can make a way through loose rubble, using our hands and our knives?" "We can try," he said. "But it could take a very long time, and it might be more densely packed farther on. Are you sure you don't want to turn back?" "I have the greatest confidence that they'll be waiting for us," she said. "They would kill him." "Kill the man first," one of the men had said. "Once he is dead, she will give us no trouble." But others said the Englishman was more valuable alive. They could hold him for ransom, or make him into a eunuch and sell him as a slave. Someone brought up the difficulties of finding a suitable buyer. Another pointed out how much easier it was to dispose of a corpse than to conceal a large, ferocious Englishman. And so on. They had haggled about Mr. Carsington's life, as they might have haggled over the price of a pipe bowl. She would not let him fall into their hands. "If I squeeze up alongside you," she said, "I can help move the debris out of the way. We've a better chance using 2 pairs of hands." And if they were buried alive, she'd be close to him at the end, at least. "Say no more, my dear," he said. "You had me convinced the instant you suggested squeezing your magnificent body alongside mine." "You're impossible," she said. "I'm filthy, and I smell." "Me too," he said cheerfully. "Yet you offered anyway.
I can't decide whether you're desperately brave or desperately infatuated. Perhaps both." She squeezed up, forcing him to draw aside. "When we get out of this, if we get out of this, I shall box your ears," she said. "We'll get out of it," he said. "Stop talking," she said. "Start digging." Rupert stopped thinking, too, and started pulling rocks out of the way. As in the tomb they'd escaped, the debris was mostly chunks of rubble. It might have been far worse, he told himself. The collapse must have happened fairly recently. It was not packed down. It wasn't sand. As soon as he shifted some of the rubble out of the way, he saw the tunnel was of wider dimensions here than previously. They must be near the end. He said nothing of his hopes, though, but worked silently and steadily with her, hip to hip, he tackling one side, she the other. His mind worked too, reviewing these last hours, this day that seemed to compass a lifetime, the sandstorm, his fear and rage about her, the love-making. Ah, that was well worth remembering. Her passion, her courage. Daphne. It was one of those Greek names. A goddess? A nymph? Which one was Daphne? He said. She paused in her work. He felt rather than saw her rub her face. Which one what? She said. In the Greek myths, which one was she? The daughter of the river god. She's the one who turned into a laurel tree to escape Apollo. Ah, yes, now I remember. Those Greek females were always doing that sort of thing. Turning into trees, flowers, echoes. Excessive, I always thought. What's wrong with I have a headache? And what sort of missish creature runs away from Apollo anyway? Wasn't he one of the good-looking ones? I always thought she was a fool, Daphne muttered. Apollo of all gods. But there's no rhyme or reason to those myths. You have one woman accepting the attentions of a swan, another of a bull. On the other hand, there's... Mr. Carsington, what's that smell? I was Rupert before, he complained. Why am I Mr. Carsington now? Is it my fault our escape routes caved in? In any case, if I smell worse than before, it's on account of the digging and the fact that this place must be close to 90 degrees. Then he caught it. The distinctive odour of long-dead Egyptian. It was very strong, stronger than anything he'd encountered before. He dragged away stones faster now, despite the revulsion and dread. The smell grew stronger still, but the way was clear. He reached ahead, into emptiness. He set his hand down. Something cracked under it. I think we're at the end, he said. He felt her move beside him, advancing into the space ahead. It definitely smells like a tomb, she said. I don't suppose you have any candle left, he said. The floor seems to be rather crowded. He heard rustling. I've a stub in my girdle, she said, but I can't find my tinderbox. He found his, and after several failures, succeeded in lighting the bit of candle. It did not produce much light. There was enough, though, to show him they'd entered a sepulchral chamber, whose floor was covered with broken mummies. He made Daphne keep the candle lit until they'd found the opening to the shaft. He didn't want to step on the mummies, he said. They were hard not to step on. The sepulchral chamber had housed a large family. They'd been torn apart, limbs and skulls strewn about the floor. The search for treasure must have occurred fairly recently, Daphne guessed. Either that or someone else had tramped through here not long ago, because mummy dust still hung in the air. It clogged the nostrils and scratched the eyes. But rock dust already coated her nose and eyes, providing a degree of insulation from the mummy's emanations. At any rate, they didn't linger. Thanks to recent excavations and plundering, the way out was clear, and it was a short way out. This tomb wasn't as deep as the one they'd left. Once they were away from dismembered mummies and well clear of the shaft, they put out the candle. Moonlight showed the entrance not many yards distant. They hurried that way, past crudely hewn walls bare of decoration. At the entrance they paused. In Egypt, the moon seemed to cast a deeper, more illuminating glow than it did in England. They looked out. They had come out on the part of the mountain overlooking Asyut. The town stood in the middle of the fertile plain, its minarets snow-white in the moonlight. From it an earthen dike, built to contain the annual inundation, wound its way to the Nile, whose own windings were plainly visible over a great distance.
Clearly visible too was the little village of El Hamra, the port of Asyut, crowded with boats. Among these it was impossible to distinguish the Isis. The dahabeeyah wasn't the first concern at the moment, though. Getting to the harbour alive was. "Shall we chance going through the town?" she said. "If we go around, that could take hours."
"If all the gates are locked, we won't have a choice," he said. "But I'd rather try the town first. It's late, and most people will be indoors. With luck, we'll get through without attracting attention."
"Those men," she said. "They might have found the tunnel. Or maybe they know where it comes out."
"Then we'd better move quickly," he said.
No one stopped them at the southwest gate. The gatekeeper appeared to be asleep, like the rest of the town. The men who wanted Mr. Carsington dead failed to appear. Daphne and he nearly made it through the place with no trouble. But as they approached the main gate, the one nearest the river, a Turkish soldier accosted them. Luckily it was only one, and he was drunk. When he started making difficulties, Daphne accidentally lost her grip on her veil. It fell away to reveal her almost fully exposed bosom. While the soldier gawked, Mr. Carsington withdrew his pistol from his girdle and struck the man in the back of the head. With a low groan, the soldier went down. She helped drag him into the nearest alley. Then, "Run," Mr. Carsington said. They ran. They arrived, gasping for breath, at the main gate. It was locked. "This," Mr. Carsington said, "is the last straw." He woke up the sleeping gatekeeper and demanded to be let out. The gatekeeper yawned and grumbled at him to go away. Daphne tried making the request in Arabic. The gatekeeper waved her away. They must stop their noise, he said. The gate would be opened at the proper time and not before. If they made trouble, they would go to the guardhouse. Then from the shadows of the wall, a young sleepy voice piped up. "Master?"
"Tom?"
Mr. Carsington said. The boy came running. "Oh, sir! Oh, sir!" He fell to the ground and commenced hugging his idol's knees. "I knew you were not dead." He jumped up. "Oh, lady, I rejoice to see you. The djinn of the sandstorm did not take you away." Daphne grabbed the boy and hugged him. "And you are safe as well," she said in his tongue. "My heart is glad. And Yusuf?" "We hid in the big tomb, the one they call the stable of Antar. When the sandstorm ended, we looked for you, all the day and into the night." He turned to the gatekeeper. "Behold, here is the master and his harem. I told you they would come. The sandstorm tried to eat them, but the master is powerful and made the jinn spit them out. But he is angry at this place, because it holds evil men who wish him ill. Let him go away with his harem, and let none out after him until the proper time. I beg you to do this thing before he casts the eye upon you." The warning alone might not have had the desired effect, but the coins Tom held out did. The gate opened as little as possible and closed the instant they were out. As they were hurrying down to the harbour, Daphne heard angry shouts. The gate remained closed. They reached the boat and found the crew awake. They quickly hushed the cries of joy and thanksgiving. Minutes after they were aboard, the Isis slipped out of the harbour. They'd hardly stepped upon the deck when the women came and bore Daphne away to her cabin. Rupert had only the dimmest recollection of what happened thereafter. He bathed, or someone bathed him. He ate, or someone fed him. He wasn't at all sure. Once he'd got her safely aboard the boat, a profound weariness set in, and he went through the motions of bathing and eating like a sleepwalker. He did not remember returning to his cabin or falling asleep. He remembered the dream, though. He stood at the bottom of the mountain at the cemetery, watching a hawk soar overhead. Then he saw her at the entrance to a large tomb. He called to her, but she appeared not to hear him. She entered the tomb. He hurried up after her and inside. He heard her voice coming from the depths of the tomb. He followed the sound, but it never grew any closer. He came to the sepulchral chamber, and heart-pounding went to the sarcophagus. It was open. He looked in. Empty. He heard weeping and followed the sound, but again it was some cruel trick. No one. Nothing. Not even a mummy fragment. Only a dark, endless emptiness. Then from a distance came a mournful cry. He woke to heat and bright sunlight streaming through the slits of the window shutters. From outside came the wailing that he recognized as Egyptian music. The sailors were singing, one of their number accompanying on the pipes and another on the earthen drum. He sat up and looked about the cabin. His gaze met Tom's. The boy, who'd been squatting patiently by the door, now rose and brought the water ewer, bowl, and towel. Rupert washed. "Will you shave, sir?" Tom asked. Rupert felt his face and grimaced. He hoped this was overnight growth. He hoped he hadn't scraped Daphne's delicate skin with these deadly bristles. Daphne, he thought. Her name was Daphne. It made him smile. He didn't know why. "Sir?" Yes. Awa." He shaved and thought about her body, and the way she moved under his hands, and the way she tasted. He remembered her running after him naked from the waist up, holding her billowing trousers up with one hand. Unself-conscious, uninhibited, passionate. And now, he abruptly realized, out of reach. They were no longer cut off from the world. They occupied a large boat, but a precious small world. No one knew what had happened in the tomb above Asyut, but everyone would know everything that happened aboard the Isis. Oh, this was not good. Not good at all. He'd never been good at resisting temptation. He was accustomed to doing as he pleased. Within bounds, of course, albeit fairly wide ones. His father's tolerance had its limits, and Rupert was not fool enough to overstep them. He was not afraid of his father. Rupert was not afraid of snakes, either. That didn't mean he'd thrust his hand deliberately into a viper's nest. Furthermore, even Rupert wouldn't dream of blackening a lady's reputation. This was far out of the bounds of gentlemanly behaviour. England was a world away, true, but it was not out of reach of letters. English travellers would pass on scandalous tidbits to their friends and family quite as enthusiastically here as at home. He would have to be discreet. He would have to keep away from her until... Gad! Who knew how long? He told himself not to think about it. He had no solution, and fretting would only make him disagreeable company. He finished shaving. He dressed. "I bring coffee now?" Tom said. "Yes, no. I'll have it in the front cabin. Is the mistress awake?" "Awake, yes," the boy said. After a pause, he added, "Not good. Sick, sir. They showed the door to my face." He put his hand in front of his face. Only then did Rupert notice how quiet the lad had been. Normally Tom jabbered away at a ferocious rate in a bewildering mixture of Arabic and English. Belatedly the words sank in. "Sick," Rupert repeated, his heart racing. Yes, very sick. The women chased Tom away from the door because he made too much noise with crying. But he couldn't help it. The enraged djinn of the sandstorm had struck the mistress's heart because she escaped from him. She was a very good mistress, Tom said, a good mother to him. She would never allow him to be beaten even when he broke things. She took care of him when he was sick. She brought back his Uncle Ahmed from the dead. The boy commenced bawling. "Stop that row," Rupert snapped. "She isn't dying." All the same, he hurried from the cabin and down the cramped passage to the stern cabin. He tapped on the door. Lena opened it a crack. "My mistress cannot come to amuse you," she whispered. "She is too sick." "What is it?" he said. "What's wrong? She was well yesterday. Why didn't anyone wake me?" "She does not wish to see you," Lena said. She started to close the door. Rupert pulled it open. Daphne lay curled up on the divan. Her face was taut and bone-white with pain. His chest hurt as though he'd been running for miles. "What is it?" Rupert said softly. "A bilious fever?" Had she caught it from the baby, after all? But he knew what to do. She'd told him. A cool bath, a decoction of what? "Go away," she said. Her voice was taut as well. He knelt beside the divan and laid his hand over her forehead. It was damp, but not feverish. "Go away," she said. "You have to tell me what's wrong," he said. "Tom's bawling his head off. The instant the crew stops singing, they'll hear him, and everyone will be weeping and wailing." He leant closer, dropping his voice still lower. "Daphne, you know how emotional these people are. They all love you because you mend their broken thumbs and sun-baked brains and bring their dying children back to life. You must not let them imagine the worst.
What's wrong? Tell me how I can help you.
You can't help me. She turned a little to look at him. She winced. He winced, too, in sympathy. It's all right, she said. I'm not dying. You've nothing to worry about. Really, nothing.
But you're not well. Even a great dumb ox can see that. Shall I make you some hot, strong tea? Or is there something you need from your medicine box, a decoction of something?
She turned more fully toward him then, and managed a wan smile. All I need is time, she said. It's my monthly courses. He sat back on his heels.
Oh.
Perfectly normal, she said. The pain is rather more unpleasant than usual, but it won't kill me. There's nothing one can do but wait for it to be over. Nothing to worry about. He hadn't impregnated her. He was relieved. Yes, of course he was. He needn't think about complications. It was a female problem, not his fault and none of his business. The women would look after her. He should go away, let her have her privacy. He did not like to leave her alone, suffering, even if it wasn't his fault and the only cure was time. For such a clever woman, you are woefully ignorant, he said. There's a great deal one can do. He had no idea what one could do. He had no sisters, and even if he had, they would have kept this secret from him as every other woman did. Even his mistresses had used a code phrase to signal that the time was not convenient. They had certainly not expected him to nurse them. He had not realized, in fact, that women were in need of nursing at such times. He'd never seen one laid so low on such an account. To see her laid low, she so bold and brave and brilliant, it was very disturbing.
What you need is, a cool cloth on your head, he improvised, and your back rubbed. And I do not understand why you lie there suffering pain when you have a full stock of laudanum in your medicine box.
It is for acute pain, for emergencies, she said. It is ridiculous to take laudanum for a perfectly natural monthly event.
If you cannot get up from bed, if you lie there clutching your belly and curled up like a baby, I reckon the pain qualifies as acute, he said. And this isn't a perfectly natural monthly event. Consider what happened in Asyut. You were not only dragged through a sandstorm and up a mountain, but you had to dig your way out of a caved-in robber's tunnel. Among other things. He gave her one of his impudent grins, though he was not feeling at all impudent. He felt all at sea. When I am well again, she said, I shall box your ears. In the meantime, she winced. Perhaps I will take a drop of laudanum, but only a drop. Now go away. He didn't go away. He mixed the laudanum with honey and water and watched her drink it. He wet the cloths and wrung them out and laid them on her forehead. He rubbed her back. He distracted her with humorous family anecdotes. He did not leave until she fell asleep. Miles's camel journey ended at Dendera, at the Temple of Hathor. He'd heard of the place. He'd seen pictures in the Description de l'Égypte. He'd read travellers' tales. Daphne had talked about it as well. But as he and his captors entered the sand and rubbish-filled space that constituted its courtyard, he was interested mainly in the shade it would offer deep within. After 9 days' journey across the desert on a hostile camel, after the sandstorm's repeated batterings, he only wanted to lie down and die someplace out of the sun and the hot, gritty wind. The men led him inside, and he stumbled wearily along with them. Now and again he glanced up at the massive columns. Daphne would be thrilled, he thought. The place was covered with hieroglyphs. He wondered what she'd think of the famous Hathor, the Egyptian counterpart of Aphrodite. Miles found her singularly unattractive. She had a low forehead, close-set eyes, and wide fat cheeks. Cow's ears stuck out from the sides of her head like jug handles. She looked more like a gargoyle than a goddess, he thought. But then, not being in the best of humours, he mightn't be able to appreciate her properly. The men took him through a great vestibule through a door into a smaller hall, though it was still immense, along whose sides he perceived narrow openings into dark chambers. His escort never paused. They led him on, straight ahead through more chambers, and at last into a narrow, enclosed and profoundly dark space.
Even the candles could illuminate no more than the lower portions of the relief-covered walls. They had no difficulty illuminating the man within, however.
"Noxley?" Miles said, half disbelieving what his eyes told him.
Lord Noxley came forward and clasped his hand.
"My dear fellow, how relieved I am to see you."
"Not half as relieved as I am to see you," Miles said, "not to mention happily surprised. I had hoped my sister would go to you once she realized something had gone amiss with me, but I'd little hope of seeing you so soon."
"It was a near thing,"
Noxley said, releasing his surprisingly strong grip.
"The consulate was inclined, as always, to drag its feet, but Mrs. Pembroke took matters into her own hands. As a result, I was able to set out after you not 3 days after you were captured. But we can talk at length later when you have rested."
He addressed Ghazi.
"Have you anything else for me?"
"Soon," Ghazi said. "A few days."
"Duval is not here," said Noxley. "None of his people are here."
Ghazi smiled.
"Perhaps they heard it was not safe."
"We'll need to find him," said Noxley. "But the other thing first."
"The other thing first, yes,"
Ghazi said.
"Unless you require me, I set out now."
"That would be best," said Noxley.
He withdrew a small bag from his coat and gave it to Ghazi. The bag chinked. The man took it with thanks, bade them farewell with his usual suave courtesy, and departed, taking his associates with him.
"You're shocked, I dare say, at my choice of employees," Noxley said. "In England, that man would be a common criminal."
"Not at all common," Miles said. "His manners are beautiful, and he has a charming way of offering to kill innocent bystanders if one doesn't cooperate."
"Alas, without men like Ghazi, one can get nothing done in this barbaric place," Noxley said. "When in Rome, you know."
He smiled disarmingly.
"I could never have found you so quickly without those fellows' help."
"It's not their fault we didn't arrive sooner," Miles said. "We've been 9 days coming from Minya, thanks to the sandstorms."
"Wretched for you, I don't doubt," Noxley said.
"But otherwise you should have arrived here days ahead of me. The winds slowed those of us on the river as well." He led his way out of the narrow chamber.
"By gad, I am happy to see you," he said,
lowering his voice.
"This has turned out to be a nasty business indeed. The cursed French."
He paused and looked about the dark temple.
"They are taking away the zodiac ceiling, the swine. The Pasha has given leave, you see. They will carry it to Paris, and I can do nothing until this other wretched business is settled."
He shook his head.
"But never mind the French. You've had a filthy time of it in the desert. You're longing for a bath, I dare say, and clean clothes and proper food. And if I stay here much longer, I shall be tempted to do murder."
Chapter 17. Though Daphne took the laudanum in small doses, it helped a great deal. She was grateful indeed to Mr. Carsington for insisting, as she told him at the first opportunity. Privately, she marvelled at his taking the trouble over her monthly misery, but then he was a marvel to her. For the 2 days she spent in bed, she thought about him, and all the ways in which he surprised her. Though the drug made her mind rather foggy, this much was clear. He was not at all the lout she'd first supposed him. Instead, he made other men seem loutish, especially Virgil. Her late husband had made her feel defective, even monstrous at times. He'd left her with a great fortune and very little self-confidence. In the weeks she'd spent with Rupert Carsington, her confidence had steadily grown. That day and evening in Asyut, she'd lived through the fear and danger and passion and one trial of endurance after another, and never before had she felt so alive. Despite the fogginess, she was well aware of his large, capable hands, laying the cool, wet cloths on her forehead, or gently rubbing her back. She was aware of his deep voice, tinged with laughter now and again as he told an amusing story. She was also aware that, like laudanum, he could easily become a dangerous habit. By the morning of the 3rd day, the violent spasms of pain had faded to an occasional twinge. She was able to sit up and take note of the world about her, and puzzle over how sick she'd been. It could not have been her menses alone, she decided. It always made her tired and cross and was often painful, but never so much as this. Never before had it so completely incapacitated her. But then her life had never been so tumultuous before. She decided that dyspepsia, or some other stomach ailment, had aggravated matters. Whatever it was seemed to be gone because she woke with an appetite. It was Nafisa who brought the ewer and basin as soon as Daphne was sitting up. "You feel better," Nafisa said, smiling. "I see it in your face." "Much better," Daphne said. After washing, she noticed the baby was nowhere about. "Where is Saba?" "In the front room, with the master and the boy Tom," Nafisa said. "His name is Udail," Daphne said automatically. "He wishes to be Tom," Nafisa said. "He says he is the slave of the master and will go with him wherever he goes because the master has saved your life." "I was not dying," Daphne said. "You know the ailment isn't fatal." "He saved you from the sandstorm as well. I too gladly serve such a master, who shows such kindness to his harem and waits upon her like a slave." The word harem made Daphne Mr. Carsington's property, a woman who belonged to him, who was part of his household. She squirmed at the term, yet saw how unwise it would be to correct Nafisa. The girl would not understand. In her view, all women belonged to one man or another. In any event, it was unwise to encourage the servants to speculate too much about the relationship between the master and their mistress. The relationship between European men and their women baffled many Egyptians anyway, although the majority accepted it philosophically. Practices Egyptians normally regarded as improprieties they often explained and excused with, "It is their custom." The crew and servants were well aware that Daphne's maid shared her cabin, that Tom shared the master's, and that the cabin Nafisa and Saba now shared with various domestic supplies stood between the two. If this arrangement changed, everyone aboard would know. Daphne had no idea whether the men would think less of her, or would disregard it as an alien custom. She had no doubt, however, that Miles would eventually hear of it. Depending on how talkative her people were, gossip and speculation might travel up and down the Nile. In England she lived a reclusive life, and others' opinion of her mattered not at all. She had never made a scandal, though. Miles was all the family she had left. She could not disgrace him. What had happened in Asyut must be the beginning and the end of all intimacy with Mr. Carsington, she told herself as she dressed. For a time they had been cut off from the world and its rules. They were back in the world now, and must live by the rules, and she must return to reality, to facts, not fantasies. She and Mr. Carsington had no future together. This was for the best. Circumstances had thrown together two people who could not have less in common. To emphasize her resolve to keep him at a distance, she donned her widow's garb. She looked down at herself and recalled the expression on Mr. Carsington's face when he'd gazed at her naked breasts. She remembered snuggling naked in his arms. She felt a pang. Telling herself to be sensible, she went out to the front cabin. The Egyptians therein welcomed her in the usual extravagant fashion. Tom launched into a long speech of rejoicing, his hand on his heart. The baby managed a few staggering steps in her direction before collapsing on the rug, laughing and clapping her hands. Even the mongoose darted in from wherever she'd been and ran around Daphne's ankles, sniffing. Mr. Carsington said nothing, only gave her a slow survey, head to toes and up again. Her face grew hot, and she was well aware of heat further down, coiling in the pit of her belly. She directed her gaze at the mongoose. "Marigold has grown lively while I was ill," she said composedly, "and friendlier." Had he won over the mongoose, too? Was there anyone or anything able to resist him? What's happened to her precious shirt?
"She hides it," Mr. Carsington said. "Today it's under the divan. You'll see her check at intervals to make sure it's still there. She's vastly entertaining, now her paw has healed. I hadn't realized what busy, curious creatures they are. She's constantly running in and out, to and fro, investigating." She left Daphne to run about the divan. The mongoose ran up Mr. Carsington as though he were a tree, sat on his shoulder for a moment, sniffing his neck,
then ran down again and out of the cabin. The baby found this highly amusing. She let out squeals of laughter. She stood up, fell down, and squealed some more. Nafisa came in, scooped her up, and bore her away, to allow the mistress to enjoy her breakfast in peace. Daphne settled onto the divan at a decorous distance from Mr. Carsington. Lena entered then, bearing a large tray heaped with breakfast pastries and fruits. "Well, why do you stand there like a stone?" she cried to Tom. "Where is the coffee for your mistress?" "I forget, because my heart is so full," he said. "We are all well now, and safe. This boat is filled with happiness. The baby who was dying laughs and claps her hands. My master, who was swallowed by the sandstorm, came back to us. He brought back our mistress and made her well again when death tried to take her. He will find our master, our other master, and take him from the foreign devils who carried him into the desert. There are 12 of them, but Yusuf and I will fight by his side, and we will fight like 100 demons and devils."
"What's he on about now?" Mr. Carsington asked Daphne.
She quickly translated. Tom went on with his rant.
"Hold on," said Mr. Carsington.
He held up his hand.
"Wait, stop."
The boy paused.
"Foreign devils?"
Mr. Carsington said.
12 of them? How do you know this?
"That everyone knows," Lena said. "We heard it in the marketplace. The caravans come to Asyut. They see these men, 1 or 2 Egyptians, but most are foreigners, Syrian, Greek, Armenian, Turkish. They keep close watch over a tall, fair man who speaks very strange Arabic and whose camel quarrels with him. Did no one tell you?" She turned a reproachful look upon Tom. "Did you not tell him of the talk in Asyut?" "Oh, yes," said Tom. "I told you, sir, when you came on the boat. Everyone told you. Everyone heard of it in the souk." "Did you tell him in English?" Daphne said. The boy considered. Then he lifted his shoulders and hands. "In your tongue, in our tongue, I cannot say. My joy to see you was so great. Tears filled my eyes. So full were our hearts. Who can say what words we spoke?"
"Lena, sit," Mr. Carsington ordered. "Tom, sit. Now, one at a time, slowly. Tell us everything you heard in Asyut."
With Lena and Tom interrupting each other and the usual excess verbiage, the report went on for some time, and to Rupert seemed to grow increasingly melodramatic. Daphne's translation reduced the endless saga to a few bald facts. Archdale had been seen alive only a few days ago, en route to Dendera. If this was true, the ISIS was not so many days behind him as they'd feared. Sandstorms had slowed the kidnappers' progress through the desert. The ISIS was not far behind Noxious either. His dahabiya had stopped at Asyut earlier in the week. At this point, the tale took the dramatic turn. The Memnon was well known in Asyut, the servants reported. As soon as it was spotted, a number of people fled the town and went into hiding, not emerging until the boat was long gone. "They call this man the Golden Devil," Tom said, "because his hair is the color of gold. He is English, like you, but he is a devil with an army of men like demons. The people of Upper Egypt have less fear of Muhammad Ali and his soldiers." The Golden Devil had become a legend, apparently. When children misbehaved, their mothers told them the Golden Devil would come after them. Tom went on for some time about the Golden Devil. Daphne provided her usual concise English version. She offered it calmly enough. After Tom left to fetch the coffee and Lena to bring the maps Rupert asked for, he said,
"These revelations about Noxious don't seem to have shocked you."
Her gaze was distant, abstracted. "After what I have discovered about my late husband, I doubt anything more I learn about any man could shock me. This voyage or mission, or whatever one calls it, has been highly educational. No wonder Miles said I was naive and unworldly."
"He's your brother," Rupert said. "Brothers can take the oddest views of their siblings. Perhaps because I'm not your brother, I see you altogether differently. From the first you struck me as level-headed and clear-eyed."
"You've only known me in unusual circumstances," she said.
Maybe unusual circumstances show us what we're truly made of, he said. Maybe your life before didn't give you room enough to be yourself.
I don't know, she said. I haven't sorted myself out yet. Lord Noxley is easier. His activities at least fit a pattern. We knew he was at war with Duval, competing for antiquities. As to his lordship's army of demons and devils, Belzoni said much the same of his rivals' agents. He said they were lawless men, European renegados, desperados, and exiles, he called them.
It's wonderful, Rupert said.
Her green gaze shot to him.
Your mind, he said. The way you collect evidence, sort it out, and come to the logical conclusion. It's amazing, considering how much you've got in there.
She smiled faintly. It's the one thing I can do.
It isn't all you can do, Rupert said.
The faint thread of pink over her cheekbones spread and deepened into rose.
That wasn't what I meant, he said. That is, it wasn't all I meant, although you're brilliant at love-making as well, and I do wish—
Lena bustled in with the maps. She was no sooner gone than Tom entered with the coffee. Rupert waited until the boy had departed and Daphne had poured the coffee.
He said, I know why you've donned your weeds again. You didn't need to warn me off. I know we're obliged to observe the proprieties. That's why I wish we were elsewhere.
It doesn't matter where we are, she said. This isn't the Arabian Nights. It was exciting once, twice, to be carried away.
Was that all? He said,
and something stabbed inside, making him hot and cold at the same time.
You were carried away?
What do you want me to say? He didn't have an answer. The silence lengthened while he looked for words and couldn't find any, found only feelings for which he had no names either.
I don't know, he said at last. But you must say something more than that. You're the genius, not I.
The matter doesn't require cleverness, she said. What we experienced was lust, pure and simple. Well, not pure.
It isn't simple for me,
he cut in, stabbed again.
This must be Egyptian lust, because it isn't at all what I'm used to. I have feelings.
Daphne longed to ask, naturally, what kind of feelings they were. She wanted to probe, as she would a subtlety of grammar or vocabulary. She wanted, in short, to grasp at any straw, but that was emotion, not reason. Reason reminded her that in normal circumstances she was bookish and reclusive, while he was a man who hungered for excitement. He was dashing, she was boring. They came from different worlds. The world of fashionable aristocratic society was far more alien to her than Egypt was. She didn't need to know what these feelings of his were. She knew they were fleeting, because he was not the sort of man whose interest in any woman could last. She knew she could not trust her heart to his feelings, and that was all she really needed to know. It's Egypt, she said. It's the excitement. It's the narrow escapes from death. These make us feel more than we would do otherwise. That's what I meant about the Arabian Nights. We're living a romantic adventure, but it's only temporary. Once we find Miles,
it will be over, he finished for her.
Yes, she said.
What a pity.
He shrugged and unrolled a map.
Your brother is headed to Dendera. Is that near Thebes?
What a pity. That was all. He accepted her decision. Why should he not? What had she expected him to do, plead with her? She turned her attention to the map. There is Kena, she said, pointing.
3 or 4 days from here, it looks like, if the wind holds, he said.
There is Dendera, you see, across the river near the site of ancient Tentyris, she went on. The famous temple of Hathor is there. She is the Egyptian goddess of love, she added quickly. Thebes is 40 or 50 miles upriver, if I recall aright.
Another few days, then,
he said without looking up from the map.
That's supposedly Noxious's stronghold at present. What do you wager he'll head that way rather than turn back to Cairo?
She stared at the map, while possibilities chased one another through her mind.
You said the papyrus was reputed to describe a Theban tomb, he said. Perhaps Noxious would like to help your brother find it.
It was typical of Farouk to hide right under his enemy's nose. in Lord Noxley's own domain. The remains of ancient Thebes sprawled over both banks of the Nile. On the west bank, close by the river, lay the ruins of the village of Kurna, destroyed some years earlier by the Mamelukes. Rather than rebuild their huts, the Kurnans decided it was more efficient to live where they worked, in the Theban tombs. They did not, like other Egyptian peasants, get their living from agriculture. They got it from excavating tombs and selling papyri and other antikas they'd stripped from mummies. They were reputed to be the most independent people in all of Egypt, with the possible exception of the Bedouins. One army after another had come to subdue the Kurnans, and failed. They did succeed, however, in reducing the population from some 3,000 to about 300. The survivors had hidden in the distant Theban hills, which contained thousands of tombs and an intricate network of passages connecting them. Here, Farouk had taken refuge. Unluckily for him, Ghazi had a way with tomb robbers. He set fire to the nearer tombs where the old women resided, shot their vicious watchdogs, and killed their cows, sheep, and goats. Had he been after one of their own, this method would have failed. But the Kurnans were disinclined to sacrifice their mothers, grandmothers, and livestock to protect a foreigner. This was how Ghazi located Farouk so quickly, within days of leaving Lord Noxley. The Kurnans, who knew all the best hiding places, also helped him find the dispatch bag under a heap of ransacked mummy parts. Once Ghazi had made sure the objects he wanted were inside, he rewarded the Kurnans generously, as his master would wish. He also rewarded Farouk, as the master would wish, by beheading Duval's chief agent before a large audience of Kurnans. 25 April. When Lord Noxley and his friend disembarked from the Memnon at Luxor, they found Ghazi awaiting them. He proudly produced not only the papyrus and the interesting copy with its numerous notes, but also, in a basket rather than a dispatch bag, Farouk's head. Lord Noxley's face lit at the sight of these offerings, and he felt as sunny within as he appeared without. Miles Archdale's face was ashen. "You must develop a stronger stomach," Lord Noxley told him. "These people respect only force, especially the Kurnans. Now they will think twice before harbouring any more of Duval's friends." Ghazi had other news which he conveyed privately to his master as they set out for the house. Archdale's sister was not waiting quietly in Cairo as everyone had assumed. Despite Ghazi's best efforts, the authorities had failed to charge Hargate's moron son with either the murder of the two men in the pyramid or that of Vani Anaz. Consequently, Carsington was at large and at present taking Mrs. Pembroke up the Nile in search of her brother. "By the time these things happened, I was far from Cairo," Ghazi said. "Even if I had known, you couldn't turn back then." Lord Noxley slowed his pace, so they might lag behind the rest of the party. He considered for a time, then his expression brightened. "Perhaps it's for the best," he said. "We're here now. Why should she not be? Do go fetch her. As to Carsington, I should like it very much if you would make him go away." Seeing Farouk's head gave Miles his first inkling of something being not quite right with Noxley's. In Dendera, Noxley had mentioned a nasty business. Until it was settled, he told Miles on the way to the boat, Miles would be safer in Thebes, where Noxley could rely upon the loyalty of the Turkish soldiers stationed there. The French kept clear of Thebes at present. It was not as though Miles had any choice but to go where his friend chose. Once the Memnon set sail, though, Noxley explained the nasty business. By the French, his lordship meant, it turned out, a man named Duval, whom Miles vaguely recalled meeting at a consulate affair. Noxley said this was the man who'd hired the kidnappers. When they ransacked Miles's belongings, they were looking for the papyrus. The next day, others of Duval's henchmen went to the house and took both the papyrus and the copy. In other words, Duval believed not only the story about the treasure-filled pharaoh's tomb, but also that Miles could read hieroglyphic writing. So far, to Miles's relief, no one had discovered the truth about Daphne. He preferred to keep it that way. She was vulnerable enough as it was. Had she not been out at the time of the theft, she might have been taken too as a hostage, to make Miles cooperate with the French lunatic. But she'd been at the consulate trying to make them do something which, as everyone knew, they never did, unless the something involved getting ancient artifacts on the cheap. The theft sent her to Noxley, who had promptly set out to recover both Miles and the papyrus. Clearly his lordship had succeeded on both counts. Clearly Duval was a dangerous man. Still, the business of the head... It was all well and good to say when in Rome, but the English had stopped cutting off people's heads and displaying them for the edification of the masses some years ago, and Miles saw no reason for recommencing a barbaric practice merely because one was among barbarians. Preoccupied with making sense of his friend's behaviour, he took little note of his surroundings, beyond observing that the present-day Egyptians had built their houses in, around, and on the ancient temple of Luxor, where the pharaoh and his high priests must have once performed sacred rituals. The peasants had built pigeon towers. Noxley's house, which occupied a corner of the southern end of the temple, was not the most imposing structure. No doubt it would easily fit in the entrance hall of his lordship's ancestral home in Leicestershire. By Luxor standards, though, it was spacious and elegant, boasting upper and lower floors, the former airy and ideal for summer sleeping quarters. At the house, Noxley suggested locking up the papyrus and the copy in a strong box. Miles agreed, though he wondered who'd have the temerity to try to steal anything from anybody with Ghazi about. Miles retired to his assigned chamber, bathed, and collapsed on the divan. He slept until a servant woke him for dinner. When he rejoined Noxley in the comfortably appointed car, Miles found he hadn't any stomach for dinner. "My poor fellow, pray forgive me," Noxley said. "You must be sick to death of native fare. Let me tell cook—" "It isn't the food, but Farouk," Miles said. "That head preys on my mind. Are you quite sure it's wise to encourage persons like Ghazi in these barbaric practices?" "Why is it any more barbaric than hanging a man at Tyburn?" Noxley said. "I should say it was more merciful. It can take a good while to die on the end of a rope, you know. As to keeping the head for display, this is the only way to make sure the word spreads. We want to leave Duval in no doubt of his chief henchman's demise. Then he'll know he's lost the papyrus as well as you." Noxley smiled. "He'll be frothing at the mouth like the mad dog he is." "I only met him the once, and he seemed sane enough to me," Miles said. "Yet he cannot be to believe that anyone has deciphered hieroglyphs yet. He must be madder still to act as he has upon such a delusion." "It is a delusion? Beyond question?" Noxley looked up from his plate, his expression oddly childlike. "The papyrus contains royal names," Miles said. "That's all any scholar can ascertain at present." "You didn't buy it because you believed it described a royal tomb, as AnAn claimed?" Noxley said, still watching him with that childlike expression. "Nothing about it told you it might be a treasure map of some kind?" Miles shook his head. He'd bought it for Daphne, because it was beautiful, in near-perfect condition, because she had nothing half so fine in her collection, because he knew her eyes would light up as they used to do, a long time ago, before she wed Pembroke. Her eyes had lit, and Miles had never seen her happier than when she set to work on it. To him, this made the thing worth 10 times what he'd paid. "I heard the French Consul General, Drovetti, offered Belzoni £10,000 for the alabaster sarcophagus he found," Miles said. "I thought the papyrus, another rare specimen of great artistry, was of proportional value." "Perhaps you've explained Duval's problem, then," said Noxley. He signalled a servant to take away the dinner tray. When the servant had gone, he said, "Duval has always believed the French discovered Egypt because of the scientific expedition and the Description de l'Égypte. He hates the English, partly because we beat them, but mostly because we took the Rosetta Stone as spoils of war." "Good gad, that was 20 years ago," Miles said. "It isn't as though the French never took valuable items from nations they conquered.
I haven't noticed them giving any of it back." "Try telling that to Duval," Noxley said. Still, he was no worse than any of the other antiquities hunters until recent years. "Since you came and took men like Ghazi into your employ?" Miles wondered. But the recollection of Farouk's head made him cautious. "Any idea why?" he said. "Belzoni," Noxley said. "Duval has been in Egypt for more than 20 years. Belzoni was here for less than 5, and now he's famous around the world. Duval had excavated in the Biban el-Muluk, the Valley of the Tombs of Kings. He never found a royal tomb, but Belzoni did, a magnificent one, containing a rare alabaster sarcophagus. Neither Duval nor Drovetti could find the entrance to Kefren's pyramid, but Belzoni did. The French couldn't find a way to move the head of young Memnon, but Belzoni did, and now it's in England." 20 years of work and nothing to show for it," Miles said. Rather like Virgil Pembroke's case, he thought. He must have been mad with jealousy. Again, like Pembroke, so jealous of Daphne's gift for languages. "Imagine what he felt when he heard about the papyrus Anaz had sold you," Noxley said. "The last straw," Miles said. Noxley smiled. "I'll admit I felt a twinge of jealousy too. Anaz must have taken a liking to you. He's dead, by the way, poor fellow."
Chapter 18. 26 April. Rupert saw his first crocodiles above Girga, 6 of them basking on a sandbank. The river had grown shallow, and sandbanks formed a maze of obstructions through which the Isis must pass. Previously he'd gazed at flocks of pelicans and wild ducks gathered upon them. That was to say, his eyes had been turned in that direction. His mind had been elsewhere. On her. On getting off the boat and finding some place private. They were drawing closer to Thebes by the hour. Time was running out. Once they found her brother, nothing could be as it was. Rupert told himself he ought to be planning how to get her brother out of the villain's clutches. He ought to be planning how to protect the women and children. Instead, his mind was busily devising and discarding schemes for slaking his lust on Daphne Pembroke's magnificent body. Even now, gazing at the crocodiles, he was wondering how they might help him get her naked. All his brain produced was an excuse to see her. He left the deck and went inside, where she had lately been spending the hottest part of the day. He found her not in the front cabin, but in her own. The door stood open for ventilation. Spread out upon the divan was a familiar document bearing 3 kinds of writing. It was a copy of the Rosetta Stone. Her lap held a notebook. He tapped on the door. She looked up. A flush overspread her creamy countenance. He wanted to kiss all that rosy skin, and all the paler parts, then work his way down. "Crocodiles," he said. "Really?" She set the notebook aside. "Where?" He found an umbrella and led her out to the deck. He held it over her while she gazed raptly at the strange creatures. It was a long time before she spoke. He didn't need to say anything. It was enough to be near her, to watch her surprise and pleasure transform everything he looked upon. The crocodile somehow became more exotic and miraculous. With her, one always felt as though one gazed upon marvels. "I can scarcely believe they're real," she said at last. "Look, one slithers into the water. It is like a dream." Rupert became aware of 2 boyish voices nearby, quarrelling by the sounds of it. He sent a quelling look in their direction. Tom hurried to him. "Please, sir, I must speak to you." But he could not speak in front of the lady, the boy said. This was talk for men. With a shrug and a smile, Daphne went back inside, out of the baking sun. "This had better be important," Rupert told the boy. "Oh, yes, sir. Yusuf is very sick." Rupert studied the other lad, who hung back, looking abashed. His turban was all askew, and his clothes hung crooked. "Illness is the ladies' department," Rupert said. "I'm not the doctor here." "He is sick with love, sir," Tom said. "This is why he has no care for his clothes." "Love?" "Yes, sir. For Nafisa. His suffering is very great. I told him that you are our father now, and you will arrange for his happiness, but he does not believe me." Rupert looked again at Yusuf, whose expression had become pathetically hopeful. Rupert reverted to Tom.
"Since when am I your father?"
Tom explained. The plague had taken most of his family. His uncle Ahmed had disappeared. Yusuf had no family either. Muhammad Ali's soldiers had burnt his village to the ground 2 years ago and killed everybody. "Now we belong to you," the boy concluded. "You are our master and our father." At that moment the baby began to cry. Rupert looked about him. A baby, women, a pair of adolescent boys. He was the father. Daphne stared doggedly at the cartouches, but it was no use. She couldn't concentrate. She couldn't remember what she'd been thinking before she heard the tap and saw Mr. Carsington in the doorway. She remembered the way he'd trapped her against that door on the evening after their visit to Memphis. The kiss. The magical kiss. The tenderness and playfulness of it. And the strange discovery it was, as though no one had ever kissed before in all the world. Then all the memories she'd tried to shut away came flooding back and left her sick with longing. She could have borne the ache more easily if he'd been the lout he'd pretended to be. But no lout could have restored her confidence as he had done, and made her feel fully normal, even likeable, for the first time since her girlhood. A lout would not stand beside her holding an umbrella to shield her from the sun. A lout would not play with the baby, or sit up late at night telling the boys stories, or let a mongoose use him for a playground. A lout would not be able to make everyone about him love him, including me, she thought. Including stupid me.
"Daphne."
She looked up, expecting to see nothing because she was only wishing, and the deep voice she heard came from her imagination. But no, he stood in the doorway again, head tipped to one side because the space was a few inches too short for him. The north wind had made a tangle of his thick dark hair. His eyes glinted with humour. She remembered how he'd whistled in the darkness of the dungeon, laughing at danger, as though it had been made purposely to amuse him. Now she saw that he'd been driving away her own darkness, day by day, and day by day she'd changed. Because of him, she'd become more than she'd been, or perhaps more truly herself. Because of him, she'd learnt to like and trust herself again. Because of him, desire had become a pleasure, not a shame. "I love you," she thought. He gazed at her for a long moment. Then his mouth curved lazily upward.
"Ah," he said. "That's better."
"What's better?" He came inside the cabin. He closed the door.
"You know," he said.
"You should not close the door," she said, while her heart thrummed, wicked thing, in anticipation.
"You look at me in that ta-la-henne way," he said.
"I do not," she lied. The need beat in her heart and hummed in her veins. "Ta-la-henne, come here."
"Then why do I forget why I came?" he said.
He sank onto the divan beside her.
"It was vastly important, but the expression on your face made me forget everything."
He took up the notebook that had slid from her hand when she saw him.
"Perhaps it will come to me by and by. What occupies you today? Or should I say whom? For here is a pair of those pesky cartouches."
"Not a pair," she said tautly. The space was too small. They were too isolated. Outside, the crew launched into a love song. "They come from separate places." As she and he did, she reminded herself. Separate worlds. She needed to stay in hers, to keep her distance. She knew this. Yet she drew closer and pointed at the page while she spoke, though it was unnecessary. He could see well enough. The matter wasn't complicated. "The one on top is Ptolemy's from the Rosetta Stone. The one below is Cleopatra's, from Mr. Banks's obelisk." She was too close. His scent was in her nostrils and seeping into her brain and making a haze there. His gaze lifted from the notebook to her face. She should look away, focus her mind, or else he'd read in her countenance what she wanted, every reckless thought, every mad feeling. She couldn't look away. She wanted to trace the angle of his jaw with her fingertips. She wanted to lay her cheek against his.
"You've written letters over the signs," he said.
"Guessing games," she said. count the letters, compare the letters, to keep my mind occupied.
Is it working? He said.
Think of Miles, she told herself. Think of all he's done for you. Will you make him pay for your weakness and folly? Say, yes, it's working. No, she said, it isn't.
Nothing works for me, he said. It was stupid to come in here and close the door. Everything in here is yours. The goddess scent of incense, the scent of your skin, the smell of books and parchment and ink.
He stroked his hand over the few inches of divan between them.
This is where you sleep. I sleep all the world away. That's how it feels. I miss you.
She came up onto her knees and laid her fingers over his lips. She mustn't let him say another sweet word. She would start believing things that couldn't be true. Then afterward it would hurt even more. Men would say anything, do anything. Even Virgil had changed his tune with her when he felt amorous. Outside, the sailors sang of love. One voice rose above the others in a wail of longing. Love troubles my heart. Sleep will not close my eyes. This agony tears my vitals. I weep endless tears. Alas, if only we were together, I would not sigh, I would not weep. He brought his hand up and stroked down over the fingers covering his lips, down over the back of her hand. He clasped her wrist. She let her hand slide down and curl into his. Their fingers twined. He brought their joined hands to his chest and pressed them over his heart.
Miss you,
he said. It was the barest murmur, scarcely a sound. She missed him, too, missed the freedom they'd had in their tomb in Asyut, to touch, to kiss, to give and take pleasure, to hold each other, to be whatever it was they were when they were in each other's arms. She bent toward him and touched her lips to his. He answered with a gentleness that made her ache. She slid her hand from his clasp so that she could hold him with both hands, cupping his beautiful face and looking into those eyes, those dark, laughing eyes. Even now the wicked spirit lurked there, a glint of mischief in the darkness of heat and desire. It made her smile, and she brought her smile to his mouth and gave it to him. "Miss you," she whispered, "so much." She should move away, but it was too late. She'd breathed the scent of his skin and got the taste of him on her lips, and felt the warmth and strength of his hands. She pressed her mouth to his once more, and all the longing she'd tried to stifle spilled from her in the kiss she ought to have held back. Her hands slid to his shoulders, and she clung when she knew she ought to let go. Later it would only be harder. But later was so far away. Now all her world was him, and the long, tender kiss that turned fierce in a moment. His arm went round her waist, and he pulled her against his hard torso. She shifted into his lap, and pulled up her skirts, and wrapped her legs around his hips. She was shameless. With him she could be. She could do as she pleased. No rules, only to please and be pleased. She caught at his shirt, tugged it up, and broke the kiss only long enough to pull the garment over his head. She dragged her hands over his shoulders, his back, his chest. He was as smooth and hard as marble, but warm and vibrantly alive. She'd never known anyone so fully alive as he. Outside the men sang, "My heart is wrapped in fire. Who burns as I do? Is there no remedy?" He caught the back of her head and pushed his long fingers into her hair. He held her away and looked at her. No words, only the heat in his eyes and the glint of wickedness and the hint of a smile. Then his hand slid downward, and he undid the bodice fastenings, watching her face all the while. She remembered the first time he tried to undress her against the door. "What are you doing?" she'd said like an idiot. "Taking off your clothes," he'd answered, clearly amazed at the stupidity of the question. Now she laughed silently, recalling. He grinned, and she knew he remembered too. The bodice fell away, and his hands were upon her skin, and her brain slowed and thickened. She pressed her fist to her mouth to keep from making any sound. She had craved his touch, his strong, clever hands tracing the curves of her breasts, her waist and belly and hips. She hadn't understood how desperate it was, the ache, until now, when it swept over her like a sandstorm, blotting out everything but the piercing need for him. He pushed her skirts up further and loosened the waist of his full trousers. She trembled when the garments slid away, leaving them skin to skin. She wrapped her arms about his shoulders and pressed her mouth against his neck to keep from crying out when his hands moved up her thighs. She drank in his scent, hot and male, and his alone. At the first intimate touch, she screamed silently. If she could have done, she'd have cried out her pleasure, her torment, and impossible contradictory demands. More, no, stop, don't stop, there, no, there, oh, don't, oh, yes, please. Laughter bubbled inside her, along with a sorrow all but unbearable. Madness. Wonderful madness. Her teeth dug into his shoulder, her nails into his back, while his wonderful dangerous hands found every pleasure point, and streams of sensation, violently sweet and hot, coursed through her. The sailor's drum was a distant echo, their aching song a counterpoint to the ache within. She longed for him, to be his, to be together, to be one. She slid her hand down over his belly and took his rod in her hand to guide it into her. He made a choked sound and pushed her hand away. He shifted her on his lap, and before she could tell him she couldn't wait any longer, he thrust into her. His mouth covered hers before she could cry out. Yes, oh yes, like this at last. Outside the sailors sang, "O first and only one of my heart, show at last your favour to me. I am thy slave eternally. Thou art my lord and master." Outside was the wail of the pipes and the beat of the earthen drum. Inside was an all-consuming need to be joined, completely and forever. She took him deep inside her, wrapped herself about him, her hands moving over him, to have as much of him as she could, though it could never be enough. She rocked with him silently to the music and beat only they two heard. Feelings swelled, dark and ungovernable, and she let them take her. With him she would go anywhere. With him she feared nothing. With him she was finally truly alive. She held on to him as she'd done during the sandstorm. She let the pleasure rage around her and inside her and between them until it shattered them both. It brought release and a quiet like peace.
"What are they singing?"
Rupert said later when he could breathe again, think again. They'd sunk down against the cushions and lay there for a long time without moving. He held her still, close to him, and she held him. He ought to help her get her clothes back on. Not a great deal to do. Put her bodice back together, straighten her skirts. Nothing else. No corset, no petticoats, no drawers. He grinned. "Love songs," she said. "What's so amusing?"
"You," he said. "You weren't wearing any underthings. I collect you were expecting me."
"I haven't worn underthings in days," she said. "It's too hot. We need to get dressed. It's getting late. We'll be stopping soon for the night."
"Love songs," he said.
Then he remembered. The reason he'd come. The excuse.
"Yusuf is sick with love for Nafisa."
"That would explain the choice of song," she said. "All the burning vitals and misery and alas this and that." She started to untangle herself from him. He drew her back. "We need to be sensible," she said. "I need to be sensible."
"Another moment," he said.
"Mr. Carsington."
"Rupert," he said.
"I need to keep a distance," she said.
"It's a bit late for that," he said.
"I know it is hypocritical," she said, "but I must try to maintain an appearance of decorum. For Miles's sake." He kissed her forehead.
"If he finds out, will he have my liver on a spit? Will he insist upon pistols at 20 paces?
She pulled away and sat up. Good grief! A duel? Over me? If he even contemplated anything so deranged, but no, he would not be so idiotish. She wrestled her bodice back into position and turned her back to him. "Do me up, please," she said. "I can hardly call for Lena." Reluctantly, Rupert sat up. Reluctantly, he fastened the garment. "Have you spoken to Nafisa?" she said.
"Can we talk about Nafisa later?" he said. "We're not done talking about us."
She turned back to him. "Please don't," she said. "We can't continue this. I don't regret what I've done. But the rest of the world will never understand, and the rest of the world is what Miles must contend with. I cannot embarrass him. I could not live with myself if I did. You can have no idea what he's done for me. Without him, I should have gone mad."
"He's taken care of you," Rupert said.
"Far beyond what most brothers would do for their sisters."
"Then I shouldn't wish to injure him for the world," Rupert said.
He pulled on his shirt. He wished wisdom were a garment, that he might put it on so easily. He'd been so happy for a time. Now he was unhappy and growing unhappier by the minute. He had to leave. He would have to sleep alone this night. He was not a monster. He did have self-control. He didn't wish to disgrace her. He didn't wish to shame the brother she loved, the brother who'd protected her from who knew what. It shouldn't be so hard to leave. It shouldn't be so hard to tell himself they'd find her brother in the next few days. They'd rescue him, or die trying. And if they died, it would be over. And if they succeeded, it would all be over between Daphne Pembroke and Rupert Carsington. He'd never expected matters to end any differently, and he'd never had any trouble with endings. He'd had other women. When it was time to go, he went. Whether it was his decision, or on the very rare occasion hers, he said goodbye graciously and kindly, with gratitude perhaps, never with regret. He told himself this day had brought more than he'd dared hope for. He'd come to the cabin on family business. He'd come on behalf of the lovesick boy who'd looked at him with that pathetically hopeful expression.
"I'd better settle the matter I came to settle," Rupert said. "Otherwise it will be obvious to everyone what we were doing here with the door closed."
"Yusuf wishes to marry Nafisa, it appears," she said, rising up on her knees and twitching her skirts back into place.
"Yes, but he's very young. 14, I think."
"Most Egyptian boys his age have a wife," she said. "I believe his countrymen employ the principle that it's better to marry than to burn. Fathers usually provide wives for their sons by puberty." Rupert frowned. He'd never thought of marriage in that way. Well, he didn't need to, did he? The English didn't keep their women hidden behind veils or shut up in harems. "It's easy enough to do if she's agreeable," Daphne said. "A maiden's marriage is as elaborate an affair as the family can afford. For widows and divorced women the business is much simpler. I made some notes on the subject. I intend to write a paper on several aspects of modern Egyptian culture." She pushed the cushion they'd lain upon back against the cabin wall. She crawled over the divan and rummaged in a small chest in a corner of the cabin. While she searched, he gazed at her handsomely rounded backside. He suppressed a sigh. She took out a notebook, like the one in which she'd drawn the cartouches. She flipped through the pages. "Here it is, quite simple. The woman says to the man, 'I give myself up to thee.' This is usually done before witnesses, but they are not necessary. The dowry is a fraction of that for a virgin. Naturally, I should provide a generous dowry, so that is not an issue." She looked up from the notebook. "It only remains for the girl to agree."
"That's all," he said. "I give myself up to thee. No banns, no license, no parson."
"We might give them a fete," Daphne said. "It's a good excuse for a celebration." He rose.
"Yes, well, I'd better find out what Nafisa thinks of the prospective bridegroom, then."
"Send her to me," Daphne said.
No, I'll use Tom as interpreter," he said. "They want me to do it. I'm the father."
"The father?" He gave a distracted nod and went out. He returned 5 minutes later. Daphne had not had time to put her feelings in order. She'd barely had time to wash herself. She hastily dabbed her face with the towel so that he wouldn't know the wet was from tears. Making love with him again had only made everything worse. She knew it had to be the last time, but she wasn't done with him. She wasn't ready for it to be over. She was acting like a romantic, emotional schoolgirl. It was as though the 10 years since her first blind infatuation had never happened. But it had, and she needed to remember what had happened every miserable detail, all the consequences of trusting feelings. Thus she counselled herself, but when he was near it was very difficult to be logical and sensible. He stood in the doorway, his head tipped to one side.
"We could marry," he said.
She took the towel away from her face and clutched it to her stomach. She said nothing. She couldn't have heard aright.
"We could marry," he said. "The way you said. You're a widow."
Her heart was a great pickaxe inside her chest. One heavy blow after another. Something would break. Something vital. "Marry," she said. "Did you hit your head on the way out?"
He smiled. "You see, that's one of the things I like about you, your sense of humour."
"I have no sense of humour," she said.
"Maybe you don't notice because your mind is so taken up with scholarly matters," he said.
"No, the trouble is, you don't know the real Daphne," she said. "You think I'm dashing and interesting, but I'm not. Circumstances have forced me to behave differently. But as soon as everything returns to normal, I shall revert to the unamusing and unamiable person I really am."
"You believed you were unwomanly, recollect," he said. "You can't judge yourself by a fussy old man's standards."
"You don't understand," she cried. "I have no hobbies. I have no other interests. I eat, drink, and breathe lost languages. My idea of a grand time is counting the number of hieroglyphic signs on the Rosetta Stone. 1,419. The corresponding Greek text has 486 words. Would you like to hear the conclusion I draw from these figures?"
"Of course," he said. "I love to listen to you talk."
"Even when you don't understand it?"
"Is it necessary?" he said. "Do you understand cricket? The finer points of boxing?"
"Of course not," she said.
"My mother has said that it's often better for a husband and wife not to understand each other too well," he said. "A little mystery keeps a marriage more interesting, she says."
"With you and me it is more than a little mystery," Daphne said. "We have nothing in common." His dark eyebrows went up. "Lust doesn't count," she said. "It is no basis for a union that must last a lifetime. We are not Egyptians. We cannot divorce with a handful of words and without disgrace. I can't, at any rate." He appeared to think this over. Then,
"You're telling me the answer is no, in other words," he said.
"It's for the best," she said. She tried desperately to remember what one ought to say in such circumstances. She must have read about it somewhere. "I fear we should not suit, over the long term. But thank you for making the offer. It was kind."
"Kind,"
he repeated. He gave a short laugh and left. By nightfall, Daphne had herself in hand. It was not as though she had any choice. The wedding business quickly occupied everybody. Not long after Mr. Carsington left, Lena and Nafisa hurried in with the happy news. Nafisa had agreed to have Yusuf. She was very pleased. She wished to have more babies. Yusuf was young and strong and would give her many children. He was handsome, too, and kind. She kissed Daphne's hand repeatedly, thanking her. "What have I to do with it?" Daphne said. "It was you who stole his heart." "If you had left me in my village," the girl said, "my Saba would be dead, and I would be the fourth wife of an ill-tempered man." Like Virgil, Daphne thought. He'd looked so saintly and serene, but it was a mask, and it had fooled her. She'd thought she was at fault, and hadn't realized she was at the mercy of a moody, discontented man. But she'd been so young then, older than Nafisa in years, but much younger in experience. She'd no experience of the outside world. Girls, even very clever girls, didn't go to public school. They didn't go to university. She'd studied at home with her father. She'd lived a quiet, cloistered existence. Were her feelings never to be trusted simply because they'd fooled her all that long time ago? Was her judgment about men fatally flawed? Or had she simply made a youthful error? She was not sure, and she hadn't time this day to work out the riddle. Though the wedding was a simple affair, it ought to be a festive occasion. She busied herself with arranging it. By the time the boat moored for the night, the meal was in preparation, and the bride dressed in a set of Daphne's Arab garments. The bride-to-be was applying kohl to the baby's eyes when the mongoose raced into the room, chittering excitedly. "What on earth is the matter with—" Daphne trailed off as she became aware of unfamiliar voices outside. Lena peered through the shutters. "Officials from the town," she grumbled. "They will steal all our food and call it a boat tax." Marigold dashed out again. Daphne nudged Lena away from the shuttered window. The mongoose ran out onto the deck and instantly went up on her hind legs, fur bristling as though she'd spotted a cobra. Daphne went to the chest where she kept the pistols, took them out, and loaded them, her hands shaking. The voices outside sounded calm, but she didn't trust the calm. If she'd had fur, it would have bristled too. She didn't know what was wrong, only that she was absolutely certain something was. "Find knives. Whatever weapons you can," she whispered to the women. "If anyone tries to get in here, attack first. Ask questions later." For once, Lena did not launch into a prophecy of calamities to come. She only nodded. Daphne quickly wrapped a shawl about her waist and tucked one pistol into it. The other she carried in her hand. She went out into the passage. At the door that opened onto the deck, she paused and listened. The matter was quite simple, one of the strangers was saying. The Englishman was invited to accompany them to the house of the local sheikh. Rupert answered that he was honoured by the invitation, but he had made other plans for the evening. The man said he feared that the sheikh would be deeply offended. In this case, every member of the crew must be bastinadoed to soothe the sheikh's wounded feelings.
"I must invite you to leave," Rupert said. "We're having a wedding, you see. We've just cleaned the boat, and you don't want to be spilling a lot of blood on it, do you?"
The man muttered something to somebody nearby. The second man grabbed the nearest sailor and started beating him with a stick. Then several things happened very quickly. The mongoose leapt at the leader and sank her sharp teeth into his leg. He shrieked. A rifle went off. Rupert had an oar in his hands and was swinging it at the two men rushing at him. A man fell overboard. A lantern fell onto the deck. Daphne cocked the pistol, opened the door a little wider, aimed, and fired at one of Rupert's attackers. The villain screamed and went down, clutching his leg. After that it was hard to sort anything out. The crew had picked up oars and tools and cookware and were using them to fight. She was pulling out the second pistol and cocking it when a hand closed round her wrist like a vice, forcing her to drop the weapon. Her assailant dragged her away from the door. She kicked it closed behind her, then kicked out at him. Her boot connected with a limb. He swore but didn't let go. He was dragging her to the back of the boat, away from the fray at the front. She swung the first pistol at his head. He knocked it away, grabbed both her hands, and pinned them behind her. "Rupert!" she cried. "Tom! Yusuf! Somebody!" She thought she heard Rupert shout back. She looked toward the sound of his voice. There was a flash that lit his face in the instant before he clutched his chest and stumbled backward and over the side. "Rupert!" she screamed.
"You come, your people live,"
said the man who held her.
"You fight, they die. All."
She went. Chapter 19. 28 April. Monsieur Duval was in Abydos, some 60 miles downriver from Dendera. The site lay well inland, in the Libyan desert, at the edge of the mountain range. With him were several of his countrymen and local allies, who'd hastily retreated from Dendera when word reached them that the Memnon was headed that way. Their numbers being small, and Lord Knoxley's feelings about the Zodiac ceiling being well known, they decided to play least in sight until he'd moved on to Thebes. When the man Jabbar arrived, Duval was inside an immense edifice that Strabo and Pliny had called the Memnonium. While his companions made the best of matters by trying to dig the building out from under centuries of accumulated sand and rubble, Duval spent his time staring at a wall in a small inner apartment. Carved into the wall were 3 long rows of cartouches, a list of kings. There should have been 26 ovals in each row, but the wall was damaged, and a number of names were lost. None of those remaining resembled the one he remembered from the papyrus, the simpler of the 2 cartouches it had contained. Now the papyrus was in Noxley's hands. The news had come late last night. Farouk was dead. Noxley had both Archdale and the papyrus, and they were in Thebes, beyond Duval's reach, thanks to the Golden Devil's reign of terror. Still, all was not lost, Duval had thought. He'd sent a large party downriver to intercept the ISIS and capture Archdale's sister. He planned to trade her for the papyrus and Archdale's key to deciphering the hieroglyphs. Then Jean-Claude Duval might still achieve the triumph he'd dreamt of. He would discover an untouched royal tomb, filled with treasure. The discovery would make him famous, more famous than Belzoni. The bulk of the treasure would go to the Louvre, not the British Museum. He would win honours, medals would be struck in his name, and at last France would be avenged for the theft of the Rosetta Stone. That was the dream, the ideal. He knew matters might not turn out quite that way. The papyrus might lead him to a royal tomb as empty of treasure as the others found so far. He knew it might take many years to find the tomb. He knew it was possible he'd never find it. Still, even in the worst of cases, he would have the papyrus, which would go to the Louvre, and he, and therefore France, would have the key to decipherment, which was far more valuable, for it was a key to unlocking the secrets of the ancients. No, all was not lost, he'd thought, until now. Heart sinking, he gazed at Jabbar's haggard face and said, "What has happened?" "A slaughter," Jabbar said. "The Golden Devil's men were waiting for us. Most of our men are dead. A few escaped into the hills. Ghazi has the woman." "What? Again we lose her," Duval said. "First the men in Asyut let her slip through their hands when she was unguarded, practically alone." "Drunken fools," Jabbar said bitterly. "We took care, but our enemy had word of our doings. Sometimes I think even the jackals and snakes and vultures spy for the Golden Devil, for he knows everything." Lost, Duval thought. His last chance. Lost. What now? He didn't know, yet. But he would find a way. He could not let the English fiend win. Daphne's captors had kept their word. They'd stopped fighting her people. As soon as she was aboard their boat, they cut the ISIS's mooring ropes and let the swift current carry the dahabiya downstream. It would be a while, probably, before her crew had the boat under control. Meanwhile, the ISIS might collide with a sandbank or another boat. Still, those aboard were far more likely to survive such mishaps than a battle with these villains. With Rupert dead, who could stop them from slaughtering everyone aboard and sinking the dahabiya? Rupert, dead. She ought to feel something, but she was numb. After a short time on the river, her captors took her overland on horseback. Wherever they were going swiftly, with only the shortest possible pauses to rest and refresh the animals and themselves. Still, they treated her well enough, allowing her privacy to deal with nature's needs, and a small tent of her own to rest in. She didn't know if she rested or not, or ate or not. Food didn't matter. Sleep didn't matter. She didn't care how they treated her or what would become of her. Time had stopped for her. The scene in her mind's eye was clearer to her than the passing landscape. The flash of fire from the pistol aimed at Rupert's heart. The surprised expression on his face. His hand clutching his chest while the impact knocked him backward and over. The splash as his body hit the water. She couldn't weep. She felt frozen, the way she'd felt 6 months into her marriage, when she'd fully understood how immense and serious a mistake she'd made. She'd been a prisoner then, too. She'd trained herself not to think about the hurt, to concentrate instead on her work, and how to hide it from Virgil, and how to communicate with the scholarly world outside. The rage and despair remained, but she kept them locked inside. She couldn't live the rest of her life in open hostility with her husband. She could only build a wall around herself and make a world inside it where she could live. She had no work now to distract her, and she wasn't the girl she'd been then. She wasn't even the same woman she'd been a few weeks ago. And in this new woman, the one she'd become, the rage and despair grew hour by hour until there was no more room for it inside. It was the second evening of her captivity, and Ghazi had brought her food. He smiled and spoke so smoothly, and all she could think of was Rupert's smile, and the sound of his deep voice, and his hands, his large, capable hands. She looked at Ghazi's hands holding the bowl, and at her own as she reached to take it from him. Her right hand balled into a fist, and she knocked the bowl away, and the rage and despair poured out in a stream of Arabic invective. The other men gathered about the fire all turned and stared at her, eyes wide and mouths open. They remained that way like statues during the short, deadly silence that followed. Then Ghazi laughed. "Your Arabic is very pretty," he said. "You know all the curses. My men, I know, would like to teach you love words. I myself would like so much to teach you some manners. But we must leave all the lessons to the master. He will tame you soon enough." "If your master Duval is foolish enough to try to tame a viper, let him try," she said. "Duval?" Ghazi laughed. "Ah, no wonder you are so fierce, little viper. You have mistaken us. Duval is not our master. Can you not see where we go, angry serpent? South, to Thebes, where your brother is, and where the golden devil rules. And so you see you are safe, and have nothing to fear." She knew she wasn't safe, but she had nothing to lose now, and so nothing to fear. The lady arrived in Luxor on Sunday night, having made the last leg of the journey on the river. Lord Noxley was at the landing place to meet her. Though the moon hadn't yet risen and the torches only dimly illuminated the scene, he could see that all was far from well. She was stiff and formal. He heard no pleasure or even relief in her voice when she returned his greeting. She declined his arm. "My brother," she said, drawing away from him. "These brutes of yours said Miles was here." "Brutes of yours? A very bad sign. Something had gone wrong. Someone had bungled." Lord Noxley concealed his displeasure. His face showed only puzzlement. Still, those who knew him saw the thundercloud forming as clearly as if it had been broad day and a storm truly threatened. "Archdale is quite safe," he said. "Merely indisposed at the moment, else he'd be here." "Sick?" she said. "No, no. I wish you would not distress yourself. Come, let us postpone discussion until you've had time to rest. You must be weary and wishing—" "What's wrong with him?" she cut in. "A trifle too much to drink," Noxley said. "Dead drunk was more like it." "I hadn't expected you before tomorrow. He will be so—" "One of your men killed Rupert Carsington," she said. The thundercloud swelled and darkened. "Surely not," Lord Noxley said. "I cannot conceive how—" "I saw it," she said. "Pray do not tell me I must have imagined it. I will not be humoured or patronized. I am not a child. No, certainly not. I shall insist upon a full report to the authorities," she said. "I shall wish to make a statement. Tomorrow, as soon as may be. In the meantime, I want to see my brother, indisposed or not. Then I want a bath and a bed." "Yes, yes, of course. Perhaps, and I want to be left alone, in peace. Certainly. A terrible shock. I am so sorry." He would most certainly make someone else sorry, too, very sorry. He gave Mrs. Pembroke into the care of a maidservant, who took her to see the unconscious Archdale, then helped her bathe and put her to bed. While his future bride sank into exhausted sleep upon her divan, his lordship listened to Ghazi's report. The thundercloud had grown black by now. The lady was supposed to be warm with gratitude to her rescuer and hero, Ashton Noxley. Instead, she was cold and angry. She was supposed to love him. At present, she seemed to hate him. Now he must spend days, perhaps weeks, winning her over. He was very unhappy, which boded ill for somebody, perhaps several somebodies.
"I told you I wanted Carsington out of the way," he said. "Did I not point out that the simplest method was to have him taken to the nearest guardhouse for questioning? Once Carsington was in someone else's custody, it would be easy enough to arrange for him to disappear or die of natural causes. It was perfectly natural to die, for instance, if a pillow got stuck on your face, or poison got into your food, or a viper got into your bed. Instead, a man Mrs. Pembroke knew was in Lord Noxley's employ had killed Carsington, while she watched. "I can scarcely believe my ears," his lordship said, shaking his head. "You are supposed to be men of experience, but a mongoose nips you in the leg and all your discipline is thrown to pieces. You knew we needed to be careful with him. You knew the matter required the utmost discretion. Now, thanks to your carelessness, I am tainted with the murder of an English nobleman's son." The nobleman in question was not one with whom his lordship cared to cross swords.
"I agree, Lord," Ghazi said. "It was all very stupid. But if I may explain one matter for which we were not prepared."
"You didn't expect the mongoose attack," Lord Noxley said. "On its hind legs, I dare say it came all the way up to your knee. But their teeth are very sharp, and once they take hold, they don't let go. Terrifying monsters indeed."
"I do not know how it was," Ghazi said stolidly. "But the Egyptians took courage from the mongoose, I think. They fought us. Common Egyptians. They rose up and fought us."
Lord Noxley frowned at him. No one could have been prepared for that. Egyptians, common Egyptians, that is, not members of the military, cowered, hid, or ran away. They didn't fight.
"If they had not fought, we might have taken the Englishman away with no difficulty," said Ghazi. "We had only to beat the others a little, and soon he must yield. A big man, but with a heart soft like those of so many of your people. I agree there is no excuse for the killing. It was needless and stupid."
Lord Noxley considered. After a moment he said,
"The killer must be brought to justice."
Ghazi piously agreed.
"You'd better turn him over to the Turkish soldiers," Lord Noxley said.
40 Turkish soldiers were stationed in Luxor, for it was a town of some importance. Torturing the murderer would amuse them, and keeping the soldiers entertained was one way to ensure their loyalty. Paying them, which the Pasha often failed to do, was another. But that presented no problems. Once he wed Virgil Pembroke's wealthy widow, Lord Noxley could afford to be very generous indeed. Monday, 30 April.
"Devil take it," Miles said. "He was supposed to be safe in Cairo."
It wasn't the most affectionate greeting for a sister he hadn't seen in a month, but he wasn't feeling affectionate at the moment. His head pounded, a fire raged behind his eyeballs, and his mouth tasted like camel's breath. He dreamt of her last night, or thought it was a dream. She said she'd come in to see him to make sure he was really there. Now she was really there, here, in his room, sitting on the edge of the divan, and there was no imagining it was a dream. "You didn't know I was coming?" she said. "Your friend didn't tell you he'd sent men to collect me?"
"I think he likes surprises," Miles said.
"Like heads in baskets." He sat up fully, dragging his hand through his hair. "You look frightful," she said.
"So do you," he said.
It wasn't because she was dressed like an Egyptian man, minus turban. Her face was dead white, and shadows ringed her eyes. She glanced down at her clothes. "I hadn't time to pack."
"I don't mean your clothes," he said. "What's happened to you?"
"They killed Rupert Carsington," she said.
"Say again?"
She repeated the sentence. Then she told him how she'd occupied herself during the last month. Miles lay down again, clutching his head and trying to take it in. His bookish, reclusive sister had set out with Rupert Carsington, Lord Hargate's hellion son, to find Miles. He could hardly follow the rest of her adventures when his mind couldn't compass the first simple facts. Quiet, studious Daphne, chasing up the Nile, With Rupert Carsington."
"You should not have drunk so much," she said. "I have never known you to get into that state. You are developing very bad habits. I hope it isn't Noxley's influence." He dragged himself up again.
"It's the cursed papyrus," he said. "He takes it out every night and wants to talk about it. I think he thinks I know something I don't."
"Well, you don't know anything about it," she said.
"I mean, I think he thinks what the French lunatic thinks.
"That you can read it," she said.
I've told him no one can read it. I've told him I went to Giza to study the entrance to Khephrun's pyramid, to try to discern the clues Belzoni saw, the ones that told him where the entrance was. Something about the way the rubble lay. I thought if I could see what Belzoni saw, I could apply the knowledge in Thebes the way Belzoni did, and find a royal tomb. I told him the papyrus got me itching to find another one. But Noxley keeps picking at my brain, as though he thinks I'm keeping secrets from him."
"You are," she said. "My secret."
"He thinks it's the key to decipherment. I drink because his delicate probing is driving me mad."
"Well then, we shall have to clarify matters," she said. "He's asked us to join him in the car. Shall I go ahead or wait for you?"
"Wait," he said. "I'd rather not leave you alone with him."
She gave a short laugh.
"What's so amusing?" he said.
"I've looked a viper in the eye before," she said. He didn't understand. She was behaving strangely. This wasn't the Daphne he knew. It must be the shock, he thought. She'd seen a man killed, and she'd travelled across the desert with Ghazi and his band of merry murderers, not to mention the river journey, with Rupert Carsington. She rose. "I'll wait for you in my room," she said. "I have a fine view." It was only after she left that he became aware of the distant sound. A screech or shriek. Some sort of bird, perhaps. He looked so innocent, Daphne thought. Golden curls and clear blue eyes. He was dressed Arab style, though minus the turban and beard, and all in white instead of the bright colours the locals favoured. All in white, like an angel, smiling, all sunshine, as though all were right with the world. She smiled too, because she did not plan to make anything easy for him. She settled onto the divan and said yes, she'd slept well, thank you, and no, she had no objections to native food, and yes, coffee would be just the thing, very strong, please, as Miles needed a stimulant. Miles sat next to her, protective, though he was so ill and weak he could scarcely sit upright. He'd never had a head for drinking. Noxley apologized for her limited wardrobe. "I cannot think why the men failed to collect your belongings," he said. "They were too busy killing people," she said. "Daff," Miles murmured, giving her a nudge. She ignored him. "Speaking of which, Daff, could we postpone unpleasant subjects until after I've swallowed some coffee?" Miles said. "Good gad, what's that horrible noise?" He clutched his head. Even without an aching head, she too found it disturbing. She'd heard it earlier, but faintly. She thought it some exotic bird or animal, or maybe peacocks. "The screaming, you mean?" said Noxley. "It's human," Miles said. "Oh yes," Noxley said. "It appears the Turkish soldiers are interrogating the man who shot Mr. Carsington." He brought his innocent blue gaze back to Daphne. "Naturally, as soon as you informed me, I questioned my men and ordered the culprit brought to justice." "It sounds as though they're torturing him," she said. "The Turks' notions of justice are different from ours," he said. "If the noise troubles you, I'll request they remove him out of earshot. It will not go on very much longer, at any rate. They must take him back to Cairo. Muhammad Ali will want the English Consul General to witness the execution. Doubtless the assassin's head will be sent to Lord Hargate." "Gad, another one," Miles muttered. "In a basket, I don't doubt." A servant glided in, bearing an enormous tray. He set it down upon the elaborately carved stool near the divan, and glided away. "You had wanted the matter dealt with promptly," said Lord Noxley. "I wished to spare you the ordeal of reliving the experience."
as though she could ever stop reliving it. He looked down for a moment at his hands, then up at her again, all blue-eyed innocence.
"I cannot apologize enough," he said. "My men were obliged to act in haste, for they'd word that Duval's people were coming for you. The trouble is, thinking is not what they do best. In their eagerness to protect you, they were impatient, clumsy, and stupid. They are unaccustomed to defiance from the common people. It gave them a shock that disordered their lamentably limited wits."
"I see," she said. "I had wondered why I had to be forcibly removed from my boat. I should have thought an armed escort would have sufficed as protection. But your men were not thinking clearly, or at all." He bowed his head again and pressed 2 fingers to the place between his eyebrows.
"I do see your point. It is so difficult to explain the way of things here."
"Suppose you don't," she said. "Suppose you say plainly that you are the Golden Devil, the terror of Upper Egypt, and you want us here for a particular reason, not necessarily altruistic." She heard Miles suck in his breath. Noxley winced and shut his eyes.
"Daff,"
Miles said, touching her arm. She shook him off. "What is it, my lord?" she pressed. "The papyrus? It does have a curious effect on men. Poisons their judgment, makes them see things that aren't there, royal tombs heaped with treasure, people who can read hieroglyphic writing. My papyrus could be an account of a battle or a proclamation. No more to do with treasure than the Rosetta Stone. But men see the pair of cartouches and their imaginations run away with them. You are such romantic creatures." Lord Noxley's head came up. "Your papyrus," he repeated. "You said, 'It's mine,'" she said. "Miles bought it for me, because I'm the one. He is the famous scholar Miles Archdale, but I am his brain." At sunset, she stood at the window of her room, looking out over the river. Like London, Thebes was built on both sides of the river. There the resemblance ended. This was truly another world. Here above the fertile plain of the eastern bank rose the immense temples, obelisks, and pylons of Luxor and Karnak. On the plain of the western bank, the colossi of Memnon sat upon their thrones. Behind them loomed the vast necropolis with its temples and tombs. The latter, cut into the flanks of the Libyan hills, honeycombed the eastern slope. She gazed at the mountains that concealed the Biban el-Muluk and its royal tombs. "Is your mind poisoned too? Have you completely taken leave of your senses?" She turned toward the door where her brother stood. "Has the sun boiled away your brain, Daff?" he said. He came in, slamming the door behind him. "We can't stay here," he said. He is... With his forefinger, Miles made a circular motion near his temple. "I don't care what he is," she said, turning back to the window. "We have no pressing reason to return to Cairo, as he pointed out. He's most eager to accommodate us. He's promised to send to Cairo for my books and materials. There may be a difficulty in replacing my Coptic lexicons. They were aboard the Isis. But he's promised to make inquiries at the Coptic monasteries." "Daff! You must have heard how his fellows make inquiries," Miles said. "They beat the soles of a man's feet with a stick, for hours, and that's the mildest sort of interrogation." "I'll ask him not to abuse the monks," she said. "He wants to keep me happy." "Of course he wants to keep you happy," Miles said. "You're filthy rich. With your backing, he could excavate the entire valley. He could make himself king of Thebes. You're like the goose that lays the golden eggs. An endless supply of money." Virgil's conscience money, she thought. It had been easier for him to leave her everything after he was dead than to treat her with respect and kindness while he lived. "We shall be able to explore all of Thebes unhindered," she said. "All the royal tombs, including the one Belzoni found. I'll have hundreds upon hundreds of samples of hieroglyphic writing. It is a great opportunity, and I shan't have to pretend to be someone I am not." "And he'll be able to make either of us do whatever he wants, simply by threatening the other," Miles said. "Then it would be wise not to provoke him to use threats," she said.
He's got it in his head to marry you, Miles said. Can't you see? He must be master of everything. Of you, of your money. And mad or not, golden devil or not, he looks at you the same way other men do.
She remembered the way Rupert looked at her, the glint of laughter in his eyes. She remembered that last afternoon on the Isis.
We could marry.
Her throat started to close up. She bowed her head and willed the grief back. If she gave in, she'd sink and never find her way out again. She would be lost. She couldn't afford grief. She had to be strong and hard if she hoped to survive this and find a way out. "Use your head," she said, her voice harsh. "Your friend won't let us go. We have to make the best of matters."
"The way you made the best of Pembroke," Miles said. "Do you think I want to see you suffer again?"
She made herself look at him. She smiled crookedly. "If I could survive Virgil, I can survive anything," she said. "We'll get out of this somehow, but it will take time and thought and care, and you must learn to have more confidence in me." On Tuesday and Wednesday they toured Luxor, which, as she'd already discerned, was a grander spectacle when viewed from a distance, from the other side of the river, or when tidied by the artists of the Description de l'Égypte. The reality at close quarters depressed her spirits, although that may have simply been her state of mind. The place seemed to close in on her, the hovels squeezed into every corner and crevice, the squalor, the pigeons, the refuse, the mounds of sand and rubbish choking obelisks, pylons, columns. Still, she made herself view it with a scholar's eyes. On Wednesday she borrowed a notebook from Lord Noxley and began copying inscriptions. On Thursday they went to Karnak. It was no great distance away, less than 2 miles. They rode their donkeys along the avenue of sphinxes, or what was left of it. At present most of the sphinxes were destroyed, and the southern part of the avenue was covered with soil and rubbish. Yet this destruction failed to diminish the place. Neither did the monuments being half buried make them any the less overwhelming. The vast pylons, the giant forests of columns, the obelisks, colossi, and sphinxes, it was all as the Description de l'Égypte had illustrated, at length and in detail. Nonetheless, the reality far exceeded anything Daphne could have imagined. As they made their way along the principal avenue in the hypostyle hall, she gazed up at the avenue of 12 immense columns, the largest in any Egyptian building, Noxley said, and wondered what Rupert would have made of it. In her mind's eye she saw him looking up at one of the lotus-shaped capitals, much as he'd gazed at Khephrun's pyramid, fists on his hips, the breeze ruffling his black hair. She could almost hear the deep voice saying, "It's big." And she smiled, but her lips wobbled and her throat ached and tears blurred her vision. She closed her eyes and willed back the tears. She must keep working, employ her intellect instead of her emotions. Her work had given her strength before, and would again. Her mind was the one ally she could always rely upon. In time, it would show her the way out. That night, Daphne dreamt of a pharaoh's tomb. She descended 16 steps into an entrance passage. At the end of it was a chamber crowded with various objects, boxes, baskets, jars, and articles of furniture shaped like animals. Her gaze was drawn to the right, to 2 figures guarding a door. She passed the 2 figures and stepped through the doorway into a dark chamber. A faint light showed her a pair of doors. She opened them. An immense golden sarcophagus stood within. Goddesses stood at its corners, their wings spread out, protecting what lay within. Daphne climbed a set of steps and looked down into the sarcophagus. There lay Rupert Carsington, as though asleep, wearing a small, sweet smile, like the one on the statue of Ramesses the Great at Memphis. He wore a kilt of gold cloth and lay with his arms crossed over his naked chest. In the soft light, the muscled planes of his torso gleamed a darker gold. She reached down and touched his face. "Miss you," she whispered. Tears trickled down her face and onto his. He said,
Daphne, wake up.
No, she didn't want to leave the dream. She would never see him again except in dreams.
Daphne, wake up.
She tried to say no, but nothing came out. She opened her eyes to darkness. A hand covered her mouth. It wasn't her hand. It was big and familiar. There was the scent. Man scent. His. A deep voice growled,
No screaming, no weeping, no fainting.
She choked out the 3 words on a sob as her arms went round his neck. I never faint. Chapter 20. Under the thin blanket she was soft and wondrously curved and practically naked. As he pulled her tight against him, Rupert discovered that there was almost nothing in the way. A scrap of thin fabric, her camise, bunched up at her waist. All the rest was skin, clean and silken smooth and strange. Something was missing. He buried his face in her neck and sniffed. He raised his head.
What have they done to you? He whispered. Something's missing. The goddess scent.
What have they done to me? To me? I thought you were dead.
I know. I thought I was too at first.
I saw you shot, she said. You clutched your chest and went over. You didn't come up again.
The ball grazed me, just under my arm, he said, a scratch. But I tripped, lost my balance and went over, and as usual I hit my head. I came to my senses a good ways down river, clinging to a piece of boarding plank. It was deuced embarrassing.
Embarrassing?
The boys look up to me, he said. I'm a hero. Heroes don't trip. Heroes don't knock their heads on the way down. I must have looked a complete clodpate.
She pulled his face to hers and kissed him. So gently and sweetly at first. He tasted tears. He should have said no weeping again, but he couldn't. The tender kiss started a queer ache inside him. Not quite happy and not quite sad. It was the thing she did to him, stirring up feelings he had no names for. He'd been wild, half mad when he finally caught up with the Isis and clambered aboard, wet and bruised but scarcely bleeding at all, though you'd never know it to hear everyone carrying on. It had taken him most of the 5 days' journey to Thebes to calm down, collect his wits, and realize how lucky his clumsiness was. If the villains hadn't believed he was dead, they would have made sure of it. Now they wouldn't be expecting him. They wouldn't be looking for him. He had to make the most of the opportunity. In a minute. Right now, he was starved for the taste of her, the feel of her, the warmth and willingness and wickedness of her. He slid his hands down her smooth back and brought them back down to enclose the delicious inward turn of her waist. He grasped her wonderfully naked backside and crushed her against his groin. I missed you, she murmured against his mouth. She rubbed her cheek against his in that way she had, and something opened up inside him, deep and dark. He didn't know what it was, or why, but he remembered the emptiness. He remembered how he'd see a strange bird and turn to point it out to her, and then remember she wasn't there. He remembered looking into her cabin, where they'd made slow, silent love. He couldn't stop himself from picking up a cushion and pressing it to his face, hungrily seeking her scent, running his fingers over the covers and spines of her books, staring into the pages of her notebooks, at the neat script, and the words he didn't understand, and the sketches, the little figures and signs, all incomprehensible. I missed you too, he said. He'd missed her terribly, beyond anything he could have imagined. He wanted to capture her mouth again and everything else, and claim her in the most primitive of ways. There wasn't time. He drew away. Well then, we'd best be going, he said. Going? She said in a dazed voice. We're going? Yes. Now, you, me, the window. He sat up, silently ordering his privy councillor to settle down. Wear your clothes. Never mind. A cloak will do. You've clothes on the boat. I don't think... You haven't time to think, he said.
We need to leave before the guards begin to sober, or someone smells the hashish and gets suspicious, he said.
She rubbed her face. Hashish?
Remember your drugged doorkeeper, so cheerfully useless? How else do you think I could climb up the side of the house without setting off an uproar?
I can't leave Miles, she said.
I know, but he's not conveniently situated at the moment, Rupert said. I can't get to his window and I can't go through the house. We couldn't drug everybody, and there are a great lot of people in the way. A maid-servant sleeping outside your door, other servants elsewhere, everywhere, underfoot, and then there are the guards prowling the passages.
How do you—
Lena's been spying for us, he said. Made friends with a talkative servant girl. Can we go into the details later? We can't dawdle.
I cannot leave Miles, she said. If I disappear, he'll pay.
No, he won't. He's too valuable for them to harm. We'll devise a cunning plan to get him out. By tomorrow, I promise.
He rose from the divan.
Where's your cloak?
She rose slowly. He isn't valuable, she said.
You know that, and I know that, he said. But
Noxley knows my secret, she said. There was a short, taut pause. Then,
yes, of course, he said. I should have known this would be complicated.
I told him, she said. I had to. Miles could never keep up the pretense, living under the same roof day in, day out. He started drinking to avoid answering difficult questions, and he has no head for liquor.
I understand,
he said.
I assumed it couldn't be helped. We'll deal with the problem. In the meantime,
Miles believes Noxley's insane, she said. I'm not sure of that. I am very sure he won't do anything to Miles. Noxley likes to appear noble and kind. Another fraud, like Virgil. He has others do the dirty work for him, torturing, maiming, killing people.
Daphne, shh.
She laid her fingers over his mouth. Sounds, footsteps, voices, outside the door. He looked that way. He heard it too. She pushed him toward the window. Go.
Not without you.
She didn't want him to go without her either, but they had no choice, and no time to argue. She made a fist and hit him backhanded in the chest. You're alive, she said. Stay alive, or I'll never get out of this. Go. The sounds grew louder. Daphne hurried back to the divan. Go, she begged silently. Please go. She felt rather than heard him move away. There was a quick, impatient rap at the door. A maidservant's voice called softly, Was all well with the lady? Daphne lay down and drew up her thin blanket. The door flew open. She sat up hastily and looked about her in the manner of one abruptly awakened. A maidservant stood in the doorway, holding an oil lamp. Behind her a tall, bulky figure loomed. The guard heard sounds, the servant said, holding the lamp aloft. Voices, he says. Did he? Daphne said. I must have been talking in my sleep. I had very strange dreams. 4 May. Daphne went with Noxley and Miles to Karnak again on Friday. It was amazing how glorious the place seemed, now the black weight had lifted from her heart. She soon filled her notebook, and Lord Noxley sent a servant to Luxor for another. She spent the latter part of the day in a small room called the Chamber of Kings. Under the various pharaohs' sculpted images were their hieroglyphic names, which she copied. You will not be bored, I think, if we return tomorrow? Lord Noxley asked her as they started back to Luxor at sunset. I believe I could spend a month and never grow bored, she said. But another day will suffice if you have other plans. We can always return, Noxley said. But perhaps if you made a general survey of Thebes, you might then choose the places of greatest use to your studies. I thought we might make a tour of the western bank next week. I do suspect you will find that area even more fascinating, Mrs. Pembroke. There one may study not only temples and palaces, but the tombs as well. Equally important, the tombs of the nobles will supply you amply with papyri. He went on to denounce the inhabitants of western Thebes. the Kernans, who destroyed the tombs, tore mummies to pieces, and burnt beautifully decorated mummy cases for firewood. It was their ancestors who stripped bare the king's tombs in the Biban el-Muluk, you may be sure, his lordship said. The whole greedy, thieving tribe should have been eradicated long ago, but the Turkish authorities will not bestir themselves. The trouble is, no one here considers tomb robbing an important crime. The Turks are diligent only in collecting taxes and bribes and bullying the peasants. They are barbarians who do not understand or care about bygone civilizations. They dismantle ancient temples to build factories. "We're not so different," Daphne said. "We of supposedly enlightened nations plunder and destroy too. It cannot be right to violate the dead, to tear mummies to pieces to find jewelry and papyri. But without the papyri, how are we scholars to understand the past? Is it right to leave the monuments here at risk of destruction? Or is it right to take them away to our palaces and museums and mansions abroad? I don't know what the answer is. I only know that my papyrus came from one of those tombs, courtesy of the Kernans." Noxley shook his head. "Yours came from no ordinary Theban tomb," he said. "It came from a king's tomb, from the Biban el-Muluk." "That's what Anaz claimed," Miles said. "Now that I've had an opportunity to study it closely and compare it to a host of others, I am more inclined to believe him," Noxley said. "The cartouches, for instance. I've seen any number in royal tombs and on temples and other monuments, but never on a papyrus. Still, most papyri are written in the script, you know, not the picture signs, so I may have seen royal names without realizing." Daphne had not seen enough papyri to make any such generalizations. "How many other papyri have you studied?" she said. "I should never presume to say I've studied them, not as you have," he said. "I'm an explorer, not a scholar. But I've seen a great many, and at present I have at least 200. "That is a great many," she said. "More than twice as many as she owned." "You are welcome to make use of them," he said. "I know your visit to Thebes started off on the wrong foot, but I am determined to make it right. Let me begin fresh by speaking frankly and honestly, as you clearly prefer. I should dearly love to discover a royal tomb, and you, I know, wish to unlock the secrets of the hieroglyphs. Working together as allies, I shall not presume to speak of anything more at present, but as allies, as a team, we are more likely to realize our ambitions, do you not think?" "And Miles?" Daphne asked. "What is his role?" Noxley turned a sweet smile upon her brother. "Archdale, you deceived me dreadfully. I was furious at first, to think what a fool you'd made of me. But you only did so on this lady's behalf, and so I forgive you. I'm sure you'd rather try to discover a royal tomb than spend your time learning Coptic and solving word puzzles. You had some ideas, I believe, about locating tomb entrances. Perhaps we might put our heads together?" "Certainly," Miles said. "Much more agreeable than having it cut off." Lord Noxley laughed, as though it were a joke, and went on to talk about Belzoni's tomb and the likelihood of there being others, even more impressive. The conversation lagged as they reached Luxor and had to make their way through its narrow byways. Shortly before they reached the house, an old woman accosted Daphne and offered to tell her fortune. Noxley gave her a coin and told her to come another time. The lady was weary today. The crone took the coin and offered to give the lady a charm for good fortune. Noxley shrugged. The fortune-teller took Daphne's hand and muttered, too low for anyone but Daphne to hear, "He comes with fire. Be ready." Though she was his sister, Miles had always understood that men turned into drooling idiots on account of Daphne's figure. That was natural enough. What he didn't understand was why those who managed to get close to her must be queer in the attic. The poetically handsome Pembroke, with his sweet, gentle ways, had turned out to be a pious hypocrite of a tyrant. He was possessive
madly jealous of other men, and even more madly jealous of Daphne's superior intellect. Noxley was another one with a beautiful exterior and charming ways and a black heart, and he was a fine one to speak of Miles's deceiving him, considering how he had completely taken in Miles. Like Pembroke, Noxley was possessive to an extreme. This was a man, after all, who thought all of Thebes belonged to him. He was also a torturer and killer by proxy, and when someone presented him with a man's head in a basket, he lit up like a child who'd got a new hobby horse or a set of toy soldiers. The closest he came to a redeeming quality was his lack of jealousy of Daphne's mind. But then, he believed her mind would eventually lead him to a great discovery, if not a great treasure. Noxley wanted fame and power, but he wasn't averse to increasing his wealth, either. But Daphne said they had to go along, and she was right. They were prisoners in Thebes. They were watched constantly. They couldn't get away without help, and everyone here was either too corrupted or too terrified to take such a risk. At the moment, you'd think Noxley was the dearest, sweetest fellow in the world. They'd had their dinner, and as he'd done before when only Miles was here, Noxley brought out the papyrus. This evening, though, he had several others brought in, and he was laying them out carefully on the carpet for her perusal. Daphne knelt beside him, her attention completely on the documents. Noxley's attention was completely on her, especially her bosom, as she launched into one of her stunningly boring lectures on Dr. Young's work, and where she agreed and disagreed with him, and why. Perhaps because his mind was elsewhere, it did not put Noxley to sleep as you'd expect. Still, he did eventually acquire the vacant, dazed expression with which Miles was more than familiar. Those who could stay awake always looked that way after listening to Daphne for a time. Boring, studious Daphne. If she didn't have her nose in a book, she had it smudged with ink, while she drew her little charts and her rows and columns of alphabets, signs, words. Shy, reclusive, logical Daphne. The same woman who'd set out with Rupert Carsington, Hargate's hellion, on a mad scheme to rescue her brother. This wasn't the sister Miles thought he knew. Yet this was Daphne beyond question, droning on about Coptic and other brain-strangling arcana. The sun sign, for instance, she was saying, pointing to a cartouche. Here it stands alone, and I'm quite sure it is Ra or Re, the Coptic for sun, whereas Dr. Young puts it in combination with a pillar symbol and gives the god the name Fre. A blood-curdling scream cut her off. Another followed, then shouting. Lord Noxley leapt up. The noise intensified. From nearby came the patter of bare feet at a run. A servant shrieked, and others called on God to preserve them. Miles made out the word fire. He quickly rose too. Daphne came up more slowly. Noxley ran out of the room. Miles started after him. Daphne grabbed his arm. Wait, she said quietly. She gathered up an armful of papyri and looked about her expectantly. A cloaked and hooded figure appeared in the doorway. Trouble outside, he said in thickly accented English. This way, come. Who are you? Miles demanded. What kind of trouble? Let me see your face. Daphne pushed him hard toward the door. Don't ask questions, she said. But he might be one of Duval's. He isn't, she snapped. Stop talking. Start running. Once he'd got them out of the main room and into the less well-lighted passage, Rupert had to throw back his hood so he could see. He heard Archdale whisper, Who is he? Rupert Carsington, Rupert said. But you're dead. Not any more, Rupert said. They'd reached the stairway. He paused, withdrew the pistols from his girdle and handed them out. The brother said, Better give her a knife. Daphne doesn't. Is it loaded? Daphne said. Yes, be careful. But Daphne doesn't. Yes, she does, Rupert said. He unhooked the rope from his sash. Your room, he told Daphne. I've people waiting below your window. He sent Archdale up after her and followed, listening for signs of pursuit. The boys had started a conflagration at the front door, where it would cause the most spectacle and confusion. But they could hardly haul a load of firewood, even if Egypt could supply such a thing.
Straw and dung fueled the fire, and it would soon be seen for what it was. Rupert had mere minutes. Lord Noxley had reacted instinctively. He was under attack, Duval no doubt, and he must organize his forces. He'd grabbed a rifle and was nearly at the front door, after having to fight his way past panicked servants, when he realized his mistake. An open attack wasn't in Duval's style. This was a diversion. Lord Noxley hurried back into the car. They were gone, and most of the papyri with them. He ran out of the room, shouting for Ghazi, then raced up the stairway to the large bedchamber he'd planned to transform into a bridal suite before too much time had passed. She wasn't there, but he was. When Lord Noxley burst in, the tall figure was at the window. He turned. Carsington. The dead man. Not dead enough. Lord Noxley cocked the rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Rupert dove for the floor, rolled, and grabbed Noxley's legs, bringing him down. The weapon discharged, and the ball pinged against the wall. Rupert grabbed Noxley's wrist and banged it on the stony floor. The man let go of the rifle, then shoved his elbow into Rupert's gut, broke free, and scrambled onto his feet. He ran toward the window, but Rupert was quickly up again and close behind. He grabbed Noxley and flung him against the wall. Noxley bounced back and came at him fist first. He thrust it into Rupert's jaw with surprising force. Rupert drove his fist into Noxley's gut. It was a harder gut than you'd think, and the man only grunted instead of crumpling in a heap as men usually did when Rupert hit them. In a flash, Noxley struck again. So did Rupert, and he was not gentle. But Noxley went on, furiously giving back blow for blow, though he soon began to weaken. "Give it up," Rupert gasped. "You're good, but I've got stamina." "She's mine," Noxley said. His hand moved, and something glinted there, and Rupert thought, "Knife," an instant before it thrust into him. Daphne was aware of her brother below calling to her, but she went on climbing back up. She'd heard the gun go off and waited, holding her breath for Rupert to come out. He didn't. But it wasn't over, she realized a moment later. She heard thuds and thumps, the clatter of broken crockery. They were still fighting. It wasn't a great many men. 3 at most, perhaps only 2. She had to help Rupert before any more came, and he was outnumbered. She found a place for her foot, and was looking for the next foothold to get her back to the window, when something flew over her head. It made a small arc, then as she watched, horrified, dropped to the rocks below. A body. It was human. "Rupert!" she cried. "Coming," said an impossibly deep voice from over her head. She looked up. Rupert leant out the window. "Don't dawdle," he said. "We haven't got all night." They had nearly reached the landing place when they heard the shouts. Daphne glanced back. Men seemed to be coming from every direction. Some carried torches, in whose light she saw weapons gleaming. She saw a pair of figures pause at the body, before Rupert grabbed her arm and turned her about. "Run," he said. "Archdale, get her to the boat." "No!" She drew her pistol. "You're not facing them alone." A shot rang out. Men were running at them. She cocked her weapon and fired. After that was chaos. Shouting, the clash of swords, the occasional blast of a firearm. Men started running toward them from the other side, from the river. She thought she recognized voices. The ISIS's crew had joined the fray. She saw 2 men tackle Miles and bring him down. She ran to them and started beating the men with the butt end of her weapon. It was a while before she noticed the noise subsiding. Then a familiar voice called out, "Cease, lady, or the big Inglesi dies. Truly this time." She turned and saw everyone was looking the same way. Rupert was clutching his side. A dark stain was spreading outward from the place he held. Ghazi held a pistol to Rupert's head. The last of the fighting stopped. "The master is dead," Ghazi said. "I am master now." Daphne thought quickly. She remembered what Noxley had said about his men. Thinking is not what they do best. "Very well," she said in Arabic. "Congratulations. You're welcome to be master. I'm sure you'll make a fine one. But what has it to do with us? It was the Golden Devil who wanted me, for a bride. It was the Golden Devil who wanted my brother, to help read the ancient writing. Surely you can find your own brides? You don't need to steal them." She fervently hoped Noxley hadn't told anybody how much his future spouse was worth in pounds, shillings, and pence. "But do you truly wish to devote your life to digging in the sand, to find holes in the ground with painted walls? Did you want to be a leader of diggers and scavengers, or a leader of, the most feared assassins in all the Ottoman Empire?" While she spoke, Ghazi's face took on a troubled and confused expression. He glanced about him. His men were looking troubled too. He quickly regained his composure. "This is foolish talk," he said. "The big Inglesi has killed the Golden Devil. You have shot one of my men, and it is not the first time. You will not go free." With his free hand he signalled to his men. "Take her, and the other man." Rupert sagged. "Oops," he said. "Sorry." He folded up and sank to the ground. "No!" Daphne cried. She ran toward him, pushing the astonished Ghazi aside and sinking to her knees beside Rupert. "He's no danger to you, you great bully!" she cried. "Can't you see he's hurt?" "I will put him out of his misery." Ghazi aimed the pistol at Rupert. Daphne threw herself on top of Rupert. "As you wish," said Ghazi. "I killed two at once." "Fire your weapon," Miles called out, "and Pharaoh's treasure goes up in smoke." During the momentary distraction, he'd grabbed somebody's torch. He held a papyrus close to the flame. "This is what the Golden Devil wanted," Miles said. "This is what Duval wants. Worth a king's ransom. Everybody play nice or it's ashes." Some of the men were muttering, "What's he saying?" because Miles made the speech in English. But Ghazi had no trouble comprehending. Thinking wasn't what he did best. This, however, was simple enough to comprehend. He knew the papyrus was valuable. He knew Duval wanted it. And he knew that these old, crumbly antiquas took fire easily. Still, once he had the papyrus, he'd no reason to let them get away, Daphne thought. "Let them go," someone called from the crowd. "The Turkish soldiers are coming. Remember what they did to the one they thought had killed the big Englishman?" Ghazi threw down his pistol and advanced toward Miles. Miles looked at Daphne. "Give it to him," she said. Miles gave Ghazi the papyrus. Ghazi unrolled it a bit, gave it a glance, then quickly tucked it into his girdle. He moved away, snatched up his pistol, and kept on walking, away from them. His men turned away and followed him. All but one. The one who'd warned about the Turkish soldiers. He came forward. "Let me help you, mistress," he said, in English. She had turned away to attend to Rupert, who was showing signs of consciousness, but the English words and something in the man's voice made her look up again. She gazed into a familiar face, one she hadn't seen in more than a month. "Ahmed?" she said. "This man saved my life," he said. "I will help you save his." Chapter 21. That night, aboard the Isis, a few miles upriver. Daphne did an admirable job of patching Rupert up, scolding him all the while she picked out bits of cloth from the knife wound. It was thanks to those thick layers of cloth, the Arab-style sash he'd worn, and the lethal objects it contained, that Rupert was alive. The wound was rather more than the scratch he'd labelled it, and was rather more uncomfortable than he'd expected. Nonetheless, she seemed to think he'd live. Her main concern, she said, was infection. She did not think that leaving shreds of dirty cloth in the wound would aid his recovery. He lay upon the divan of his cabin, occasionally peering down to see what she was doing, but mainly watching her face in the lantern light. He would never grow tired of looking at her wonderful face. He was quite pleased he'd live to do so. He'd truly thought the wound no more than a scratch at first. It hadn't hurt at all, but he'd probably been too furious at the time to feel anything. They'd been having a fair enough fight, fists only, he told Daphne. But then when Noxley realized he was losing, he cheated. "I cannot believe you so addle-pated as to imagine Noxley would fight fair," Daphne said, when Rupert waxed indignant on this point, calling it deuced unsporting.
"But it isn't done," Rupert said. "Ask your brother, ask anybody. I did not draw my pistol, I did not draw my knife. I had never killed anybody, and I did hope it would not be necessary."
He was a great deal more upset than he let on. He hadn't meant to throw Noxley out the window. At least, Rupert hoped he hadn't. At such times, though, a man was not truly capable of thinking. It was all instinct. Noxley had stabbed him. Rupert had yanked out the blade and thrown it aside, and the next thing he knew, Noxley was sailing out of the window. Having got the wound as clean as she could, Daphne quickly and neatly stitched it up and bandaged it. "Pray do not distress yourself about Noxley," she said, quite as though she'd spent the last few minutes reading his mind. "He would have killed you without a second thought, certainly with no qualms. He had no conscience whatsoever. A moral vacuum. He must have what he wanted. Anyone who stood in the way must be annihilated." She turned away to the medicine case that stood on the floor nearby. Rupert couldn't see what she was doing. After a moment she turned back, a small glass in hand. "I had not realized he wanted me until his men dropped a hint," she said.
"I told you he wanted you," he said. "It was obvious in the way he looked at you. He might have been mad for power and fame, but he wasn't blind."
"Power and fame can be costly," she said. "He was not in lust with my person alone. He doted equally upon my fortune." It took a moment for Rupert to fully grasp what she was saying, and these mental exertions must have shown in his face, because she said, frowning, "You did know Virgil left me heaps and heaps of money, did you not? All the world knew, I thought."
"Heaps and heaps?" he said. "Well, it was the least he could do, the lying swine. Not that I imagined you were a pauper, when you saw nothing out of the way in your brother's spending thousands for one of those brown rolled-up thingums."
"Papyri," she said crisply, almost as she'd done that first day in the dungeon. But he heard the note of amusement.
"I know," he said. "I knew. I was only trying to provoke you that day. I knew you had a temper. I could feel it when you were standing 20 feet away. It was like standing on the edge of a storm, very stimulating."
"You've had sufficient stimulation for the present," she said. She came close then, raised Rupert's head, pressed it to her delicious bosom, and held the glass to his lips. "Here, drink this." He'd had an unpleasant feeling the glass was for him, but the conversation had diverted his attention. The warm femininity he rested upon was an even greater distraction.
"What is it?"
"A little laudanum mixed with wine." He carefully turned his head away from the glass without endangering his agreeable position on her soft endowments.
"I don't want any."
"You will drink it," she said, "or I shall summon Ahmed and tell him to gather the largest men aboard. They will hold you down while I pour it down your throat. Will you submit gracefully, or would you rather be embarrassed in front of the boys?"
"I don't need any laudanum,"
he muttered, but he turned back and drank. When he was done, she set down the glass and gently but firmly transferred his head from her bosom to the pillow. "The wound is sure to become a great deal more painful as the shock wears off," she said. "This way you will get some rest."
"I wish you might rest with me," he said, letting his hand slide to her thigh.
She was dressed like an Arab man, but no man with working eyesight would ever mistake her for a member of his sex. "That would not be restful," she said, "and kindly remember that my brother is now aboard." Rupert sighed. The brother? Yes, of course. But the brother was not Ahmed, with whom she'd threatened Rupert a moment ago. Who was Ahmed? Oh, yes, the fellow who spoke up, just as matters had promised to grow very interesting indeed. What had he said? He'd spoken in English first, then reverted to Arabic.
"What did he say?" Rupert said. "The Ahmed fellow. He called you mistress."
"That was Ahmed," she said, unenlighteningly.
That's what I said,
he said patiently. Really, there were times when he wondered whether that immense brain of hers contained an empty chamber or two.
He said something just before I, dozed a bit.
You fainted, she said, several times.
I was a little sleepy, he said. I hadn't slept since they took you. I was tired. I did not faint.
Her delicate snort sufficiently expressed her views on the subject.
I wish you wouldn't keep turning the subject, he said. Who is Ahmed, and what was he saying?
He said you saved his life. Rupert thought about this.
He must have confused me with someone else, he said.
On the bridge outside Cairo, she said. He'd been badly beaten. A Turkish soldier tried to finish the job, but you stepped in the way. After a period of cogitation which went even more slowly than usual, Rupert realized who she was talking about. The dirty cripple on the bridge.
Oh, that fellow.
That was why you ended up in the dungeon, she said accusingly. You risked your life on behalf of a miserable native you didn't know from Adam.
It wasn't a fair fight, Rupert said.
She gazed at him for a good long while. Then she stroked his cheek briefly. No, it wasn't, she murmured. But only you would care. More distinctly, she added, Ahmed is the servant who went with Miles to Giza. What you saw was the results of the beating the so-called police gave him, the ones who kidnapped Miles. Ahmed is the servant who ran away when the men came to my house and stole the papyrus.
He's the servant who didn't come back, Rupert said. Tom's uncle, the fellow on the bridge, one and the same, and he turned up here. Extraordinary.
Not really, she said. Ahmed knew he wasn't safe in Cairo and being there might endanger his family as well as me, so he went to Bulaq to get work on a boat. There he heard Lord Noxley was going to look for Miles. Ahmed had no trouble getting hired. He speaks English and a little French, and he is intelligent and hard-working. He thought Noxley was a fine man. Ahmed had no doubts about this until the fine man fed a few followers to the crocodiles, very possibly the same ones you and I saw above Girga.
But Ahmed didn't run away then?
The lantern light was growing fuzzy. Or was that Rupert's brain? He seemed to be drifting on a river. No, a cloud. He stayed on because he was determined to find Miles, she said. Then when Noxley's men found my brother, Ahmed stayed to look after him and protect him as best he could while avoiding discovery. He'd grown out his beard, and Miles didn't recognize him. Ahmed decided not to enlighten him until he could arrange for an escape for both of them. Then I turned up and complicated matters. She went on, but Rupert lost track of what she was saying. Her voice became a distant music, sweet and familiar, and then by degrees the sound too drifted away, and he slept. Saturday, 5 May. Carsington did not wake until mid-afternoon. Sun streamed through the cabin window, and Miles, sitting upon the far end of the divan, had been trying to while away the time reading a book. He gave up the effort when Carsington pushed up to a sitting position.
I'm not sure you're allowed to sit up, Miles said.
Under lifted eyebrows, the coal-black eyes regarded him steadily. Miles remembered that the patient was not to be agitated either.
On the other hand, he added, I'm not sure who could stop you. Daphne maybe, but I finally persuaded her to get some sleep. She sat up all night with you. Worried about a fever, she said. Not very likely, Carsington said. How should I look them in the face, I ask you? Was I to get infected and feverish and such, over a bit of a cut? They'd laugh themselves sick, the lot of them. The lot of whom? Miles said. Family, Carsington said. My brothers. Alistair was at Waterloo, you know. I know. All the world knew. Alistair Carsington was a famous Waterloo hero. Why couldn't he be the Carsington in Egypt? Or any other one of them? Why did it have to be this one? They shot 3 horses out from under him, sliced him up with sabres and stuck him with lances, Carsington said. Some cavalry rode over him and a couple of soldiers died on him. Did he get infected and feverish? Did he not? Miles said. Well, not very much, Carsington said. He lived, didn't he? If he could live through that, I can jolly well live through a nick in the belly. I hope so, Miles said. I think Daphne would take it very ill, were you to require planting.
He couldn't imagine what she'd endured when she believed Carsington dead. He felt like a fool for not realizing she'd become attached, but she had concealed it so well. Besides, Daphne never noticed men, or if she did, it was to regard them with mistrust. Why should Miles think Carsington's case any different? Why should he, of all men, turn out to be the one she'd risk her life for? Miles could scarcely believe his bookish sister had risked her life on his own account, and he was her brother. Belatedly he recollected the instructions and explanations she'd given before departing the cabin. "I'm to offer you a glass of water," he said. "Daphne said she'd given you some laudanum, and you might wake up feeling dry." "I feel as though someone moved the Arabian desert into my mouth while I was sleeping," Carsington said, "along with the camels. Am I allowed to have a wash and a shave and clean my teeth at least? But never mind what she allows. She's asleep. What she doesn't know won't hurt her." "Yes, but you really must move as little as possible," Miles said, "to avoid putting pressure on the wound. You will not want all her work to go for naught." Carsington instantly stilled. No, of course not. She was picking out bits of cloth, the merest threads. For hours, it seemed. What a beast I should be to undo all her efforts. Miles blinked once, twice. He was not sure what he'd expected. He knew Carsington was unmanageable. Everyone in the world knew it. Even his formidable father appeared to have given up the case as hopeless. Miles did not wonder at his lordship's sending his fourth son to Egypt. He only wondered at the Earl's not sending the son to China, or Tierra del Fuego, or the Antipodes. "I'll valet you," Miles offered. He collected the bowl, ewer, and towel. He found Carsington's toothbrush and shaving kit, and placed all within easy reach. While he was playing manservant, the mongoose ran into the room. She rose up on her hind legs and watched the proceedings. When Miles had settled back into his place, she crawled into his lap and watched from there. "I heard her name is Marigold," Miles said. "She's in love with your shirt," Carsington said. Miles had already heard the story and put two and two together. While Carsington set about his toilette, Miles told of his adventures in Minya and the limping mongoose he'd fed. "Obviously it's the same one," Carsington said. "What a wicked deceiver she is. I thought she was fond of me, yet I've never seen her sit still for so long. She usually grows bored with my shaving in a minute or two. I now realize she was only using me to while away the interval until she saw you again. You're the one she truly loves." Miles stroked the creature. "You seem to have collected several strays on the way upriver," he said. "Marigold collected us," he said. "The rest is Mrs. Pembroke's doing." At that moment Miles silently bore what he hoped was the last of the shocks. Daphne had not simply formed an attachment. She had formed an intimate attachment. With Rupert Carsington, Lord Hargate's famously wild and famously untamable scapegrace son. Still, Miles reminded himself, there were worse men in the world. Knoxley, for instance. Pembroke. Meanwhile, this man had beyond doubt won the affection and loyalty of the crew and servants. They had nothing but praise for him. They'd fought for him. The mongoose liked him too. Even the cats had wandered in once this afternoon and deigned to sit at the foot of the divan and stare at him while he slept. When the toilette was done, Miles helped him into a fresh Arab-style shirt, of the style that came nearly to the ankles. It was not elegant, but it was cool. The long front opening allowed easy access to his wound. When he was dressed, and Miles had helped prop him up with another pillow, Carsington made him feel a little better by saying, "That was wonderfully quick thinking on your part last night. The torch and the papyrus." "That cursed papyrus," Miles said. "I should be glad to be rid of it, if not for Daphne. She had done so much work, and it was a fine manuscript.
superior even to the immensely long one illustrated in the Description de l'Égypte. Now the French will have this one as well, plague take them.
She still has the copy, Carsington said. It isn't so beautiful, of course, and lacks the illustrations, but she'll persevere. She's dauntless. I've never known a woman like her, not remotely like her. Did you see her last night when those fellows were coming at us, that great lot of ruffians? She turned and cocked her pistol and fired just as sure as you please. Got the fellow in the leg, too. Not that I was surprised, when I've seen her courage again and again, from the very start.
He launched into the story, how Daphne had gone down into a dungeon of the citadel to get him when no one else would help her, the murders in the second pyramid, and the pluck she'd displayed then, the tour of the Pyramid of Steps at Saqqara, which had involved miles of narrow passages, and during which she'd uttered no complaint, quite the opposite.
I vow she might have been at the Egyptian Hall in Piccadilly, or making a tour of Storehead, Carsington said. If she was uncomfortable, she took no notice, and you ought to know it was 90 degrees at least inside that pyramid, and the air thick with smoke and dust.
Daphne? Miles said. But she has a deep fear of small closed spaces. Her voice goes up to a squeak and she jabbers endlessly. It is very irritating.
She did not squeak with me, Carsington said. I saw she had a morbid aversion to such places, but she will not let the fear hold her back. I wish you had seen her when we were stuck in that caved-in robber's tunnel in the tomb in Asyut.
He went on to tell that tale while Miles listened, wondering if he'd got drunk again without realizing, because it could not be his sister Daphne of whom Carsington spoke with so much enthusiasm and admiration. As though you're in love with her, Miles said. Then, he said, because he hadn't meant to say it aloud. He stared hard at the mongoose. She licked his hand.
In love, Carsington repeated. In love?
No, sorry. Don't know what I was thinking. The heat, the shock. Couldn't believe it was my sister you were talking about, brave and dashing and all that. Carsington's countenance darkened. Not but what I expect she'd rise to the occasion, Miles added hastily. He was not afraid of Carsington exactly, yet he had to admit the glare was a trifle daunting. In any event, it wasn't good for the man to become overwrought. Daphne had said so. My sister is a plucky creature, of course, continuing her work in spite of all the discouragement and so forth.
You've got it backwards, Carsington said. It wasn't her rising to the occasion. It was the occasion rising to her. Egypt and this business with you and the papyrus have finally given her the chance to show what she truly is. She's a goddess, but human, a real goddess, not make-believe. She's beautiful and brave and wise, and fascinating and dangerous, as goddesses are, as you know, in all the best stories.
I'll be hanged, Miles said. You really are in love with her. The black eyes regarded him steadily. Then they regarded the cabin ceiling, then the window. Then they came back to him.
Do you know, Carsington said mildly, I've been wondering what it was.
Daphne came at sunset, accompanied by Nafisa. The Isis was still travelling upriver and would not moor until darkness made it too dangerous to proceed. The Nile was very low. Even in broad day, navigation wanted every iota of the helmsman's attention. Archdale had thought they might make it to Isna before night fell. Rupert didn't care where they were or where they would moor. He saw that Nafisa's tray held utensils for two. Daphne intended to dine with him, alone. Perfect. Nafisa set the tray on the stool and left. Marigold ran in, stood up and sniffed at the tray and ran out again. Ignoring both the mongoose's antics and Rupert's not very convincing protests, Daphne arranged cushions behind him. Only when she'd settled him to her satisfaction did she settle herself. Rupert didn't mind. She had donned a particularly fetching Arab-style ensemble comprising full but wickedly thin Turkish trousers, a thin crepe shirt, a silk sash draped provocatively over her hips, and a flowing silk overgarment. The faint scent of incense wafted about him. This was all highly encouraging.
"That is a horrid temptation to put before a man who is forbidden to make vigorous movements," he said.
"Is it really?" she said. "No wonder Miles did not approve. He looked daggers at me."
"Maybe his face froze that way," Rupert said. "He was looking daggers at me a few hours ago. Do you think he suspects?"
"I think he knows," she said.
"I'm glad I don't have a sister," he said. "I should have to get over my aversion to killing people."
She turned her attention to the tray. "If I remember my physic correctly, you need to strengthen the blood. You must take some lamb stew, red wine, of course. The rice is cooked in chicken broth with onions, some bread and cheese, some fruit, a little—"
"I can't eat just yet," he said. "I am too, he frowned, too something, feelings."
Her green gaze met his. "Feelings," she repeated.
"I meant to wait," he said, "until I was better, because I didn't want pity to influence you."
"Pity," she said.
"On account of my wound," he said.
"Don't be absurd," she said. "I shouldn't pity you on account of a nick in the belly."
"In any event, I can't wait," he said. "And I had better warn you that I don't mean to be in the least sporting. If I have to go on my knees and start bleeding again—"
"I can think of no reason for you to go on your knees," she said severely.
"Then you're not thinking clearly," he said. "It's the usual way these things are done."
"These things," she said, a degree less severely.
"I should have done it that way the first time, but I hardly knew what I was doing," he said. "You said it was better to marry than to burn, and I was in a state of eternal conflagration, it seemed. But that wasn't what it was at all."
She shifted up onto her knees. "Perhaps you ought to take some wine," she said.
"My strength is up to this," he said. "I only hope my brain is, too. I want to explain first, because you aren't to think it's completely on account of lust. Lust is a part, yes, a large part."
She sank back onto her heels and regarded her hands.
"But I liked you from the moment I first heard your voice," he said, "when I had no idea what you looked like. I thought it delicious the way you bargained for me as though I were an old rug. Then I loved the way you looked at me. Then I loved the way you ordered me about. I loved your patient and impatient ways of explaining things to me. I loved the sound of your voice and the way you move. I love your courage and your kindness, and your generosity, and your obstinacy and your passion." He paused. "You're the genius. What do you think that means?"
She threw him a sidelong glance. "I think you're insane," she said. "Perhaps you have developed an infection which has gone directly to your head."
"I'm not insane," he said. "A woman of your highly advanced intellect ought to be able to perceive that I am in love. With you. I wish you had told me. It was deuced embarrassing to find it out from your brother."
Her gaze swung toward him, green eyes wide and flashing. "Miles?" she said. "Did he get into a snit about my honor and insist—"
"Don't be ridiculous," he said. "He has not lived the life of a recluse as you have. You may be sure he knows all about me. I've no doubt I'm the last man on earth he'd want near his sister. Well, maybe I'm second to last, after Knoxley, but never mind them. This is between us, Daphne. I love you with all my heart. Will you be so good as to marry me?"
"Yes," she said. "Yes, of course. I should never have said no the first time. I have bitterly regretted the error, believe me. I could live without you, but that would only be breathing. It would not be living." He opened his arms, and she crawled toward him on her hands and knees and came into them. "I missed you," she said. "I missed you so much." She laid her head upon his shoulder. "Can we be married right away? I hate sleeping in my own cabin."
"We can be married now," he said, nuzzling her soft hair. "Remember?"
"Yes, but you must have a dowry." She reached down and untied the silken sash. "This will have to do." He took it from her. It was quite heavy, even for a large piece of silk.
"What have you got twisted up in this?" he said. "Rocks?"
5 purses, she said. About 35 pounds.
"You came prepared."
"Of course I did," she said. When I want something, I will stop at nothing. Look at what I'm wearing."
"I like what you're not wearing, too," he said.
"I'm even so shameless as to take advantage of you when you are weak and wounded."
"I'm not that weak," he said.
He dropped the sash onto the divan and put his hands to better use, roving over her shapely body.
"We'd better get married right away," he said.
"Yes," she said. Her hands weren't idle either, but her mouth, that soft mouth, was even more dangerous, gliding over his neck and collarbone. He raised her head and brought her mouth to his. She tasted cool and sweet, like Turkish sherbet. She tasted hot and dark, like brandy held over a flame. She tasted mysterious, like a goddess, and her power over him would have terrified a lesser man. But he wasn't a lesser man, and a strong woman was exactly what he wanted. A strong, wondrously curved woman who fit perfectly in his arms. He dipped his head and drew his tongue down the opening of her camise and along the fragrant path between her breasts. She sighed and dragged her fingers through his hair. He slid his hand over the beautiful swell of her bottom. She moved under his touch, shifting closer. He grasped that magnificent derriere and brought her sex firmly against his, and stifled a groan. "You'll hurt yourself," she murmured against his mouth.
"That wasn't a groan of pain," he said.
He was aware of the wound. Every movement caused a twinge. He didn't care. She was all soft woman and in his arms, and in his mouth and his nostrils, and he was drunk with the taste and scent of her. And she'd said she couldn't live properly without him. She'd said yes. "We mustn't tear the stitches," she said.
"Then we'd better not move very much."
"Is that possible?"
"Yes."
He stroked down her belly over the thin fabric. He loosened the waist string of her trousers and pushed them down. He stroked over the feathery curls and the soft flesh, so warm and wet, so ready and willing. She sighed and moved against his hand. She pushed his shirt up to his waist. His rod sprang up in cheerful welcome as usual. With a soft laugh, she grasped it and drew her slim fingers down its length. Then she shifted herself, bringing her leg up high on his thigh, and guided him in, and the jolt of pleasure in that joining took his breath away. They scarcely moved at all. Awareness became all the more intense. He was aware each time her muscles tensed about him and eased, and of the very slight motion of her hip that sent waves of pleasure coursing through him. He was aware of her hands, gliding over him, and making long trails of sparks over his skin. He opened his eyes and looked at her, and they smiled at each other in silent, wicked amusement, the devil in him recognizing the devil in her. And so they lay, watching each other, making secret love, while from outside came the familiar sounds of footsteps on the deck, voices calling out as they prepared to land. A long, sweet while of rippling pleasure ensued, like the Nile rippling beneath them, and then he was caught in a rushing current. She grasped him tightly, holding him still while she moved upon him. The world went dark and wild, and he fell into it, into her, and all he knew was feeling beyond any words, a vast, mad happiness. Then came her voice in his ear. "I give myself to thee, I give myself to thee, I give myself to thee." And at last she sank onto him, and he wrapped his arms about her and savoured the delicious peace. The stray, funny thought came, "We're married," and he laughed out loud. Epilogue. In late July, following a long and storm-tossed voyage from Egypt, 2 representatives of Muhammad Ali arrived at Hargate House and presented his lordship with the news of his 4th son's untimely demise, along with a handsome chest containing the skull of his killer. The rest of the family being in the country at the time, Lord Hargate was obliged to bear the news with silent and exceedingly lonely dignity. Not wishing all the world to know before his wife did, his lordship mentioned the matter to nobody. He simply set out a few hours later for Derbyshire to break the news in person. He stopped only to allow the horses to be changed. He never slept. He had taken the chest containing the skull with him. He did not know why. This was one of the rare occasions of the Earl's life when he was lost, quite lost. He arrived at the house at the moment Benedict was leaving. The eldest son took one look at his parents' face and turned around and went back in with him. Lord Hargate led his wife out into the garden and told her in a few broken words. She said only, "No," and folded her hands tightly at her waist, and turned away and stared dry-eyed into the distance. Benedict asked to see the letter. His father gave it to him, then put his arm about his wife's shoulders. Benedict left them and went inside to read the letter. The house was strangely quiet, as though the servants, who'd not yet been informed, sensed a catastrophe. It reminded him of the oppressive silence in his own house after his wife's death 2 years ago. He'd felt numb then, too. Hearing carriage wheels and hoofbeats coming up the drive, at a gallop by the sounds of it, Benedict went to the window. It was a handsome travelling chariot. Waving the servants aside, he went out to intercept it. His parents were not in a state to receive visitors. Still, Lord Hargate might be wanted on urgent government business, and anyway Benedict needed something to do. He arrived at the front of the house a moment after the carriage clattered to a stop. Before he could start toward it, the door flung open, and a man leapt out and grinned at him. His brother. His dead brother. Rupert. Benedict blinked once. This, from him, was a sign of overpowering emotion. "You're not dead," he said, as Rupert strode toward him. "Certainly not," Rupert said, giving him one of his enthusiastic brotherly hugs. Benedict, still in the grip of strong feeling, patted him on the shoulder. "Whatever gave you the idea I was dead?" Rupert said when these first transports were over. Benedict explained about the 2 emissaries from Muhammad Ali and the condolence letter from the English Consul General and the chest with the head in it. Rupert brushed this aside. "They are ridiculously slow about everything. I dare say the emissaries came to London after visiting all the brothels between Alexandria and Portsmouth. My letter to father is probably coming by way of Patagonia. But never mind. His lordship will cheer up wonderfully when he sees what I've brought him. No exotic animals, I hope," said Benedict. "He will tell you his family is menagerie enough." "It isn't an exotic animal," Rupert said. "No mummies," said Benedict. "Mother dislikes the smell." "As do I," Rupert said. "It isn't a mummy." "I refuse to play guessing games," Benedict said. "You may tell me or not at your leisure. I, meanwhile, had better go in ahead and prepare our parents for your resurrection." He turned away. "It's a wife," Rupert said. Benedict turned back. "Whose wife?" he said. Rupert had never to his knowledge made off with anyone's wife before, but there was no predicting what Rupert would do, especially in a foreign country where wives usually came in the plural rather than the singular. Rupert might think this sheikh or that bey could spare one. "She's mine," Rupert said. Dropping his voice, he added, "I've got her in the carriage." Benedict had forgotten everything else in his astonishment at seeing his supposedly dead brother. Now, directing his attention to the carriage, he observed an occupant, a woman, bent over a book. He turned back to Rupert. "She's reading," Benedict said. "A book?" "Yes, she reads heaps of them," Rupert said. "Most aren't even in English. She's a brilliant scholar." "A what?" "Her brain is simply enormous," Rupert confided. "But father won't care about her intelligence, beyond being amazed that any woman who had any would marry you," Benedict said. "Yes, it is amazing," Rupert said. "But that isn't the funniest part." He lowered his voice to a whisper. "She's an heiress." Once more Benedict blinked. He was aware that his father had told Alistair, his 3rd son, and Darius, the 5th, to find well-dowered brides because he refused to keep them forever. But Rupert, who came between them, was excused, on grounds that no rational person would give a fortune into his keeping. "An heiress," Benedict said. "Well, I am very glad for you." "Oh, I don't care about it," Rupert said. "You know I've no notion of money, but I can't wait to see father's face when I tell him." Some hours later, After the bride and groom had retired to their assigned apartments, their eldest son joined Lord and Lady Hargate once more in the garden.
"Well, well," said his lordship, "it appears some unfortunate assassin got his head cut off for nothing."
"And the prodigal son returns triumphant," said Benedict. "Married. To cousin Tryphina's brilliant and handsome young widow friend, the one with the handsome fortune." He smiled a very little. Smiles had never come as easily to him as to Rupert, and less easily still in the last 2 years. "Tryphina will be delighted," said her ladyship. "I had wondered why you sent him to Egypt of all places," Benedict said. His father merely lifted an eyebrow. "Well, I am happy for him," Benedict said. "They suit each other very well, and naturally the end justifies the means. At any rate, he's settled at last. Now you may give your full attention to Darius." With that he took his usual distant leave. His parents stood looking after him. "Not Darius, I think," said Lady Hargate.
"No," said his lordship. "Not Darius."
Postscript. In August, Jean-Claude Duval boarded a ship bound for France. He took with him 75 cases of antiquities he'd collected in recent years. Since he failed to include the troublesome papyrus and certain other objects on the list provided to the customs officials at Alexandria, no one could be sure whether in fact he had finally obtained it. It was known only that the papyrus did not find a home in the Louvre, and the ship carrying him and his collection was lost in a storm off the coast of Malta.